minutes you got? Have you got another 5 minutes, or am I
Yeah.
pushing?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's good.
Great. Let's do 5 minutes then. Tomorrow, men's final. Vanch, does Casper have any chance?
Well, you always have a chance, but I just think he's going to be overmatched. I just, if you look at their last 4 matches, and particularly even their 2 on clay that they've played each other in Rome, I think in 2020 and 2022, Casper has managed to play one pretty close set, and then kind of Djokovic ran away with it. So I kind of expect maybe more of the same tomorrow. I do expect him not to be as awed by the occasion as he was last year when he was facing Nadal. Someone who he looked up to in many ways, and also just the occasion and the moment really got to him, and he just wasn't able to muster any kind of a fight whatsoever. He seemed more happy to be there rather than playing an ultra competitive match and actually really believing from inside that he could win. So I think having been to 2 major finals and just the form that he's showed during Roland Garros this year, his draw was not simple to get to this point. He did have to face some good opponents in Yari and Runa and Zverev, even if that Zverev match was really not close in the end, but still a very good performance by him where he didn't put a foot wrong. So I think just that confidence and belief can take him far away, and you just never know. I mean, Djokovic yesterday was struggling a little bit with his forearm in the second set and had to get a medical timeout. So you just never know if he's going to have a niggle or 2 in the final, particularly at his age when you're 36. It can just happen. So I'm not saying Ruud has to purely rely on that, but I do think some help from Djokovic being a little off would certainly help him, like maybe win a set or push the match into a more competitive sphere. But I still think this is Djokovic's to lose, because I just think the matchup is very good for Ruud. Like, he can just change directions very comfortably against Casper, and the backhand to backhand run is a big advantage. And I just don't see him being threatened a whole lot, just from neutral or offensively.
Very different surface, but and scenario and court speed. But even the Turin final last year, some of the points you just made was a bit like that. It was just like there was so many rallies, and I thought Casper's got to do something here, and he doesn't really have the weapons. His weapons, Novak can deal with them pretty comfortably. Nick, do you have any cause for optimism for Casper, or do you sort of feel a bit like Vanch and I?
I feel the same as Vanch, to be honest. I think the matchup does not favour Casper Ruud. I think very few players do match up well against Novak Djokovic. I think Ruud can make it a fight. He did in Turin. Maybe he might sneak a set, but I think, as Vanch said, that he has a clear weakness that Djokovic can exploit. If it is cold and rainy tomorrow, the rallies are going to be slower. He's not going to be able to hit through his forehand as much. He's probably not going to be that comfortable. I think that it's going to be an unfortunate 3rd major final for Ruud, which, if that's the case, then I think Ruud will go down as being the man in Open era history to have the most Grand Slam finals without winning one.
Because Andy won it on his 4th, right? Did he win his 4th? Yeah.
Yeah. So he hasn't won one yet.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, completely. What could go wrong then for Novak tomorrow, Vanch? I guess that's kind of what we're sort of looking at if there is going to be a Casper Ruud victory.
Yeah, I mean, he could have a day, for instance, where he's like, for instance, at times in the second set against Alcaraz, his serve speed started to drop because of just the physicality. I think if Ruud can make it really, really physical, and just play, impose that big heavy forehand, it's just going to be really tough, because I think where Ruud has gotten in trouble against Djokovic and Nadal and Alcaraz, those are the 3 players that he's played in all these big finals, is when he has to defend and basically has to scramble or chip or block or just slice his backhand in order to get back to neutral, because those 3 players, they just have such an all-court game. They can finish points very easily against Ruud, if that comes to be. But I think Ruud has to just take a lot more chances, be a lot more aggressive, and that's not really comfortable for him because he has such a high margin type game with loads of spin, and it's very there's not that much of a difference, let's say, between his floor and his ceiling, because it's so contained and it's very consistent and metronomically good. But I think he just has to take a few more risks and try to play a little bit out of his comfort zone, because otherwise it's going to be a kind of a similar type of story. Like if Djokovic is really feeling something physically, that's where I feel like it could be trouble, because Ruud is very, very good at capitalizing on using his fitness and physicality to win him matches. So that's the only scenario where I really feel like Ruud might have an upper hand. Only if they go to like a fourth hour, or it goes deep in the match. I mean, I still like Djokovic to come on top, just because he's such a good big point player and he could just conserve his energy, and we know how great he is in tie breaks and when it really matters. But at least if Ruud can ask that question and push him to that point, then that would be very interesting to see.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at least it's not, as you say, Rafa, Roland Garros first French Open final, and I don't just mean Rafa's obviously unbelievable record in Paris, but also because of that dynamic between him and Casper. And it's Casper's now in his third final, so he's not somebody. I think he maybe was a bit overawed in Paris, but he wasn't overawed at all in New York, where it was super competitive for 3 sets. He just had a 5 or 10 minute spell against Carlos in the tiebreak and in the beginning of the 4th set. And unfortunately, that was decisive for him. He can't afford to have any such spell tomorrow. I think he can't really afford to get behind on the scoreboard either. You know, if Novak takes that first set, then you know, a straight sets win would be the most logical conclusion. And as far as Novak's concerned, well, I guess the thing is, as well, as I don't see a tactic. It's not like, even against Carlos, it's like, well, you can do what Jan-Lennard Struff did. You could do maybe what Marajan did. I don't really know what Casper can do to do something. It's not like he's got a huge serve that could, you know, John Isner or Opelka. You know, we could just, you know, it could be John Isner in this final tomorrow. And we'll go, well, if Isner has a normal serving day and ekes out a tie break, I don't even see that route to success for Casper, because all of Casper's sort of strengths, his solidity, his ability to hang in rallies, his forehand, for example, these are all things that Novak can deal with pretty comfortably, I would say. I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that, Nick.
I would agree completely. I think they're that matchup is just not beneficial for him at the minute, and well, we'll have to see. I think, you know, let's not write it off. We almost wrote off this final today, and how wrong were we? So let's see what happens. Maybe he'll come out swinging at Novak and catch him out a little bit early doors, and then it's game on. But we'll have to see how it goes. I'm excited to see what happens.
And as you touched on last night, Nick, during the commentary, Novak now, I always think for him it's the French Open, really, in terms of shots at the Calendar Slam, because then it becomes something, you know, if he wins tomorrow, then it becomes a legitimate question, because, you know, he's the best hardcourt player of all time, and we've got one of those to come. His record at Wimbledon just gets better with every year, and he'll go in as a hot favorite. He'll go in as a favorite for the last 2 slams of the year, I would have thought. Or certainly in New York, probably joint favorites with Carlos, depending on where their form is at. So if it's all about the French. So it was the year when he had a shot at it in New York in 2021. It was all the narrative started from the minute he beat Rafa in the semis, if you like. And so that will gather pace tomorrow if he wins.
There's a lot on the line for Djokovic tomorrow, because he's going for 23 majors, 3 French Opens. It would be at least 3 every slam. He'd be going for he's going to be world number 1 again if he wins tomorrow. Yeah, he's going to be back to number 1 if he wins tomorrow, and he'd be halfway to the Calendar Slam again.
Yeah. And I think it would become a possibility. I still think that maybe Carlos will have something to say about that, especially in New York. But
I think New York, you've got 3 guys in the mix for that, which is Djokovic, Alcaraz, and Medvedev.
Yeah, if Medvedev is in the form that he has shown until Paris, and maybe Sinner as well, but that's a long way away yet. But Vanch, any final thoughts on Novak before we bring this to a close?
No, I think it's just kind of amazing how he can just peak for these majors now, because I mean there wasn't that much that he really did after winning Australia, and in Roland Garros, and I think
Mhm.
we once again, for the millionth time, kind of at least I did. I think maybe Nick. I think you had actually, you had him beating Alcaraz, but I think for yet again, I kind of underestimated his his big match paralysis, and I knew not to look too much into the form heading into the semis, but I certainly once again underestimated his ability to just be able to last physically. Like I think just the endurance and the physicality, it's not enough, has really declined in that department, and he's improved so many other areas that now we're looking at potentially, like, if he wins Wimbledon. I was thinking about this actually just this morning. If he wins Wimbledon, he'll have won 12 majors after the age of 31. So he'll have won
That's half
half
his
the
total.
major tally after 2018. And it's like between 2008 and 2018 Wimbledon, he won 12. And now he's just going to win 12 in just that 5-year span. It's pretty insane. And when you consider that he missed 2 slams last year and that he was defaulted out of one of them, and there was no Wimbledon in 2020. And in the 2019 US Open, he had to retire with a shoulder issue against Wawrinka. So it's like he could have had even more. It's kind of insane.
Indeed. Well, let's see, because we may be having a very different conversation in 24 hours, but I think all of us, at least among the three of us, all suspect that he will get 23 tomorrow. But I hope to see a competitive final. And as Nick touched upon, we all thought, I just looked at a stat before this match today between Iga and Carolina as well, that was like 86% win likelihood for Iga. And I guess that would be pretty similar for tomorrow regarding Novak. But if we see an amazing final, if we see anything close to today's women's final, that would just be amazing. Listen, Vanch and Nick, of course, Nick has been with us throughout this women's final and also for the debrief afterwards, but also Vanch for your little cameo at the end. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, John, for having me. It's always fun to recap these matches after,
Great,
especially the big stakes.
And Nick as well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me on. I hope I did it justice.
You sure did. And of course, we'll be seeing Nick again on Monday for the WTA Weekly show, which will be returning. We'll also have the ATP Weekly back on Monday as well, which will continue throughout the grass court season. And to the rest of you, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe. You're going to get a reminder to do that as well in a second. And thank you, Talking Tennis World, for stopping by. I couldn't deliver that closure anywhere near as well as what Nick always does it. I sort of fumbled over my words, so I'm just going to stop talking.
Of the match.
Talk us through it, Nick.
You can cut the tension with a butter knife.
Very specific on the type of knife.
I'm just saying it's that vulnerable.
A steak knife won't do.
No, steak knife would be too much. Muchova long, first serve. We let the tension settle. It's second serve. Muchova's bouncing the ball. Lifts it up. And she puts it in the net, and it's Iga Swiatek with her hands on her face. She's kneeling down as all the relief pours out of her. She's almost sobbing as she's on her knees on the Roland Garros clay. Well, not quite. She's on her haunches. And she's still crying. All of it's coming out. Iga Swiatek is a 3-time Roland Garros champion. She remains unbeaten in Grand Slam finals. What an effort from Karolina Muchova as they embrace. She comes to shake the umpire's hand. She's still crying. What a moment for this 22-year-old who is the best player in the world right now and thoroughly deserves it. And she's still on her haunches crying. And I can breathe.
I think that must mean a 26-2 record now in Paris. Am I right there, Nick?
In terms of, career, yes.
26-2. A lot of emotion there from Iga. And James, welcome aboard. I'll get your thoughts in a second. But a lot of emotion there from Iga at the conclusion. I don't know whether there's an added meaning, something else that's going on. But perhaps also, for me, my gut reaction was just that she was so close to losing it. Of course, with Karolina Muchova twice up a break in that that third set, including 4-3. And I'm just trying to remember how that 4-3 game went. I know the conclusion was very much that drop shot that didn't work out, but it went to at least deuce. So she was very close to holding serve, but was unable to do so. Jikra as well in the chat saying, congrats to Iga. Nice try, Muchova. That's nice from him. I don't know if he's Polish or not, but perhaps from that name he is. But for those of you just tuning in, we're going to now dissect that final. James, give us your immediate thoughts.
Well, I have to start by taking my hat off to Iga on that one there.
You prepared for that, didn't you?
Well, he wasn't wearing the hat throughout, and then he put it on at the last minute. And I thought, shall I bring him in with the hat on? Is that the idea, or do I need to wait him? Am I going to bring him in? He goes, oh, I didn't want to be with a hat on. But anyway, I guess that was all nicely set up. James, so tell us what you think.
That was probably one of the best wins Iga's had in terms of the 4 Grand Slams she now has picked up. That match had suspense, it had drama, but it also had doubt, which I think was the key, key point of that match, was that this wasn't just going to be a coronation. The last 2 finals, the one last year in the Roland Garros and the US Open last year, in a way felt slightly like a coronation. The people she was playing, the way, the form that was coming into it. This time around, with all the trials and tribulations, the issues in Rome, certainly the build up around about the hardcourt swing, which wasn't like it was last year. There was doubt in this match. There was doubt in this tournament. It was no longer Iga versus the field. It was key members of that field versus Iga. And she's come out on top. She's shown her class. She's shown that competitive edge. And she's got the reward. And she is now a 3-time Roland Garros champion, 4-time Grand Slam champion. And all I can say is she absolutely 100% fully deserves it. And it's deeply upsetting, or you could certainly say, you feel very disappointed, or you can feel for Muchova in this one, certainly being 4-3 up, pretty much serving to make it 5-3. And to be honest, she probably would have broken Iga in that next service game if she was 5-3 up to actually take the title there. To be so close for Muchova, especially given how well she's played as well in this match and providing that doubt in this match, I have nothing but sympathy for Muchova, and she's going to take her a while to recover from this. But she's starting to. But Muchova is showing. As a general point and looking at a more holistic approach, she's starting to show the form, the talent, the desire to be able to do it, to be able to be at the absolute top of the game and to start winning at the top of the game. And all I can hope is that her body holds up for her now, going into further competitions.
I think as well, James, in terms of the doubt that she had, I think that's probably where that big emotional response came from, in that, of course, she was also up, a set and 3 love. So, you've got an upper set and 3 love. That lead slips, but actually that wasn't the end of that second set, because there were sort of swings, lots of swings in the second set. There were plenty of swings and perhaps even roundabouts, if there is such a term that you can use in tennis, in the third set. So perhaps all of that sort of tension as well came out in the emotion. She keeps her hat on as again, Nick, for this change of outfit. The hat perhaps is a permanent feature on her head. Anyway, permanent features on the face of Muchova right now is one of possibly anguish, possibly regret, possibly thoughts. She might be thinking about that drop shot.
She was 2 games away from it.
It's almost the worst type of loss, being so close and yet not making it. I feel this, like we've watched Grand Slam finals where, especially Iga has basically demolished her opponent, and at that point, your opponent can only go, well, I was clearly the second best player on the court, but there was a genuine chance for Muchova in this match to win this tournament, and she'll know that, and that will make it hurt more.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Iga, says the Hedgehog. I've never seen the Hedgehog in before, but great to have you on board. And if you are new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. You know what? In just under a year of talking tennis, we've had about 500,000 views. If we had just just 1% of those people subscribing. I think if I've done my maths right, we'd have 5,000 subscribers right now. So there's lots of people watching that have not subscribed to the channel. So please hit that subscribe button. Nick, I don't know if you've got anything to add to what James was saying.
I completely agree with everything James said. I will say it would have been a bad loss for both of them, whatever the outcome of this match, because Iga would have been a set and a breakup and in control. And if she'd lost, then that was a bad loss. Muchova being a breakup twice in the deciding set that's a tough loss. I'm looking at her now, and she played our heart out today. She played so well. She countered everything Swiatek threw at her, and then in the last, she was the one who was the more vulnerable at the most critical point of the match, which is the end. I really hope that we see Muchova consistently in this position. It would be such a shame if this was her only shot at a major. We can't really. I don't want to do the thing of we'll see her here again. We cannot say that for sure.
You never know.
I want to see a big result for Karolina Muchova. If it has to come against Iga, I'll live with that. Today, Iga needs to make a point because she hadn't won a big title yet this year, and I think there would have been a lot of questions if she'd lost around her status as the world number one. She'd be a lot more vulnerable. But I think today she confirmed herself as the new queen of Paris in the shoes of Chris Evert, Steffi Graf, Justine Henin. And I think it's going to take a lot to bring her down from this position in future years. And I'm very excited to see what happens.
Let's not forget, we've got Vanch as well joining us now. It's becoming a huge party here, although I think his camera's off right now. Oh, there we go, the camera's on. But listen, let's not forget, Vanch, that there's been quite a few. I'm glad that Nick mentioned as well some of the questions regarding Iga, because this year has been very different to last, in that from about February until June last year, it was just win after win after win for Iga. This year's been very different. We saw her being very emotional in a loss to Jessica Pegula in Australia before going into the Australian Open. She then has a pretty comprehensive defeat to Rybakina, I think it was, in Australia. Am I right with that one, Vanch? And then we've seen other defeats this year, including another one to Rybakina, I think, in Indian Wells. And then most recently, of course, we've had one or two injury issues as well. So it wasn't a serene process up until the French Open, and maybe that's also one of the reasons why this will be a bit sweeter when we saw that emotion. Vanch, tell me either some of your reactions to what I've just said, or the match that we've just seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of why she got so emotional at the end, because it just means so much. I mean, this was her first really big title since winning the US Open. So Nick is kind of right in that, she kind of needed this in order to make a point and just kind of prove to herself that, I'm still the best in the world. This is now my 63rd week consecutively as the world number one, and I've had to fend off many other rivals, including Sabalenka, Rybakina, Krejcikova a couple of times. You mentioned those couple of other losses as well, and she has struggled with that rib injury, for example, for a month. I mean, after Indian Wells, she didn't play in Miami, and then she also had the bit of injury concerns in Rome when she had to retire against Rybakina. So to come here, there were some question marks, and she still didn't drop a set, getting to the final. But the last two matches, she really had to fight tooth and nail for them, because stylistically, it's a pretty tough opponent, Muchova. Kind of like Barty, she really capitalized, I think, on an area of Iga's game that probably needs to become a little bit more secure if she wants to continue her dominance. And that's, I guess, just finishing points at the net and just being able to put away those volleys, like with not necessarily the swing volleys, but just the ones that are a bit lower, a bit trickier, that only players like Muchova, in fairness, can really do to her with the kind of all-court style that they possess. So I think it's a good lesson for her as well, because she had to come back from a break twice in that third set, and she did a really good job of staying composed when it was really getting away from her. She was up 3-love in that second set, and all of a sudden Muchova's forehand became super aggressive, and she started reining in the margins quite a bit more and feeling like, okay, I've got the upper hand. And so it was up to Iga to make that adjustment, and I think she can be really proud of herself for that. And yeah, this is her third French Open in the last 4 that she's played, so it's pretty remarkable, only 22 years old.
The kids are just bringing the trophies onto the court. We've got the main trophy, of course, for the winner. They're all looking at, well, two of the three kids are looking a little anxious and they're walking on, but also gleefully as well as they bring on the trophies for both the winner and the runner-up. There's a kid also holding the trophy or the plate, I should say, for the umpire. He doesn't look quite so interested. I think there were 3 plates to bring on, and he drew the short straw, let's say that, and he's got the one for the umpire. He looks like he'd rather be somewhere else, or he certainly did anyway. But anyway, jokes aside, James, give us a word on Muchova either today or her tournament.
I would say Muchova can certainly look back on this tournament with an immense amount of pride. I know at the moment she won't be feeling that, and she'll be feeling a lot of pain at the moment. But give it, a few weeks, she can look back and go, "Oh, hang on a minute! I went from a situation where my body wasn't holding up to going 7 matches at a Grand Slam and seeing it all the way through to the end, and showing unbelievable levels of tennis. The people she's beaten: Sabalenka, Sakkari." I think there was another one. Some really strong opponents she's seen off on this surface, and there are certainly opportunities now looking ahead for Muchova in terms of tournaments where she could do very well at. I know that she's very good. She's very strong on hard courts, and that very much after the next month of the grass court, she can very much get her teeth into those tournaments and really start to sort of push herself back up the rankings. You see Chrissy Evert heading onto the stage at the moment. She can certainly sort of see herself pushing herself up on the rankings, and maybe even certainly based off this performance, we've got to put her down as a contender for the US Open as well, and as somebody who could do bits there, because I think the key thing that popped along here was an equal in a match. This wasn't a situation where there was clearly a favourite, a big favourite, and somebody who was there who felt a bit more like a plucky person that was trying to upset the what was meant to be the written order. Muchova very much showed that she was an equal in that match. It wasn't one dominant side over another, and that's the key thing she can take away. That on another day, on another surface, she could very much convert those those break point up chances and get consolidate the breaks, and then start to win those titles and really be a thorn in either side.
Evert there is going to be presenting the trophy. Of course, she's very much a legend of this sport. I'm just about to have a quick look to see how many Grand Slams Chrissy Evert win. Did she get into double figures?
She won 18.
Oh, wow. Beyond double figures. My goodness me, I'm way off.
7 of them French Opens.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, French Open, 74, 75, 79, 80, 83, 85, and 86. Those are years, by the way. Those are years, not the age that she was when she won them. That would be even more remarkable. But yes, 18 Grand Slams, including 7 French Opens, but a good spread as well, where she won 2 at least at each of the 4 slams. So she's going to be presenting the women's. I did see who was going to be presenting the men's tomorrow, but now that name escapes me. I forget who's going to be presenting the men's title tomorrow, but we'll soon find out. But that's for tomorrow. Vanch, though, I mean, Muchova, she'll have some regrets now. And there was a drop shot that I certainly spoke about for a few minutes on the live stream, because she went for the drop shot when she was facing breakpoint on her serve at 4-3. I said that the winner of this point will probably go on to win the match, as in, like, if Iga gets back on serve, then suddenly, the amount of chances that you can't give Iga too many chances to get back into the match, if you like that. I just felt that a second time that Muchova would have relinquished the break advantage may well be too much. And I said, whoever wins this point will go on to win the match. And sadly for Muchova, there was a pretty horrible drop shot that I'm sure she will be thinking about again for a while to come, Vanch.
Yeah, she had a few points like that in the last 2 or 3 games where I felt like her shot selection was a bit more impatient and she was trying to finish points a bit too soon. That could be fatigue.
Maybe she was feeling it a bit. I don't know, from the other day as well.
Yeah. I think physically it had to have been a tough order. Like, she had to have been feeling it in the legs, because that semifinal with Sabalenka was extremely physical and one of the longest matches of the year. So it's not too much of a surprise if you look at it like that. And I think she felt like the longer the rallies went, Iga was actually able to outlast her in those areas, and she wanted those rallies to be extended, whereas Muchova was trying to come up with some magic or finish off those points with a bit too much flair and stuff, and she was able to do that kind of early on, but I just think the weight of the moment kind of got to her in that situation. But understandable, really. But I think it was overall a super positive week. Like, she was ranked 43, I think, before when this tournament started. Now she's up to 16, and she's inside the top 5 of the race. So if she can stay healthy, I mean, we could be looking at a really, really good year.
Tears rolling down her cheeks now. She'd kept it together while she sat down and saw things going on before her, but tears rolling down her cheeks now. She said, "It's been incredible. It's been an incredible couple of weeks." Congratulations.
It's always the moments that when you have to, when you feel you have to speak, that at the moment when she's able to sit down, she could go into her own little shell there for a moment and be able to keep it composed. But there's moments when everyone's got their center of attention on you and you have to speak are the worst when it comes to trying to hold in emotions. And
I think both Chrissy Evert and I'm not sure who the official is to Chrissy's right. Does anyone know who that is? But he looks pretty emotional as well. I think we're all feeling a bit emotional just watching. Yeah. More thanks as well. Even Iga, of course, showing a lot of compassion here, and I think everybody's feeling it a bit. I certainly am. Just because, I mean, it was so close. It was there, and that's the pity of it, if you like.
I think the critical points in the match that probably lost it, because looking at the stats, they were really close. They were so closely matched throughout that entire thing in terms of errors, in terms of positive points where they took control. What cost Muchova was the slow start and the tight end, and that's where it counted. Slow start, went down a set very quickly to Iga.
Yeah,
so not very quickly, but was.
I know what you mean. In terms of game,
from the start, and then the end, where at the end it ended up being Świątek who was the better in the match closing moments and finishing the job. And I think it's a fine margin that made the difference today. And whilst we may not be comparing it in terms of like quality, in terms of like all out battle that other 3 matches have come up during the stream, like the Australian Open final, the Madrid final, the Muchova-Sabalenka semi-final, this is going to end up being in the top 10 matches of the year still.
Yeah. I mean, listen, last year, my end of year show regarding matches of the year was dominated really by men's matches. There were so many memorable men's matches in 2022 for me. This year's been the opposite. It's been just full of classics on the women's side. As you said, I mean, this will be it'll be up there. If this is not in my end of year show, then that means there's been an incredible year, which has already been incredible, but even going beyond that. And long may it continue. We've seen so many closely contested finals, so many dramatic moments, and so many moments of quality. Anyway, she's finally gathered it together. And listen, with these moments and these players, as Nick touched upon, and I think Vanch and James too, you hope that they'll be back. With some players, such as, say, Andy Murray, there was probably a bit more conviction that he would return and would eventually win a Grand Slam, but with everyone that he didn't get over the line with. With other players, I mean, I was there during the Jana Novotná story, if you like, of her getting to the 3 Wimbledon finals, and you just didn't know, and I'm really pleased that she did get over the line. Muchova, don't know. She's now going to be up there. Oh, Ons has just dropped the lid to the trophy. She should be pretty familiar with the makeup of that trophy. So I'm surprised that she forgot it had a lid, bearing in mind it's been on her mantelpiece for the best part of the last 3 years.
Just take it off. Just take it off, Iga. Take it off.
Yeah,
I mean, that's an emphatic trophy celebration right there.
Indeed.
It wouldn't be an Iga trophy celebration without a little bit of jeopardy.
Yeah,
she's so delightfully awkward
and clumsy, and yet for a tennis player, you'd think awkwardness and clumsiness is probably not characteristics you really want to be taking onto a tennis court. Well, she breaks off the shackles when she's playing, but they soon return amongst lifting up trophies. Vanch, do you have any conviction that Muchova will be back and lifting one of these big trophies one day?
I think it's just about staying healthy, to be honest. Because
true.
I think that would be my main caveat, because if she can stay healthy, I mean, there's no reason why she can't do really well at Wimbledon. She's made the quarterfinals there twice, and she has exactly the kind of game on grass that I think could take her to a title. So, and then now she's done pretty well in all the slams, really. So, and I think of her as a big match player in general, with all the big wins that she had. She's like now 5-1 against top 3 players, which is really, really good for someone who's not ranked in that category because of injuries. So I do feel, and she's in the prime of her career. She's only 26, so she has a good, another 3 to 5 year spell if she can stay healthy. So I would say why not? Because there are going to be opportunities, but you just never know. Like with the landscape, the WTA could just kind of shift. But yeah, it's all about health, really.
Yeah, it's actually a point I'd forgotten about in the aftermath of this as I watch Iga giving her speech. She's talking basically directly to Muchova, albeit holding a microphone at the same time. Various platitudes going in the way of the Czech, and obviously deservedly so. Amelie Mauresmo there applauding too. She looked quite emotional at the end as well. I know just how important Teams are, she says, and I assume she means tennis coaching staff, not Microsoft Teams. So, yeah, anyway, her team give a good wave to the camera there, and they understandably look very, very happy. First win for her, of course, under her new sponsorship too. So I'll be pleased that she's justifying that.
Can I count this as a win for Federer? James, your expression, I'm being ridiculous. I'm being ridiculous. And I know I'm being ridiculous. I'm not.
I was only going to ask, Nick, are you wearing a fleece into this weather?
Yes, because I've got a draft right next to me.
Oh,
Okay.
So it's boiling at the moment.
It's pretty hot, yeah, in most places around Europe right now.
Sorry, I know it was a side note. I do apologize.
No, James, we love side notes. We've been living off side notes for 9 months. Most of our audience are here for the side notes. When we start talking about tennis, they switch off.
Most of the audience seem to be here hoping I'm going to sing.
Talking side notes. Vanch, give us a word on Iga's tournament and her performance in the final.
So yeah, I mean, her tournament overall, it was tough to really judge based on the first 3 or 4 rounds, I would say, just because it was plain sailing really and then she had her retirement against Sorenko in the 4th round. But really after that, the last 3 matches that she played, we can take quite a bit against Goff, who actually put up a pretty good fight in relative to the other 6 matches that they played, and the overcoming the adversity in the second set against Beatrice Haddad-Maia. So I think that was a big confidence boost. And then she started this final off really well, like you would expect. Muchova was the one with the nerves and the early tension, and she sort of capitalized on that and went up 6-2, 3-love. But then we saw her really kind of have to contend with an all-court aggressive opponent who had found her mojo back. So I think it was impressive to see her kind of weather the storm in the 3rd set when she was 2 breaks down. And Muchova, like you said, would certainly missed a few chances there to stretch her lead, particularly if she went up 5-3 instead of 4-all. That was a very, very key game. But the fact that Iga still managed to come through when in the past, she might have really, she's not used to sometimes dealing with this kind of adversity, and it not being that straightforward this time around makes this a lot sweeter, I think, for her, just knowing that she can win matches like this again, because she did start to turn that around a bit last year. But this year, when a few occasions haven't gone her way, she hasn't found herself back in a winning position so comfortably right away. So I think this in a way is probably the most fulfilling major that she's won, just because of that adversity.
That point, by the way, that became a narrative that sort of gathered pace this year regarding Iga either winning or winning comfortably or losing badly, as we looked at the sort of 4, 5, 6 defeats that she incurred in the early part of the year. That did annoy Iga, by the way. I was in a press conference in Madrid when she got asked about that. And you could see that she was very annoyed about the question. She said something along the lines, that's what you guys are talking about. It's not what, interests me or whatever. So she certainly changed that narrative today by winning. But not just today, she's actually won 2 or 3 really tight matches in the last few weeks. Because I remember at least another match where it was really close. Well, of course, she was really close with Sabalenka in the final, but that was at least the narrative was that she either wins easily or loses easily. It wasn't that she wasn't getting involved in super tight matches. Well, that Madrid final and the final today, and even to some extent the match with Rybakina in Rome, so shows that she's up for the fight, and she certainly was today, wasn't she, Nick?
Yeah. I would say so. Yeah, she's flipped the narrative on its head. She can win it out tough, and she's a fighter, far more of a fighter than we gave credit for. That's why I wrote the piece on Popcorn about her, just to say, hey, she doesn't lose easily, really, and if she goes down a set, she'll fight back. If she drops a set, she'll fight back, and that's what happened today. Because at the crunch point, she upped the aggression. She went to break down to Muchova. She struck back. She went down again. She struck back, and then she took over. That's what champions do. It's a great moment.
Just trying to relate to the football acronym. This is almost like the, can you do it on a cold, rainy night in Stoke on a Tuesday? So you can do it in the flashiest matches on the earth, but can you do it when it's a real grit, determination, and you're coming up against somebody who is not giving anything back?
For sure. Yes, exactly. And there are many cold, rainy nights in Stoke on a Tuesday night. I can confirm.
I've got to shoot off now, but it's been lovely to join you for
James. Thank you.
No worries.
Thanks for joining us. Yeah.
Everyone enjoy the final tomorrow, and I'm not just talking about Andy Murray in the Surbiton final.
Indeed.
This is the biggest moment of the match.
Talk us through it, Nick.
You can cut the tension with a butter knife.
Very specific on the type of knife.
I'm just saying it's that vulnerable.
A steak knife won't do.
No, steak knife would be too much. Muchova, long, first serve. We let the tension settle. It's second serve. Muchova's bouncing the ball. Lifts it up. And she puts it in the net, and it's Iga Świątek with her hands on her face. She's kneeling down as all the relief pours out of her. She's almost sobbing as she's on her knees on the Roland Garros clay. Well, not quite. She's on her haunches. And she's still crying. All of it's coming out. Iga Świątek is a 3-time Roland Garros champion. She remains unbeaten in Grand Slam finals. What an effort from Karolina Muchova as they embrace. She comes to shake the umpire's hand. She's still crying. What a moment for this 22-year-old who is the best player in the world right now and thoroughly deserves it. And she's still on her haunches crying. And I can breathe.
I think that must mean a 26-2 record now in Paris. Am I right there, Nick?
In terms of, career, yes.
26-2. A lot of emotion there from Iga. And James, welcome aboard. I'll get your thoughts in a second. But a lot of emotion there from Iga at the conclusion. I don't know whether there's an added meaning, something else that's going on. But perhaps also, for me, my gut reaction was just that she was so close to losing it. Of course, with Karolina Muchova twice up a break in that that third set, including 4-3. And I'm just trying to remember how that 4-3 game went. I know the conclusion was very much that drop shot that didn't work out, but it went to at least deuce. So she was very close to holding serve, but was unable to do so. Jikra as well in the chat saying, congrats to Iga. Nice try, Muchova. That's nice from him. I don't know if he's Polish or not, but perhaps from that name he is. But for those of you just tuning in, we're going to now dissect that final. James, give us your immediate thoughts.
Well, I have to start by taking my hat off to Iga on that one there.
You prepared for that, didn't you?
Well, he wasn't wearing the hat throughout, and then he put it on at the last minute. And I thought, shall I bring him in with the hat on? Is that the idea? Or do I need to wait him? Am I going to bring him in? He goes, I didn't want to be with the hat on. But anyway, I guess that was all nicely set up. James, so tell us what you think.
That was probably one of the best wins Iga's had in terms of the 4 Grand Slams she now has picked up. That match had suspense, it had drama, but it also had doubt, which I think was the key, key point of that match, was that this wasn't just going to be a coronation. The last 2 finals, the one last year in the Roland Garros and the US Open last year, in a way felt slightly like a coronation. The people she was playing, the way, the form that was coming into it. This time around, with all the trials and tribulations, the issues in Rome, certainly the build up around about the hardcourt swing, which wasn't like it was last year. There was doubt in this match. There was doubt in this tournament. It was no longer Iga versus the field. It was key members of that field versus Iga. And she's come out on top. She's shown her class. She's shown that competitive edge. And she's got the reward. And she is now a 3-time Roland Garros champion, 4-time Grand Slam champion. And all I can say is she absolutely 100% fully deserves it. And yeah, it's deeply upsetting, or you could certainly say, you feel very disappointed, or you can feel for Muchova in this one, certainly being 4-3 up, pretty much serving to make it 5-3. And to be honest, she probably would have broken Iga in that next service game if she was 5-3 up to actually take the title there. To be so close for Muchova, especially given how well she's played as well in this match and providing that doubt in this match, I have nothing but sympathy for Muchova, and she's going to take her a while to recover from this. But she's starting to. But Muchova is showing. As a general point, and looking at a more holistic approach, she's starting to show the form, the talent, the desire to be able to do it, to be able to be at the absolute top of the game and to start winning at the top of the game. And all I can hope is that her body holds up for her now, going into further competitions.
I think as well, James, in terms of the doubt that she had, I think that's probably where that big emotional response came from, in that, of course, she was also up, a set and 3 love. So, you've got an upper set and 3 love. That lead slips, but actually that wasn't the end of that second set, because there were sort of swings, lots of swings in the second set. There were plenty of swings and perhaps even roundabouts, if there is such a term that you can use in tennis, in the third set. So perhaps all of that sort of tension as well came out in the emotion. She keeps her hat on as again, Nick, for this change of outfit. The hat perhaps is a permanent feature on her head. Anyway, permanent features on the face of Muchova right now is one of possibly anguish, possibly regret, possibly thoughts. She might be thinking about that drop shot.
She was 2 games away from it.
It's almost the worst type of loss, being so close and yet not making it. I feel this, like we've watched Grand Slam finals where especially Iga has basically demolished her opponent, and at that point, your opponent can only go, well, I was clearly the second best player on the court, but there was a genuine chance for Muchova in this match to win this tournament, and she'll know that, and that will make it hurt more.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Iga, says the Hedgehog. I've never seen the Hedgehog in before, but great to have you on board. And if you are new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. You know what? In just under a year of talking tennis, we've had about 500,000 views. If we had just 1% of those people subscribing, I think if I've done my maths right, we'd have 5,000 subscribers right now. So there's lots of people watching that have not subscribed to the channel. So please hit that subscribe button. Nick, I don't know if you've got anything to add to what James was saying.
I completely agree with everything James said. I will say it would have been a bad loss for both of them, whatever the outcome of this match, because Iga would have been a set and a break up and in control. And if she'd lost, then that was a bad loss. Muchova being a break-up twice in the deciding set, that's a tough loss. I'm looking at her now, and she played our heart out today. She played so well. She countered everything Swiatek threw at her, and then in the last, she was the one who was the more vulnerable at the most critical point of the match, which is the end. I really hope that we see Muchova consistently in this position. It would be such a shame if this was her only shot at a major. we can't really.
Yeah.
I don't want to do the thing of we'll see her here again. We cannot say that for sure.
Never know. You never know.
I want to see a big result for Karolina Muchova. If it has to come against Iga, I'll live with that. Today, Iga needs to make a point because she hadn't won a big title yet this year. And I think there would have been a lot of questions if she'd lost around her status as the world number one. She'd be a lot more vulnerable. But I think today she confirmed herself as the new queen of Paris in the shoes of Chris Evert, Steffi Graf, Justine Henin. And I think it's going to take a lot to bring her down from this position in future years. And I'm very excited to see what happens.
Let's not forget, we've got Vanch as well joining us now. It's becoming a huge party here, although I think his camera's off right now. Oh, there we go, the camera's on. But listen, let's not forget, Vanch, that there's been quite a few. I'm glad that Nick mentioned as well some of the questions regarding Iga, because this year has been very different to last, in that from about February until June last year, it was just win after win after win for Iga. This year's been very different. We saw her being very emotional in a loss to Jessica Pegula in Australia before going into the Australian Open. She then has a pretty comprehensive defeat to Rybakina, I think it was, in Australia. Am I right with that one, Vanch? And then we've seen other defeats this year, including another one to Rybakina, I think, in Indian Wells. And then most recently, of course, we've had one or two injury issues as well. So it wasn't a serene process up until the French Open. And maybe that's also one of the reasons why this will be a bit sweeter when we saw that emotion. Vanch, tell me either some of your reactions to what I've just said, or the match that we've just seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of why she got so emotional at the end, because it just means so much. I mean, this was her first really big title since winning the US Open. So Nick is kind of right in that, you know, she kind of needed this in order to make a point and just kind of prove to herself that, yeah, you know, I'm still the best in the world. You know, this is now my 63rd week consecutively as the world number one. And I've had to fend off many other rivals, including Sabalenka, Rybakina, Krejcikova a couple of times. You mentioned those couple of other losses as well. And she has struggled with that rib injury, for example, for a month. I mean, after Indian Wells, she didn't play in Miami. And then she also had the bit of injury concerns in Rome when she had to retire against Rybakina. So to come here, there were some question marks. And she still didn't drop a set, you know, getting to the final. But the last two matches, you know, she really had to fight tooth and nail for them, because stylistically, it's a pretty tough opponent, Muchova. I mean, kind of like Barty, you know, she really capitalized, I think, on an area of Iga's game that probably needs to become a little bit more secure if she wants to continue her dominance. And that's, you know, I guess just finishing points at the net and just being able to put away those volleys, like with not necessarily the swing volleys, but just the ones that are a bit lower, a bit trickier, that only players like Muchova, in fairness, can really do to her with the kind of all-court style that they possess. So I think it's a good lesson for her as well, because she had to come back from a break twice in that third set, and she did a really good job of staying composed when, you know, it was really getting away from her. She was up 3-love in that second set, and, you know, all of a sudden Muchova's forehand became super aggressive, and she started reining in the margins quite a bit more and feeling like, okay, I've got the upper hand. And so it was up to Iga to make that adjustment, and I think she can be really proud of herself for that. And yeah, this is her third French Open in the last 4 that she's played, so it's pretty remarkable. Only 22 years old.
The kids are just bringing the trophies onto the court. We've got the main trophy, of course, for the winner. They're all looking at, well, 2 of the 3 kids are looking a little anxious, and they're walking on, but also gleefully as well, as they bring on the trophies for both the winner and the runner-up. There's a kid also holding the trophy or the plate, I should say, for the umpire. He doesn't look quite so interested. I think there were 3 plates to bring on, and he drew the short straw, let's say that, and he's got the one for the umpire. He looks like he'd rather be somewhere else, so he certainly did anyway. But anyway, jokes aside, James, give us a word on Muchova, either today or her tournament.
I would say Muchova can certainly look back on this tournament with an immense amount of pride. I know at the moment she won't be feeling that, and she'll be feeling a lot of pain at the moment. But give it, a few weeks, she can look back and go, "Oh, hang on a minute! I went from a situation where my body wasn't holding up to going 7 matches at a Grand Slam and seeing it all the way through to the end, and showing unbelievable levels of tennis. The people she's beaten, Sabalenka, Sakkari, I think so there was another one. Some really strong opponents she's seen off on this surface, and there are certainly opportunities now looking ahead for Muchova in terms of tournaments where she could do very well at. I know that she's very good. She's very strong on hard courts, and that very much after the next month of the grass court, she can very much get her teeth into those tournaments and really start to sort of push herself back up the rankings. This is Chrissy Evert heading onto the stage at the moment. She can certainly sort of see herself pushing herself up on the rankings, and maybe even certainly based off this performance, we've got to put her down as a contender for the US Open as well, and as somebody who could do bits there, because I think the key thing that popped along here was an equal in a match. This wasn't a situation where there was clearly a favourite, a big favourite, and somebody who was there who felt a bit more like a plucky person that was trying to upset the what was meant to be the written order. Muchova very much showed that she was an equal in that match. It wasn't one dominant side over another, and that's the key thing she can take away. That on another day, on another surface, she could very much convert those those break point up chances and get consolidate the breaks, and then start to win those titles and really be a thorn in Iga's side.
Evert there is going to be presenting the trophy. Of course, she's very much a legend of this sport. I'm just about to have a quick look to see how many Grand Slams Chrissy Evert win. Did she get into double figures?
She won 18.
Oh, wow. Beyond double figures. My goodness me, I'm way off.
7 of them French Opens.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, French Open, 74, 75, 79, 80, 83, 85, and 86. Those are years, by the way. Those are years, not the age that she was when she won them. That would be even more remarkable. But yes, 18 Grand Slams, including 7 French Opens, but a good spread as well, where she won 2 at least at each of the 4 slams. So she's going to be presenting the women's. I did see who was going to be presenting the men's tomorrow, but now that name escapes me. I forget who's going to be presenting the men's title tomorrow, but we'll soon find out. But that's for tomorrow. Vanch, though, Muchova, she'll have some regrets now. And there was a drop shot that I certainly spoke about for a few minutes on the live stream, because she went for the drop shot when she was facing breakpoint on her serve at 4-3. I said that the winner of this point will probably go on to win the match, as in, like, if Iga gets back on serve, then suddenly, the amount of chances that you can't give Iga too many chances to get back into the match, if you like that. I just felt that a second time that Muchova would have relinquished the break advantage may well be too much. And I said, whoever wins this point will go on to win the match. And sadly for Muchova, there was a pretty horrible drop shot that I'm sure she will be thinking about again for a while to come, Vanch.
Yeah, she had a few points like that in the last 2 or 3 games where I felt like her shot selection was a bit more impatient and she was trying to finish points a bit too soon. That could be fatigue.
Maybe she was feeling it a bit. I don't know, from the other day as well.
Yeah. I think physically it had to have been a tough order. Like, she had to have been feeling it in the legs, because that semifinal with Sabalenka was extremely physical and one of the longest matches of the year. So it's not too much of a surprise if you look at it like that. And I think she felt like the longer the rallies went, Iga was actually able to outlast her in those areas, and she wanted those rallies to be extended, whereas Muchova was trying to come up with some magic or finish off those points with a bit too much flair and stuff, and she was able to do that kind of early on. But I just think the weight of the moment kind of got to her in that situation. But understandable, really. But I think it was overall a super positive week. Like, she was ranked 43, I think, before when this tournament started. Now she's up to 16, and she's inside the top 5 of the race. So if she can stay healthy, we could be looking at a really, really good year.
Tears rolling down her cheeks now. She'd kept it together while she sat down and saw things going on before her, but tears rolling down her cheeks now. She said, it's been incredible. It's been an incredible couple of weeks. Congratulations.
It's always the moments that when you feel you have to speak, that, at the moment when she's able to sit down, she could go into her own little shell there for a moment and be able to keep it composed. But there's moments when you're everyone's got their center of attention on you, and you have to speak are the worst when it comes to trying to hold in emotions.
And I think both Chrissy Evert and I'm not sure who the official is to Chrissy's right. Does anyone know who that is? But he looks pretty emotional as well. I think we're all feeling a bit emotional just watching. Yeah, more thanks as well. Even Iga, of course, showing a lot of compassion here, and I think everybody's feeling it a bit. I certainly am. Just because it was so close, it was there, and that's the pity of it, if you like.
I think the critical points in the match that probably lost it, because looking at the stats, they were really close. They were so closely matched throughout that entire thing in terms of errors, in terms of positive points where they took control. What cost Muchova was the slow start and the tight end, and that's where it counted. Slow start, went down a set very quickly to Iga.
Yeah,
so she got, not very quickly, but was
I know what you mean. In terms of game,
from the start, and then the end, where at the end it ended up being Swiatek who was the better in the match closing moments and finishing the job. And I think it's a fine margin that made the difference today. And whilst we may not be comparing it in terms of like quality, in terms of like all out battle, that other three matches have come up during the stream, like the Australian Open final, the Madrid final, the Muchova Sabalenka semi-final, this is going to end up being in the top 10 matches of the year still.
Yeah. Listen, last year, my end of year show regarding matches of the year was dominated really by men's matches. There were so many memorable men's matches in 2022 for me. This year's been the opposite. It's been just full of classics on the women's side. As you said, this will be it'll be up there. If this is not in my end of year show, then that means there's been an incredible year, which has already been incredible, but even going beyond that. And long may it continue. We've seen so many closely contested finals, so many dramatic moments, and so many moments of quality. Anyway, she's finally gathered it together. And listen, with these moments and these players, as Nick touched upon, and I think Vance and James too, you hope that they'll be back. With some players, such as, say, Andy Murray, there was probably a bit more conviction that he would return and would eventually win a Grand Slam, but with everyone that he didn't get over the line with. With other players, I was there during the Jana Novotná story, if you like, of her getting to the 3 Wimbledon finals, and you just didn't know, and I'm really pleased that she did get over the line. Muchova, don't know. She's now going to be up there. Oh, Ons has just dropped the lid to the trophy. She should be pretty familiar with the makeup of that trophy. So I'm surprised that she forgot it had a lid, bearing in mind it's been on her mantelpiece for the best part of the last 3 years.
Just take it off. Just take it off, Iga. Take it off.
Yeah.
That's an emphatic trophy celebration right there.
Indeed.
It wouldn't be an Iga trophy celebration without a little bit of jeopardy.
She's so delightfully awkward.
And clumsy, and yet for a tennis player, you'd think awkwardness and clumsiness is probably not characteristics you really want to be taking onto a tennis court. Well, she breaks off the shackles when she's playing, but they soon return amongst lifting up trophies. Vance, do you have any conviction that Muchova will be back and lifting one of these big trophies one day?
I think it's just about staying healthy, to be honest, because
true.
I think that would be my main caveat, because if she can stay healthy, there's no reason why she can't do really well at Wimbledon. She's made the quarterfinals there twice, and she has exactly the kind of game on grass that I think could take her to a title. So, and then now she's done pretty well in all the slams, really. So, and I think of her as a big match player in general. With all the big wins that she had, she's now 5-1 against top 3 players, which is really, really good for someone who's not ranked in that category because of injuries. So I do feel, and she's in the prime of her career. She's only 26, so she has a good, another 3 to 5 year spell if she can stay healthy. So I would say why not? Because
good afternoon, good evening, good morning. I can see Craig in the background. I'm going to bring him in right now. I guess you're sort of heading towards the stadium. Are you, Craig?
Yeah, exactly. I'm battling traffic. Well, human traffic. There's a lot of A lot of people trying to get into the stadium. It's going to start shortly. It's pretty rammed here. Roland Garros is a small site anyway, so you get this many people trying to get in. And the ladies' doubles went long. So it's a big traffic jam here.
Yeah, I think it might be delayed, Craig, which is probably useful for everybody because I know
good.
it was due to kick. Yeah, I think so, but don't hold me to that, Craig. But so I would still proceed, but I think it might be delayed. But just Craig, quickly, you've been with Novak in these moments, just an hour before sort of the final gets underway, or even less. What's he like in these sort of last sort of 45 minutes or so?
Yeah, very cool, calm, and collected. You know, what you want to do in this last hour is make sure that the game plan is crystal clear. What you're always trying to do is distill the information. You know, you have serving, returning, rallying, approaching, getting 2 or 3 very specific things very clear in your mind, understanding the opponent, understanding what's coming, and walking out on the court knowing the patterns of play that you want to employ. So there's an element of that. Then there's certainly an element of just being relaxed and calm, but also activating the body so that you're ready to go first point of the match. So it's a combination of bringing all that together and maybe a snack or two just to calm the nerves.
Talking of game plans, Craig, is there any game plan? What's the game plan that Casper Ruud could possibly execute to stand a chance of winning this match?
Yeah, it's tough for him. You know, he has a game style where he likes to shape the ball, he likes to use spin, he likes to use his legs, he likes to run, just being solid off the backhand, and that wins against almost every player on the tour. You know, he played last year to become #1 in the world, so he's certainly an incredible player. His problem is when he ran into Rafa here last year, that game style just didn't hurt Rafa, and today's exactly the same. He's played Novak 4 times, he hasn't won a set, and what he likes to do is not going to get the job done. So that's kind of the fear I have today, is that Casper comes out, plays well, but plays on his terms and never really has a shot at winning the match. So he needs to bring fire early. It needs to be a first strike match for him. He's doing really, really well in the first 4 shots. He's not doing nearly as well as Novak when it gets 5 shots or longer. So Casper needs to adjust his game style, and he needs to bring more heat early in the point.
Craig, I'll just have one more question for you.
Yeah.
Novak, in terms of where he is, you know, on the precipice, do you think he might be a little bit more nervous today? I mean, we saw it when he was on the verge of the Grand Slam in 2021. Is there any chance that, or because everything we've seen so far, like against Carlos, he was dialed in particular from the middle of the Khachanov match throughout the Carlos match, there was no distraction. Is there any chance he might get distracted today?
I don't think so. You know, he's already had that match against Medvedev where, you know, he was going for the Grand Slam. It didn't happen. Medvedev played well. Novak was a little off. He's going to learn from that. He looked great against Carlos. He came out and attacked early, and I anticipate the same thing here. So I don't think there'll be any nerves from Novak, actually. This is another match. He's going to treat it as a regular Grand Slam final. He's won 22 of them, and, you know, he knows what to do. So I think he'll be just fine.
All right, Craig. I was just watching some footage of Nadal against Darren Brown late last night on YouTube, and I was like, I think that's Craig O'Shannessy there.
There you go. There you go.
Were you in the Darren Brown team that day?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That was the best day I've ever had in tennis in my entire life. That was so much fun to see Dustin execute a game plan and take it to Rafa, and you know, just a super fun match, high energy. The crowd was going ape droppings, and Dustin got through that. So yeah, lots of fun, that one.
Craig, thanks very much for joining us. Enjoy the match.
Okay, thanks so much. Bye.
Bye-bye. Craig O'Shannessy there sharing his thoughts with us. Make sure you let us know what you think about this upcoming match, which will be obviously getting underway shortly. There is a slight delay in proceedings, and because of the extended doubles match. So we'll just bring you now a brief glimpse at what Vanch and the other guys thought might just occur.
It's been lovely to join you for
James. Thank you.
No worries.
Thanks for joining us. Yeah.
Everyone enjoy the final tomorrow, and I'm not just talking about Andy Murray in the Surbiton final.
Indeed. Thanks, James. Take care. I hope. How long have you two got? Have you got another 5 minutes, or am I pushing?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's good.
Great. Let's do 5 minutes then. Tomorrow, men's final. Vanch, does Casper have any chance?
Well, you always have a chance, but I just think he's going to be overmatched. If you look at their last 4 matches, and particularly even their 2 on clay that they've played each other in Rome, I think in 2020 and 2022, Casper has managed to play one pretty close set, and then kind of Djokovic ran away with it. So I kind of expect maybe more of the same tomorrow. I do expect him not to be as awed by the occasion as he was last year when he was facing Nadal. Someone who he looked up to in many ways, and also just the occasion and the moment really got to him, and he just wasn't able to muster any kind of a fight whatsoever. He seemed more happy to be there rather than playing an ultra competitive match and actually really believing from inside that he could win. So I think having been to 2 major finals and just the form that he's showed during Roland Garros this year, his draw was not simple to get to this point. He did have to face some good opponents in Yari and Runa and Zverev, even if that Zverev match was really not close in the end, but still a very good performance by him where he didn't put a foot wrong. So I think just that confidence and belief can take him far away, and you just never know. I mean, Djokovic yesterday was struggling a little bit with his forearm in the second set and had to get a medical timeout. So you just never know if he's going to have a niggle or two in the final, particularly at his age when you're 36. It can just happen. So I'm not saying Ruud has to purely rely on that, but I do think some help from Djokovic being a little off would certainly help him, like maybe win a set or push the match into a more competitive sphere. But I still think this is Djokovic's to lose, because I just think the matchup is very good for Ruud. Like, he can just change directions very comfortably against Casper, and the backhand to backhand runs is a big advantage. And I just don't see him being threatened a whole lot, just from neutral or offensively.
Very different surface, but and scenario and court speed. But even the Turin final last year, some of the points you just made was a bit like that. It was just like there was so many rallies, and I thought Casper's got to do something here, and he doesn't really have the weapons. His weapons, Novak can deal with them pretty comfortably. Nick, do you have any cause for optimism for Casper, or do you sort of feel a bit like Vanch and I?
I feel the same as Vanch, to be honest. I think the matchup does not favour Casper Ruud. I think very few players do match up well against Novak Djokovic. I think Ruud can make it a fight. He did in Turin. Maybe he might sneak a set, but I think, as Vanch said, that he has a clear weakness that Djokovic can exploit. If it is cold and rainy tomorrow, the rallies are going to be slower. He's not going to be able to hit through his forehand as much. He's probably not going to be that comfortable. I think that it's going to be an unfortunate 3rd major final for Ruud, which, if that's the case, then I think Ruud will go down as being the man in Open era history to have the most Grand Slam finals without winning one.
Because Andy won it on his 4th, right? Did he win his 4th? Yeah.
So he hasn't won one yet.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, completely. What could go wrong then for Novak tomorrow, Vanch? I guess that's kind of what we're sort of looking at if there is going to be a Casper Ruud victory.
Yeah, I mean, he could have a day, for instance, where he's like, for instance, at times in the second set against Alcaraz, his serve speed started to drop because of like just the physicality. I think if Ruud can make it really, really physical, and just play, like, impose that big heavy forehand, it's just going to be really tough, because I think where Ruud has gotten in trouble against Djokovic and Nadal and Alcaraz, those are the 3 players that he's played in all these big finals, is when he has to defend and basically has to scramble or chip or block or just slice his backhand in order to get back to neutral, because those 3 players, they just have such an all-court game that they can finish points very easily against Ruud, if that comes to be. But I think Ruud has to, like, just take a lot more chances, like, be a lot more aggressive, and that's not really comfortable for him because he has such a high margin type game with loads of spin, and it's very there's not that much of a difference, let's say, between his floor and his ceiling, because it's so contained and it's very consistent and metronomically good. But I think he just has to take a few more risks and try to play a little bit out of his comfort zone, because otherwise it's going to be a kind of a similar type of story. Like if Djokovic is really feeling something physically, that's where I feel like it could be trouble, because Ruud is very, very good at capitalizing on using his fitness and physicality to win him matches. So that's the only scenario where I really feel like Ruud might have an upper hand. But if they go to like a fourth hour, or it goes deep in the match, I mean, I still like Djokovic to come on top, just because he's such a good big point player, and he could just conserve his energy, and we know how great he is in tie breaks and when it really matters. But at least if Ruud can ask that question and push him to that point, then that would be very interesting to see.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at least it's not, as you say, Rafa, Roland Garros first French Open final, and I don't just mean Rafa's obviously unbelievable record in Paris, but also because of that dynamic between him and Casper. And it's Casper's now in his third final, so he's not somebody. I think he maybe was a bit overawed in Paris, but he wasn't overawed at all in New York, where it was super competitive for 3 sets. He just had a 5 or 10 minute spell against Carlos in the tiebreak and in the beginning of the 4th set, and unfortunately that was decisive for him. He can't afford to have any such spell tomorrow. I think he can't really afford to get behind on the scoreboard either. You know, if Novak takes that first set, then I you know, a straight sets win would be the most logical conclusion. And as far as Novak's concerned, well, I guess the thing is, as well, as I don't see a tactic. It's not like, even against Carlos, it's like, well, you can do what Jan-Lennard Struff did. You could do maybe what Marajan did. I don't really know what Casper can do to do something. It's not like he's got a huge serve that could, you know, John Isner or Opelka. You know, we could just, you know, it could be John Isner in this final tomorrow, and we'll go, well, if Isner has a normal serving day and ekes out a tiebreak, I don't even see that route to success for Casper, because all of Casper's sort of strengths, his solidity, his ability to hang in rallies, his forehand, for example, these are all things that Novak can deal with pretty comfortably, I would say. I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that, Nick.
I would agree completely. I think they're that matchup is just not beneficial for him at the minute, and we'll have to see. I think, you know, let's not write it off. We almost wrote off this final today, and how wrong were we?
Indeed.
So let's see what happens. Maybe he'll come out swinging at Novak and catch him out a little bit early doors, and then it's game on. But we'll have to see how it goes. I'm excited to see what happens.
And as you touched on last night, Nick, during the commentary, Novak now, I always think for him it's the French Open, really, in terms of shots at the calendar slam, because then it becomes something, you know, if he wins tomorrow, then it becomes a legitimate question, because, you know, he's the best hardcourt player of all time, and we've got one of those to come. His record at Wimbledon just gets better with every year, and he'll go in as a hot favorite. He'll go in as a favorite for the last 2 slams of the year, I would have thought. Or certainly in New York, probably joint favorites with Carlos, depending on where their form is at. So if it's all about the French. So it was the year when he had a shot at it in New York in 2021. It was all the narrative started from the minute he beat Rafa in the semis, if you like, and so that will gather pace tomorrow if he wins.
There's a lot on the line for Djokovic tomorrow, because he's going for 23 majors, 3 French Opens. It would be at least 3 every slam. He'd be going for he's going to be world number 1 again if he wins tomorrow. Yeah, he's going to be back to number 1 if he wins tomorrow, and he'd be halfway to the calendar slam again.
Yeah. And I think it would become a possibility. I still think that maybe Carlos will have something to say about that, especially in New York. But
I think New York, you've got 3 guys in the mix for that, which is Djokovic, Alcaraz, and Medvedev.
Yeah, if Medvedev is in the form that he has shown until Paris, and maybe Sinner as well, but that's a long way away yet. But Vanch, any final thoughts on Novak before we bring this to a close?
No, I think it's just kind of amazing how he can just peak for these majors now, because I mean there wasn't that much that he really did after winning Australia and in Roland Garros, and I think we once again, for the millionth time, kind of at least I did. I think maybe Nick, I think you had actually you had him beating Alcaraz. But I think for yet again, I kind of underestimated his his big match paralysis, and I knew not to look too much into the form heading into the semis. But I certainly once again underestimated his ability to just be able to last physically. Like I think just the endurance and the physicality, it's not enough, has really declined in that department. And he's improved so many other areas that now we're looking at potentially, like if he wins Wimbledon, I was thinking about this actually just this morning. If he wins Wimbledon, he'll have won 12 majors after the age of 31. So he'll have won
That's half
half
his
the
total.
major tally after 2018. And it's like between 2008 and 2018 Wimbledon, he won 12. And now he's just going to win 12 in just that 5-year span. It's pretty insane. And when you consider that he missed 2 slams last year and that he was defaulted out of one of them, and there was no Wimbledon in 2020. And in the 2019 US Open, he had to retire with a shoulder issue against Wawrinka. So it's like he could have had even more. It's kind of insane.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Well, let's see, because we may be having a very different conversation in 24 hours, but I think all of us, at least among the three of us, all suspect that he will get 23 tomorrow. But I hope to see a competitive final. And as Nick touched upon, we all thought, I just looked at a stat before this match today between Iga and Carolina as well, that was like 86% win likelihood for Iga. And I guess that would be pretty similar for tomorrow regarding Novak. But if we see an amazing final, if we see anything close to today's women's final, that would just be amazing. Listen, Vanch and Nick, of course, Nick has been with us throughout this women's final and also for the debrief afterwards, but also Vanch for your little cameo at the end. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, John, for having me. It's always fun to recap these matches after
Great.
Especially the big stakes.
And Nick as well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me on. I hope I did it justice.
You sure did. And of course, we'll be seeing Nick again on Monday for the WTA Weekly show, which will be returning. We'll also have the ATP Weekly back on Monday as well, which will continue throughout the grass court season. And to the rest of you, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe. You're going to get a reminder to do that as well in a second. And yeah, thank you, Talking Tennis World, for stopping by. I couldn't deliver that closure anywhere near as well as what Nick always does it. I sort of fumbled over my words, so I'm just going to stop talking. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
The shoot off now, but it's been lovely to join you for
James. Thank you.
No worries.
Thanks for joining us. Yeah.
Everyone enjoy the final tomorrow, and I'm not just talking about Andy Murray in the Surbiton final.
Indeed. Thanks, James. Take care. I hope. How long have you two got? Have you got another 5 minutes, or am I pushing?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's good.
Great. Let's do 5 minutes then. Tomorrow, men's final. Vanch, does Casper have any chance?
Well, you always have a chance, but I just think he's going to be overmatched. I just, if you look at their last 4 matches, and particularly even their 2 on clay that they've played each other in Rome, I think in 2020 and 2022, Casper has managed to play one pretty close set, and then kind of Djokovic ran away with it. So I kind of expect maybe more of the same tomorrow. I do expect him not to be as awed by the occasion as he was last year when he was facing Nadal. Someone who he looked up to in many ways, and also just the occasion and the moment really got to him, and he just wasn't able to muster any kind of a fight whatsoever. He seemed more happy to be there rather than playing an ultra competitive match and actually really believing from inside that he could win. So I think having been to 2 major finals and just the form that he's showed during Roland Garros this year, his draw was not simple to get to this point. He did have to face some good opponents in Yari and Runa and Zverev, even if that Zverev match was really not close in the end, but still a very good performance by him where he didn't put a foot wrong. So I think just that confidence and belief can take him far away, and you just never know. I mean, Djokovic yesterday was struggling a little bit with his forearm in the second set and had to get a medical timeout. So you just never know if he's going to have a niggle or two in the final, particularly at his age when you're 36. it can just happen. So I'm not saying Ruud has to purely rely on that, but I do think some help from Djokovic being a little off would certainly help him, like maybe win a set or push the match into a more competitive sphere. But I still think this is Djokovic's to lose, because I just think the matchup is very good for Ruud. Like he can just change directions very comfortably against Casper, and the backhand to backhand run is a big advantage. And I just don't see him being threatened a whole lot, just from neutral or offensively.
Very different surface, but and scenario and court speed. But even the Turin final last year, some of the points you just made was a bit like that. It was just like there was so many rallies, and I thought Casper's got to do something here, and he doesn't really have the weapons. His weapons, Novak can deal with them pretty comfortably. Nick, do you have any cause for optimism for Casper, or do you sort of feel a bit like Vanch and I?
I feel the same as Vanch, to be honest. I think the matchup does not favour Casper Ruud. I think very few players do match up well against Novak Djokovic. I think Ruud can make it a fight. He did in Turin. Maybe he might sneak a set, but I think, as Vanch said, that he has a clear weakness that Djokovic can exploit. If it is cold and rainy tomorrow, the rallies are going to be slower. He's not going to be able to hit through his forehand as much. He's probably not going to be that comfortable. I think that it's going to be an unfortunate third major final for Ruud, which, if that's the case, then I think Ruud will go down as being the man in Open era history to have the most Grand Slam finals without winning one.
Because Andy won it on his fourth, right? Did he win his fourth? Yeah. And
So he hasn't won one yet.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, completely. What could go wrong then for Novak tomorrow, Vanch? I guess that's kind of what we're sort of looking at if there is going to be a Casper Ruud victory.
Yeah, I mean, he could have a day, for instance, where he's like, for instance, at times in the second set against Alcaraz, his serve speed started to drop because of like just the physicality. I think if Ruud can make it really, really physical, and just play, like impose that big heavy forehand, it's just going to be really tough, because I think where Ruud has gotten in trouble against Djokovic and Nadal and Alcaraz, those are the three players that he's played in all these big finals, is when he has to defend and basically has to scramble or chip or block or just slice his backhand in order to get back to neutral, because those three players, they just have such an all-court game. They can finish points very easily against Ruud, if that comes to be. But I think Ruud has to like just take a lot more chances, like be a lot more aggressive, and that's not really comfortable for him because he has such a high margin type game with loads of spin, and it's very there's not that much of a difference, let's say, between his floor and his ceiling, because it's so contained and it's very consistent and metronomically good. But I think he just has to take a few more risks and try to play a little bit out of his comfort zone, because otherwise it's going to be a kind of a similar type of story. Like if Djokovic is really feeling something physically, that's where I feel like it could be trouble, because Ruud is very, very good at capitalizing on using his fitness and physicality to win him matches. So that's the only scenario where I really feel like Ruud might have an upper hand. But if they go to like a fourth hour, or it goes deep in the match, I mean, I still like Djokovic to come on top, just because he's such a good big point player, and he could just conserve his energy, and we know how great he is in tie breaks and when it really matters. But at least if Ruud can ask that question and push him to that point, then that would be very interesting to see.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at least it's not, as you say, Rafa, Roland Garros, first French Open final. And I don't just mean Rafa's obviously unbelievable record in Paris, but also because of that dynamic between him and Casper. And it's Casper's now in his third final. So he's not somebody, I think he maybe was a bit overawed in Paris, but he wasn't overawed at all in New York, where it was super competitive for 3 sets. He just had a 5 or 10 minute spell against Carlos in the tiebreak and in the beginning of the 4th set. And unfortunately, that was decisive for him. He can't afford to have any such spell tomorrow. I think he can't really afford to get behind on the scoreboard either. you know, if Novak takes that first set, then I you know, a straight sets win would be the most logical conclusion. And as far as Novak's concerned, well, I guess the thing is, as well, as I don't see a tactic. It's not like, even against Carlos, it's like, well, you can do what Jan-Lennard Struff did. You could do maybe what Marajan did. I don't really know what Casper can do to do something. It's not like he's got a huge serve that could, you know, John Isner or Opelka. You know, we could just, you know, it could be John Isner in this final tomorrow. And we'll go, well, if Isner has a normal serving day and ekes out a tie break, I don't even see that route to success for Casper, because all of Casper's sort of strengths, his solidity, his ability to hang in rallies, his forehand, for example, these are all things that Novak can deal with pretty comfortably, I would say. I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that, Nick?
I would agree completely. I think they're that matchup is just not beneficial for him at the minute, and well, we'll have to see. I think, you know, let's not write it off. We almost wrote off this final today, and how wrong were we?
Indeed.
So let's see what happens. Maybe he'll come out swinging at Novak and catch him out a little bit early doors, and then it's game on. But we'll have to see how it goes. I'm excited to see what happens.
And as you touched on last night, Nick, during the commentary, Novak now, I always think for him it's the French Open, really, in terms of shots at the calendar slam, because then it becomes something, you know, if he wins tomorrow, then it becomes a legitimate question, because, you know, he's the best hardcourt player of all time, and we've got one of those to come. His record at Wimbledon just gets better with every year, and he'll go in as a hot favorite. He'll go in as a favorite for the last 2 slams of the year, I would have thought. Or certainly in New York, probably joint favorites with Carlos, depending on where their form is at. So if it's all about the French. So it was the year when he had a shot at it in New York in 2021. It was all the narrative started from the minute he beat Rafa in the semis, if you like. And so that will gather pace tomorrow if he wins.
There's a lot on the line for Djokovic tomorrow, because he's going for 23 majors, 3 French Opens. It would be triple. At least 3 every slam. He'd be going for he's going to be world number 1 again if he wins tomorrow. Yeah, he's going to be back to number 1 if he wins tomorrow, and he'd be halfway to the calendar slam again.
Yeah. And I think it would become a possibility. I still think that maybe Carlos will have something to say about that, especially in New York. But
I think New York, you've got 3 guys in the mix for that, which is Djokovic, Alcaraz, and Medvedev.
Yeah. If Medvedev is in the form that he has shown until Paris, and maybe Sinner as well, but that's a long way away yet. But Vanch, any final thoughts on Novak before we bring this to a close?
No, I think it's just kind of amazing how he can just peak for these majors now, because I mean there wasn't that much that he really did after winning Australia and in Roland Garros, and I think. We once again, for the millionth time, kind of at least I did. I think maybe Nick, I think you had actually, you had him beating Alcaraz, but I think for yet again, I kind of underestimated his big match paralysis, and I knew not to look too much into the form heading into the semis, but I certainly once again underestimated his ability to just be able to last physically. Like, I think just the endurance and the physicality, it's not enough, has really declined in that department. And he's improved so many other areas that now we're looking at potentially, like, if he wins Wimbledon, I was thinking about this actually just this morning. If he wins Wimbledon, he'll have won 12 majors after the age of 31. So he'll have won half his major tally after 2018. And it's like between 2008 and 2018 Wimbledon, he won 12. And now he's just going to win 12 in just that 5-year span. It's pretty insane. And when you consider that he missed 2 slams last year, and that he was defaulted out of one of them, and there was no Wimbledon in 2020, and in the 2019 US Open, he had to retire with a shoulder issue against Wawrinka. So it's like he could have had even more. It's kind of insane.
Indeed. Well, let's see, because we may be having a very different conversation in 24 hours, but I think all of us, at least among the 3 of us, all suspect that he will get 23 tomorrow. But I hope to see a competitive final. And as Nick touched upon, if we all thought, I just looked at a stat before this match today between Iga and Carolina as well, that was like 86% win likelihood for Iga. And I guess that would be pretty similar for tomorrow regarding Novak. But if we see an amazing final, if we see anything close to today's women's final, that would just be amazing. Listen, Vansh and Nick, of course, Nick has been with us throughout this women's final and also for the debrief afterwards, but also Vansh for your little cameo at the end. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, John, for having me. It's always fun to recap these matches after it's done,
Great.
especially the big stakes.
And Nick as well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me on. I hope I did it justice.
You sure did. And of course, we'll be seeing Nick again on Monday for the WTA Weekly show, which will be returning. We'll also have the ATP Weekly back on Monday as well, which will continue throughout the grass court season. And to the rest of you, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe. You're going to get a reminder to do that as well in a second. And yeah, thank you, Talking Tennis World, for stopping by. I couldn't deliver that closure anywhere near as well as what Nick always does it. I sort of fumbled over my words, so I'm just going to stop talking. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click
Ready? Play.
Good. Happy finals day. Happy finals afternoon. A bit of a false start there, but hopefully there won't be a false start in the tennis. Hello. Yeah, Tom Grant, and you can see my Twitter tag, Tom Grant Journal. I am going to be taking you through the big one, what it's all come down to, what the last 15 days have been about in the men's side anyway. Of course, the women's singles been finished yesterday. I'm going to be joined by Jack, all knowledgeable Jack Edwards. But before I do that, just obviously Andy Murray, the patron saint of us Scots, Saint Andrew Murray. He is obviously playing around about in 10 minutes time in the Challenger, but he has actually been speaking to reporters regarding today's final and Novak Djokovic on the brink of making a history-making day. It's coming, folks.
You asked about Djokovic and Alcaraz match at the beginning. I know you skipped the French to start your grass court season early. Does it still feel strange sometimes to kind of not be at those big events? And just a comment on Djokovic and obviously his longevity, because he's in a Grand Slam final again.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the Rooney-Ruud match the other night, and playing in semi-finals of the French Open and quarter-finals of the French Open is something that, I did regularly, and I loved playing in those matches and playing in huge stadiums and full stadiums like that. Yeah, and obviously when I get the opportunity to, like at the Australian Open or Wimbledon, I've really enjoyed those occasions. But yeah, I would like to be playing in the latter stages of those events more. And yeah, obviously the win today for Novak is obviously a big one. Alcaraz obviously is going to win multiple slams, but I feel like from my experience, I know that when you're coming up against guys that have won 10, 20 Grand Slams in the finals or semi-finals, it is different to competing against other players that haven't had those experiences. And I didn't watch the match, but the fact that Alcaraz cramp probably would have suggested that he was feeling some of the nerves, which is completely normal and understandable in that situation. But I think that was Novak's 45th Grand Slam semi-final, which is incredible numbers. And yeah, it'd be amazing to see him do it on Sunday. I'll be supporting him. I hope he can do it, because it's incredible what he's done.
Great, thank you guys. I'm going to have to stop there. Sorry, he's got to go get some treatment.
Thank you.
Thank you. You asked about Djokovic and Alcaraz match at the beginning. I know you skipped the French to start your grass.
Yes, of course, Sir Andy Murray playing in 10 minutes time at Surbiton in the Challenger, but all focus will be in here, but obviously given his backing to a long-term rival and friend, I'm sure, because they've been playing since 10 years old, his backing and his hope that he does secure the elusive 23rd Grand Slam title of his career. It's been a great 2 weeks, a great career for Novak Djokovic, and we will be focusing in on the big match, of course, against Casper Ruud, who is at his third Grand Slam final in the last 5. A really good effort by Casper, who didn't come in to the event with too much form, too much hope, really, but he has, made his way quietly, some would say, to the final. Not many predicted it in advance, but surely it's just going to be a step too far for Casper Ruud today. Long odds on Casper. I think when I looked pre-match, one of the bookies was given about 4-1, which, in a two-horse race, when there can only be 2 outcomes, is pretty high odds. Of course, the final has been delayed by half an hour, originally scheduled for 1:30. And that is because the Philippe Chatrier court, the roof is being closed, which could possibly, add another dynamic to the matchup. Wonder if it will hinder, either player, Novak, at all. Obviously, the last 14 days of tennis action has been played in blue skies and high temperatures in Paris. And it just adds another dimension to this. And surely, if Ruud was to pull this off and beat Novak Djokovic in this final, it would be one of the biggest shocks, certainly in a final, in a long, long time. I was thinking maybe Wawrinka against Nadal in 2014. That's the one that came to mind. But, anyone else, feel free to get involved. Sorry, that was Wawrinka, of course, at Australia in 2014. What I was meaning in terms of a shock final. Lots to dig into with this one. Lots of stats, lots of histories, lots of records to be broken by Novak Djokovic today. Just to give you a little bit of stats, I do like a good stat myself. Not only is Djokovic going for the 23rd Grand Slam of his career to take the lead for the first time, interestingly enough, he's never actually led the way from Nadal or Federer. He's never actually been in the lead of Nadal at all, and it's somewhat ironic, of course, that he will be doing it on Nadal's court in Roland Garros. That will be one that Nadal, I'm sure, watching somewhere, recovering from surgery, will not be liking one bit. But Djokovic is also aiming to become the first man in history to win each Grand Slam tournament at least 3 times. Of course, on the ladies' side, Margaret Court, Steffi Graf and Serena Williams have all done this. But he will be looking to become the first man to do this. Of course, wins for Novak Djokovic previously in Paris, 2016, I think it was, and 2012 was it? Novak Djokovic, 2021, of course, in 2016 was the 2 previous titles for Novak Djokovic, and he will be looking to become the oldest man, eclipsing again Nadal, who managed to achieve that last year when he faced Casper Ruud, 36 years days was Nadal, and Djokovic will be looking to eclipse that. He is currently at 36 years and 20 days, I believe, but somebody may correct me. So yeah, let's get into this. Ken Rosewell, he was 33 when he won it in 68. Good question, Ghost. Good to have you on board today, especially for the big one. Ken Rosewell, was 33 years and 7 months when he won it in 1968. So Djokovic will eclipse them all and go right to the top of the tree there. He is looking to eclipse his long-term rival Nadal, and he's winning he's looking to win the first two Grand Slam events of the year for the third time, of course, 2016 and 2021. And a point that the guys last night, if you saw the women's final and the guys, doing a bit of a preview on this, they were mentioning how Djokovic's his record, is just, certainly sitting in his 30s is beyond reproach. 10-2 years in Slam finals in his 30s. When he was in his 20s, he was 12-9. It just shows you how much his game has even excelled to what he was doing in his 20s. It really is a remarkable champion. And I just wonder out there, how many of you guys watching along with us today? I was again thinking about this earlier on. How many of you? What's the split like? And you guys who follow, are people hoping that Ruud causes an almighty upset, or are some of you looking and hoping to witness history here today at Roland Garros in the Philippe Chatrier court? Of course, Casper Ruud, he was here 12 months ago on June the 5th, just about a year and a week ago, against long-term idol Nadal. And he didn't really show up, a lot of people disappointed in Casper. I think a friend of Talking Tennis described him as having love heart emojis as he came out on to the Philippe Chatrier 12 months ago. Of course, Nadal winning that 6-3, 6-3, 6-love. Just on the chat at the moment. Of course, producer John, he spoke to Craig O'Shaughnessy, who was a part of Novak Djokovic's team, and he shared his pre-match thoughts, saying he just couldn't envisage a path for Casper Ruud to claim victory. And, in the majority, you can't really see, or you can't really disagree with O'Shaughnessy's assessment. I've got an interesting story about my day in terms of trying to watch the big one on Friday, the Djokovic Alcaraz, which I'm sure myself and Jack will go into. But just I didn't manage to catch Casper Ruud and Zverev semi-final, and to be honest, when I did manage to see the score late on Friday night, I was a bit shocked at the score and the dominance, or how it looked. Of course, Zverev talking about a slight thigh strain, I think it was, in practice just before. And I just don't think, Casper Ruud, and again, Jack and I will talk about it, but Casper Ruud's big strength is that forehand, and that's the big weapon he's got, but I don't think in the backhand side he's strong enough. And, certainly from Djokovic, that first set, against Alcaraz, the tennis was pretty faultless. Still in the second set, was competitive, and we'll never know which way the match would have went against between Djokovic and Alcaraz, and if Alcaraz hadn't cramped up. But I just don't think Casper Ruud has the weapons. But one thing that may go towards Casper Ruud, again, something that I thought about earlier on today, which may go in Casper's favour, is history. We all remember Djokovic, against Medvedev at the US Open in 2021. He had a lot of riding on going for the Grand Slam, the calendar slam. And, you could argue didn't really show up. That's not to take anything away from the Russian, but he didn't really show up. And could history, the fact he's going for 23, he's going for the lead, he's on Nadal's court. Could something similar happen here today? Talking about just on the stream I'm watching at the moment, going back to 12 months earlier on, it's just it always makes me laugh. The video that if you guys all remember it, you had Casper Ruud and Nadal just before they went out to Chatrier, and you've got Nadal doing shutter runs pretty much in Casper Ruud's face, and that's got to be intimidating. And yeah, we'll just see where we go from here. But yeah, there's always a chance in tennis, but it's going to take Djokovic not showing up, something happening with regards to Novak. But I just thought he was just too ruthless, certainly on Friday, and I think he's too ruthless for Casper Ruud. I just don't see a way that Casper Ruud can get into the game. Possibly, maybe nick the first set. I thought about it, Casper, maybe nicking the first set, and then Djokovic claiming the next three. Interestingly enough, the two have faced each other 4 times previous, and Djokovic hasn't dropped a set. He's 8-0, including 2 on the clay of Rome, which, you know, has conditions similar to this here in Paris. I do think that Casper Ruud will show up a lot better than he did 12 months ago. But yeah, I just do think that Novak Djokovic will be too strong. Just to go over the previous meetings, most recently at the ATP. It was at the ATP finals, where it was on the hard courts. Of course, Djokovic winning the ATP finals. It was in the final, and Djokovic won it 7-5, 6-3. I think you'll see a lot of similar rallies, and Casper Ruud needs to get that aggression, that ruthlessness, knowing when to try and take his moment. But, you know, Djokovic, you know, his court coverage, his knowledge, his ability to anticipate where his player is going to go in the court. I just think he'll have too much. 7-5, 6-3, that was at the end of 2022. Of course, I mentioned they have faced each other on clay twice. The first one, or the latter one of those, coming last year as well in Rome. It was the semi-final. Again, Djokovic coming out on top, 6-4, 6-3. Finals of 2021, this time in the round robin. It was again 7-6, 6-2 to Novak Djokovic. And then the first meeting in 2020, Djokovic won in the semi-final of Rome this time, 7-5, 6-3. The players are now coming out onto court. Of course, the Philippe Chatrier roof has been closed. Will that add another dimension to events? Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, since 2020, since the pandemic, Casper Ruud has the most wins on clay than any other player on the men's side of the game. He has won 87 matches. Now, of course, Casper likes doing the Gestad events around about the 250s, the 500s. He didn't win this year, but he likes to play those events. So he's got 87. Tsitsipas is next with 68, Alcaraz 64, Djokovic in 4th with 54. And Casper Ruud also has the most finals on clay. He has 12 to Alcaraz 10, Djokovic 8, Tsitsipas 8. And the most titles on clay again is Casper Ruud. He has won 9 since 2020, Alcaraz 7, Djokovic 4, and Nadal 4. So, you know, the clay is Casper Ruud's favourite surface, and you just hope it's a competitive match. So tell me your thoughts. Tell me, where is the majority of you guys watching and listening around the tennis world? Where are we wanting this to go? First question. And where do we think this is going to go? I know that producer John has got it up as pretty much a landslide in terms of Djokovic is what people think is going to be the outcome. But who do we want? Who do we want to win? What is the general favourite? Is it going to be like Roland Garros, the person who's losing gets the backing? or do we have a kind of, are we pinning our flag early? Let us know. Oh well, very, very, very Switzerland of John there. Yes, it's all about the sport. It's all about the taking part, not a chance. So the players are now out for the warm up. Of course, Casper just staying with the check shorts, the orange trainers, and the orange and navy blue top. Djokovic again sticking with the red Lacoste top, black shorts, and red trainers. Annika, good to see you. Good to hear from you, and thanks for joining. She is clearly in the Casper Ruud camp. So we've got one for Casper Ruud so far, and that is the question: is who do you want to win? I'm hopefully, I'm going to go with Casper Ruud to claim the first set, a tight first set, a nervy first set, just given everything that's riding on this match, and then Djokovic to settle down. Also, let us know your thoughts on Friday's semi-finals. I'll admit, quite up front, I didn't manage to catch the Ruud Zverev match. In terms of the Alcaraz Djokovic, I had an eventful day. I have a day job where I am unable to watch tennis freely, so I decided to go dark on all social media, WhatsApp, the whole shebang, because I wanted to watch the match as live. Failing of that is when the first two sets are 2 hours 40 odd minutes long, and the program from the stream is 4 hours and 5 minutes long. So you're thinking, how can the next two sets only be, just over an hour long, considering the first two sets took up? So I knew something was going to happen. I just didn't know it was going to be Alcaraz cramping up. Jack and Vance, Jack on his own podcast talking about, it was a masterclass from Djokovic. Somewhat disagree. I thought Alcaraz certainly had, picked up his game, certainly from the first set towards the end of the second set. It was one of those sets where if he hadn't claimed it, considering all the set points he had, he would have been, and he also served for it. He would have been, it was one of those ones, you remember, I think Nadal Medvedev in Australia in 2022, and Nadal came away from the second set going, how did Nadal not win that? I think Tiafoe and Zverev, when Zverev beat Tiafoe in this event, it was the same with Tiafoe in the fourth set. How did he not win that set? And it was the same for me, for Alcaraz. I thought he was starting to figure out the Djokovic tactics, the Djokovic game. The forehand was swinging. The forehand was becoming more effective. It might not have been a winner, but it was leading to him winning points, and he had so many break points and eventually took them to win 7-5. So I know Jack seemed to go with, he was pretty confident that Djokovic would have won that match in any case if Alcaraz hadn't cramped. But on the flip side of that, I do think Djokovic's experience of those moments, of those events, the magnitude of the match he was playing with Alcaraz may have seen him come through in that one. The guys are, just serving it out now at the moment in terms of their warm up. We will have tennis chat and tennis action in no time at all. What's Gibley saying? Sorry, I just missed that. I'm gabbing too much. Gibley, working a long day, so missed the semis, but it's only an hour. I peaked in the second set. Yeah, the second set for me was the relentless tennis, brutal tennis by both. Of course, I think we had if you've not seen it on social media, the squash-like shot by Alcaraz, and that was just one of, a relentless. Sorry, getting distracted. On the chat, just reading all your comments there. Djokovic experience, may have helped, but I can't know too much for Carlos cramping it. It was a shame for Alcaraz, and I thought he was very diplomatic in terms of his response. I I saw a couple of bits of criticism about the way that maybe Djokovic went about the the final 2 sets, punching the air. But Alcaraz was like, it's fair game. We're here to win tennis matches, and it wasn't a problem for Carlitos, as the players now are going. No, they've went back to their changeover seats. Ruud has the ball in hand. He will serve first of the 2023 French Open final. We are doing a bit of celebrity spotting. I think Tom Brady is in there, of course, NFL's Tom Brady. We have members of there's Jake Gyllenhaal. I just spotted him. But Casper Ruud has started us off. He's going for, and Djokovic finds the net with a pretty tame backhand. But he'll just be feeling it out. So Casper Ruud claims the first point of the match, 15-love. Just to mention at the end of the final, 2 seconds. Casper Ruud now just serving out, serves a first serve fault. Remember, if you are unable to unable to watch, or even if you are able to watch the match, join us here and we can chat about the match as it happens, and what is a historic day in tennis. Of course, Casper Ruud quick on his feet. Djokovic tries the drop shot. Casper gets it, plays it straight back to Djokovic. Djokovic plays it straight back to Casper, and Casper puts the volley away when both players were at the net. So yeah, good start by Casper Ruud, and he'll just needed to take it with every game at a time, not think too far in front of him, and we'll get through this first game. Yeah, it's good start by Casper Ruud. 30 love. Serving now again. He is at the juice side at the moment, serving down. He does like on this serve. I noticed against Zverev, he does like serving out wide to this to the ad court. From the juice side, but he plays it down to the service box. Backhand by Djokovic, cross court. Back down the middle by Ruud. Backhand again, cross court by Ruud. Another drop shot attempt, and Djokovic finds the net again. Interestingly enough, he's tried a few of these drop shots very, very early. Excuse me, in this match. I think that's now in 2 of the 3 points played so far, Djokovic has gone to the drop shot. Good start by Casper. Hasn't dropped a point as yet. This is to win the game to love. Serve into the service box, returned by Djokovic, and a forehand winner inside out by Casper Ruud, and he takes the first game. It's only one game, and he's won his service game, so he can't ask for anything more than a love hold at the start of the match. Of course, the match, I believe, has been played indoors, although am I seeing cloud reflections from the windows at the back of the far side of the court. Of course, Jack Edwards joining us very, very shortly. It will allow me to take a breather and allow you guys to get some good chat, some good Scottish chat by the two of us. Interestingly enough, where we are from in the world, round about the west of Scotland, Glasgow, we found our first rain in about 2.5-3 weeks overnight. So our summer has been and passed here in Scotland, and it will likely be grey skies ahead. Will it be grey skies for Casper Ruud? A good strong start by the Norwegian. Djokovic now serving. Of course, Djokovic's serve was so pinpoint good in the Alcaraz match. Certainly for the first set, he really did put on, as Jack would say, a masterclass in serving. He goes second serve, goes wide into the ad court. The players are now exchanging backhand cross court. I think a lot of the match we played there down the line now by Novak. picked up by Casper Ruud. He tries to go down the line now. Oh, poor attempt. There was an attempt of a sliced drop shot forehand by Casper Ruud, and he could only find, halfway up the net as Djokovic gets his first point of the match. Of course, what I was trying to say is that, that Djokovic served so well, took the racket more or less out of Carlos Alcaraz his hand, certainly in the first set, in terms of the way he was serving. And he may, not need as strong a serving performance as he did, as he serves down the tee. He liked that serve on Friday. Again, Casper returns it, forehand by Casper, and a forehand into the net, finding the net quite a bit in the early parts of this match is Novak, and maybe a bit of nerves, maybe a bit of history riding on his shoulders as he lines up. It's 15-all. Game 2, Djokovic's first service game. Service so well on Friday. And I think he'll go wide here. He doesn't. He goes down the tee. He confused myself and he confused Casper Ruud, who could not get that one back. And it is 30-15. Yeah, Ghibli seeing Casper's forehand and first serve being better than Djokovic to even up other aspects. I'm guessing Djokovic saved some energy in those easy 2 last sets, so shouldn't be fatigued. Of course, to flip that, Casper Ruud winning his third set against Zverev 6-love, as the players, Djokovic goes wide with a forehand, a slow start here by Novak, and good point again by Ghibli, in case will he be doing this for Novak? Casper, do it for Novak. Will he be doing it for Rafa? Trying to stop Novak overtaking his idol. But yeah, it's been a sticky start for Novak. He's found the net. He's went wide. As he serves down into the service box. Forehand, a lot of these looping, as some people may call moon balls. I don't see there's just a lot of topspin. And Novak has gone long with an easy makeable forehand. Ruud has an eye at an early break. And this is what he needs. It's a break point. He needs to take the opportunity when presented. He won't get a lot, you could imagine, and a lot of topspin going on the ball at the moment. Casper already a better fist of it than 12 months ago, you could argue. Novak serving. And he tries to go down the tee. He's not that precise with it. It's a good return by Casper, who does do one of these moon balls, but Djokovic is on top of it with a forehand down the line. Casper gets it, but can only go long. And those are the points that will decide if Casper can make any inroads into this match. I don't think he's happy with the long call, having a quick discussion with the umpire. And 40 juice we are at the moment. Again, Novak favouring this tee serve down the tee. Again, he tries to go to it. He's not as precise as he was on Friday. And Casper, backhand to backhand. Now, run around forehand by Djokovic. Casper, forehand up the line. Casper again. Djokovic goes cross court, and he is forcing Djokovic into errors. He goes wide with that forehand. He tried to change direction, and it goes wide. Casper has a second look at a break point. Jack, how you doing? You join us at the most opportune moment. Casper Ruud with his second break point. How are you doing?
Good, thanks, Tom. Yeah, I'm just catching up. I've just seen there's been a few break points and stuff. Watched Djokovic, a great forehand in the previous break point. Perfect moment to join. Yeah. How's it been so far, Tom?
Yeah, obviously a lot of people writing off Casper Ruud early, but he has looked more aggressive. Djokovic's been a wee bit wayward, not on that occasion, as he puts a serve out wide and then drills a forehand down the line to save his second break point. But yeah, it's been a little bit of a slow start by Novak. He's found the net a few times, but that might be because Casper has been a little bit more aggressive than I predicted he would be. So fair play to the Norwegian. As it's now at juice. The Novak again, he's been favouring this tee serve. I think you mentioned that. I was catching up on some of your stuff, which I'm sure we will talk about. But he's just drilled a tee serve down for his first ace of the match, and he now has the advantage in this game.
I think I was talking about that tee serve in the ad court in particular, just because it's so interesting on the second serve. The fact it is probably way faster than any other member of the top 10. He wins so many points on there. Be interesting to see if he does that on pressure points. There's tons of stuff to talk about, Tom. I'm quite looking forward to peeling back a few layers because as you sort of touched on, the fact I was talking about Djokovic's serve, it was such a crucial factor the other day in his match against Alcaraz, even though obviously that ended the way it did. But we will see him using it to win 3 points even on this slow surface. The big difference, I would say, is that Ruud's probably more likely to get the ball into play, I would say. He's not as aggressive with it. He is more likely to get it into play. So I wouldn't be surprised, Tom, if we're going to see a lot of serve and volley today just to counter Ruud's really deep return position. And I'll be interested to see if Djokovic is feeling the nerves at all, although I really am expecting him to. History would suggest 34th Grand Slam final, that he's pretty used to this sort of situation now. Yeah, no, I mentioned, I mentioned that a little bit. I think, as he again goes wide this time and then puts the +1 into the other corner. I mentioned, will history play a factor in terms of, we all remember Medvedev in New York, and that's not to try and take away anything from Medvedev's performance that evening, but I think you could tell by the tears that to get in that calendar slam was weighing a lot. It had been a long year, and I suppose we're maybe trying to look at ways to make this a more even contest, and I think finding little things that might play its part, and will history play its part in this one in terms of it's got to be on his mind. He's never ever been in the lead in the Grand Slam race, and this would be the first time. He's never been ahead of Nadal. This would be the first time, and then he's obviously doing it on Nadal's court, basically. So, is there a chance that there's absolutely a chance that that's going through his mind, but will that affect him? Probably not. Probably not. No, it would be quite poetic as well for all three of them to have held the record at some point, right? But I don't think that's in his mind at the moment. If you want sort of matchup, even if they're both playing without pressure, matchup-wise, this isn't as easy for Novak as I think it could be. Just given how physically Ruud's playing recently, he'll want to make this. He'll want to play defensively. He'll want to play extended rallies. He'll want to make Djokovic sort of tee off on his forehand, because Djokovic would prefer to be a little more passive than he would be normally, I guess, in matchups. So Ruud will be quite happy to sit back, I would expect, Tom, which sounds like a silly tactic, but honestly, I think if he can keep it physical and tire out Novak, which obviously, again, sounds a bit silly, but I think people underrate how physically fit Ruud is, and that is actually a fairly reliable, consistent path to victory if it works. But it's a big if. I still think the matchup's not amazing in that the backhand of Ruud is still a little bit of a weakness, and if it goes to those sort of rallies, it's going to be very difficult for Ruud to get his teeth in. That is some shot, by the way. Yeah. Well, I was just about to say that's if that was your man at the other end of the net, we'd go, and that's why he's the greatest returner in history. It was right pinpoint into the corner, and he's making it competitive, and it's pretty much going along with what you mentioned. He will make it competitive. He will. Sit back, allow the longer rallies to continue. He doesn't possibly go for winners as much as say a Carlos Alcaraz, which probably maybe suited him, as you guys mentioned. you and Vanch. I'd said, I don't know if you heard me. I did catch up on your On the Line podcast analysis with Vanch on Friday, and there was a few interesting points, a few that I maybe would, in anticipation of knowing that we were chatting today, thinking, I'll put this to Jack as well. So as I say, we may have a few hours to kind of cover that ground, as Ruud has another and third break point. It's a good start. Isn't it?
It absolutely is. The return kind of went against what I'm expecting from him. I don't know how often we'll see that. It'll be very interesting to see if Ruud does go super aggressive on return, because it's not like him. Again, I would expect him right now, as we can see, 5 meters behind the baseline. I'd expect that to be his bread and butter and just keep trying to grind it out. Here we go, though. Very interesting break point. Djokovic serving drive volleying. Ruud level, and a Djoko smash, of course. Of course there's a Djoko smash. Oh my God, Tom, look at that. Sorry, just caught a glimpse of my tan line. That was amazing.
Is that a Glasgow tan, is it?
Yeah, that's awful. Look at that. That's terrible. Djoko smash, of course.
So just for anyone not catching up there, Djokovic had the whole court baying for him to put it in. He totally got that one wrong. He's went long, and Casper Ruud, as you can see by the score, has the first break of the match and the early lead. Putting a bit of a shock into those in Philippe Chatrier. Clear it up for me. I know you've just joining us. I saw reports early doors that we were playing under a roof here, but I don't know if we are.
I don't know look like it. I've not
changed
heard
their mind.
Yeah,
no, there was a delay, I think, for potential or for fear of rain. They were going to pull the roof over, but that was my thoughts. And then I got to the match, and I'm seeing like reflections of blue skies off the back glass. And it doesn't look like it. But if they were to play under a roof at some point in this match, Jack, do you think that would have any sort of impact on where this match could go?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be advantage Novak in my mind. Gives you a little bit of an advantage on serve, keeps you a little steadier in that department, and Novak's got the better serve of the two. And it will make the balls a little bit flatter. So big, heavy kick of Ruud, not going to have quite as much of an effect. It will slow things down, I guess, as well. Maybe that's advantage Ruud, but I still think given the serve advantage, honestly, it depends how slow it gets, to be fair, Tom. Do you remember that the Zverev Nadal match last year where it was so slow, it got to the point where they were having like 50-shot rallies? It does depend on just how slow it gets. So if the roof does close and it gets to like sort of sludgy territory, then I would give it advantage Ruud. But
doesn't
generally
indoors,
Djoko.
Yeah. No, and I think a lot of the sentiment was said when it was Marcus Buckland who'd mentioned it, because I think he's there. He'd mentioned the roof was coming over, and then the comments were, this will suit Novak, and I've noticed as well. I commentated against Vucevic, and I obviously watching Alcaraz on Friday. I think the wind on the Philippe Chatrier certainly seemed to be bothering Novak. Obviously, he came through both matches, but there were stages in those ties that ash in the eye, possibly. He wears contact lenses, but it just seemed that it was bothering him a lot more than it was bothering his opponent. As Ruud goes wide with a more than makeable forehand there.
Yeah,
it looked like he'd wrong-footed.
That's
Djokovic.
A tough one. Ruud should have had it really anywhere in the court, right, and then he would have got it. He can't be doing stuff like that. That honestly looks like he's playing really, really well so far. Steady yourself. Don't go for the lines as much. Honestly, Ruud's forehand, if he can keep playing it, will win rallies. Just Djoko needs to get a little bit better on those cross-court rallies, get the backhands involved. But Ruud's forehand, multiple times in a row, not easy to counter at all.
Is the problem though that any sort of dip in intensity and form in this match from Casper Ruud? I felt that Djokovic, particularly against Alcaraz, he's just ruthless. He's just like there was criticism about fist pumping, etc. towards the last two sets. Djokovic is as a man on a mission, and I think any kind of dip from Casper Ruud, that has been a great start. It's whether or not that. Well, in fact, he won't be able to keep it up for 3-4 hours. So it's just he needs to keep on going, just get that first set, and it's in the mentality. And I think you and Vance talked about the stat of when they're winning when Novak wins the first set, is it something like 48 in a row? He goes on to win the match. So that's how important this first set is.
Yeah, it was 98 Grand Slam matches.
98? Jesus, I've totally undersold the guy.
Dating back to Stan Wawrinka in the 2016 US Open. So it's actually wild. The stats are just stupid, like long. I think the other way round, Tom, is interesting. What happens if Ruud wins the first set? I mean, Novak has dropped the first set at Wimbledon last year, at the French a couple of years ago against Tsitsipas. I can't get them all. I'll get them.
Did he not? I think he lost as well.
To look at.
He lost the first set against Berrettini as well. I think 2022 Wimbledon as well. I think
against Berrettini, 2021 even, right? But Berrettini as well. The point is, it really doesn't matter how Novak starts.
Doesn't bother him.
Not at all. He'll find another gear, right?
Well, he's just absolutely melted a backhand return on a very, very short Casper Ruud serve, it has to be said. And he's just, put it cross court. I was going to ask, just because you mentioned Stan Wawrinka, I was speaking when I was going solo earlier on about, biggest shocks or biggest upsets in Grand Slam final history. Would Casper Ruud win today if he was to do so? Would that rank up, with one of the greatest upsets in final history for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Novak's got literally every advantage in the book: matchup, experience, even the court. I would say. Actually, certainly Ruud shouldn't feel uncomfortable here. But those two things alone, matchup and experience, Novak is the heavy favourite for sure.
I mean, the first thing I thought was Wawrinka against Nadal in 2014 Aussie Open. That's why I mention it.
Yes.
That's the first one that kind of springs to mind for me. Certainly in the last 10 years. As Ruud's just put away, it was Juice. He's just put away after pushing Novak around the court, which is what he needs to do. And he's just put him away with a forehand down the line. He's now serving to consolidate his early break. He is on a second serve after just putting that one a tad wide. So he's got another attempt to try and put this game away. And he's done it.
Oh, amazing. I was just going to say, Tom, these guys just don't lose to members outside the big three or people that aren't in the big three, right, in finals. Yeah. Djokovic has lost now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Grand Slam finals. And 3 of those were against non-big three members. 2 of them were Stan, of course. And then one of them was Medvedev when he felt all that pressure. It just doesn't happen. He's won against so many different players. Kevin Anderson, Del Potro, Thiem, Medvedev, Tsitsipas, Berrettini, Kyrgios, Tsonga, all these players, outside
it's an endless list.
I know. There's just no way. It doesn't happen. And this is what I thought going into the tournament, Tom. That's why I just found it so hard to pick anybody but Novak Djokovic. He's just got so much experience and so much history behind him. Yeah,
and his camp won't be, fussed one bit right now. Or do you disagree? Do you think that they maybe will be a little bit worried? What's your thoughts? I mean, I think like you say, they've been around the block, they've seen all this before. They know that Novak is quite happy to be in it for the long haul if he has to be. And at no point will they start to panic.
One thing I find quite interesting is that when Novak has went behind in his Grand Slam finals, he has subsequently become pretty much untouchable on serve. So like Tsitsipas, when he won the first 2 sets, I don't think he broke in the last 3 sets. And then against Berrettini, maybe there was one break, but it kind of looked like Novak sort of handed him it in the last 3 sets. Anyway, the point is, Novak can gear up his serve to the point where it's just untouchable. And if the conditions are slow enough, maybe that's not an option. And maybe he has to find some other way to make himself the reliable favourite, which could get interesting, I guess. So far, though, it looks like Ruud's going pretty damn big with his forehand. It doesn't look like it's unsafe, though. So I think, a little bit of a raising level from Novak just to try and get himself into some of those ad court exchanges. That might be enough. But so far, Tom, maybe a few alarm bells, just because the serve's not something that can bail him out of trouble so easily.
Brilliant. And if you had a pre-match thought on this, like, I mean, it's very easy to say, oh, Novak in 3. I went for Novak in 4, Casper winning the first set. So did you have any pre-match thoughts? I don't think you mentioned how it was going to go. I just, in terms of what I watched from you and Vanch, I think you were just focused on the semi-final. So, what's your thoughts on where this might go? We're 3 games in.
I ended up saying Novak in 4.
Okay.
I'll try and find my prediction. I think I've just got it in front of me. So I wrote for last word at the time, Tom. I basically said, Djokovic in 4. The Serb will find an extra gear when it matters most. That's basically what I was saying. It doesn't matter what happens, how far behind he goes, he'll find an extra gear to step it up at some point.
Yeah.
I said the Norwegian might be able to keep things close by keeping things physical, but the winner feels inevitable, basically.
Yeah. Fair enough, and that's a pretty solid assessment, I'm sure. But we will see in 2 or 3 hours. Novak now serving. He's 30 love up in this game. He's went for the serve volley, but Casper could only go long.
There we go. Good. Always interesting to see the good thing about the serving volley, Tom, is that even when you play it, you immediately say to your opponent, "Hey, there's a chance I will come in here." Even if you're feeling comfortable. Even if you're just willing to roll the serves back into play, your returns back into play, there is a chance he'll be coming in. So stay on your toes, basically.
Yeah, and that's forcing Casper Ruud to try and go for the big shot then, in terms of, the winner of the return, because, he'll know that there's a chance that the Novak can be at the net by the time he's got to the ball. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, so Novak just needs to sort of have some means of saying to Ruud, just playing your defensive baseline here isn't going to cut it. You have to take some risks. Here's something to think about.
Yeah, well, Djokovic is on the scoreboard. He is comfortably seen out that game. So all focus will now shift back to Casper Ruud. And if he can maintain this strong start. So on to Friday, Jack. I obviously caught up with what you and Vanch were saying. It was interesting, you mentioned, the fact that you were pretty confident that Novak Djokovic would have come through in the end. And I know Vanch was a bit unsure, but I mean, for me, I'll tell you a little bit about my day. So I mentioned to the guys earlier on, I was working on my day job on Friday. Was really looking forward to the tennis, but there was no way I could get out of being in the office. So I went, right, I'm going to, close down social media. I'm not going on there. I'm turning off my notifications for anything tennis related. Managed to get home, didn't have a clue what was going on. But, when you try and watch it back on the Discovery Plus stream, I'm watching it and I've watched the first 2 sets and it's been 2 hours, 45 odd minutes and the program's 4 hours long. So I'm thinking, how is there going to be, 2 more sets in just an hour or 15 minutes? Something must happen here. Yeah. And of course, that's what happened. But for me, watching it, not watching it as live, but later on in the day, I thought it's somewhat reverse of what you were saying. Is I thought that Alcaraz had worked out. It definitely settled, and he started to work out the game plan of Djokovic. The forehand was coming off more, maybe not like as in a winner, although there was a few, but I thought it was allowing him to win more points. It was setting it up better for him. If he had come away from that second set not winning it, considering all the, he served for it, he had, a plethora of set points, it would have been one of those ones where he's like, how did I not win that set? And as Djokovic went off court for his medical timeout and Alcaraz is laughing and joking at the edge of the court, I'm thinking, this must be Alcaraz winning this in like 6-2 or something like that, or 6-2, 6-3, because he's on a roll here and we're going to see like tennis to another level that Djokovic is absolutely put to the sword. That's what I was thinking, because I only had an hour and 15 minutes left. So I just like, have you reflected on Friday? Are you still standing by? I do agree that I think Djokovic, and I love that you said it in 23 minutes of your 26-minute video. You said the experience of Djokovic, and that was the one thing that had me. I think that he'd been there, he'd done it. He was he'd done this so many times that would probably have played a factor in the last 2 sets or the last 3 sets. But yeah, just can you just kind of tell us more about your thoughts on Friday now that we're a couple of days in?
Yeah, no, I stand by it. I stand by it. That final point you said there, experience doesn't just have to be a kind of wherewithal without any substance. I'm talking about specific moments in the match where I saw experience coming to the fore. So, I mean, he was down those 40 points, right? And he served big on those points. He's able to do that. Carlos still isn't able to do that. And to do that on these courts, which are a bit slower, to still be able to make these 3 points with your serve, which is one of the best weapons in Novak's game, that's enough, given Novak was about 50-50 from the baseline, if not sometimes better. I mean, I felt like that was a reliable, consistent edge over Carlos that was making a difference throughout the match. That was the patterns of play that I was sort of observing. And I feel like in the long run, even if it had went 5, the percentage would have probably fallen the way of Djokovic. Obviously, that might not have been the case. Alcaraz can still kind of hit these peaks that are otherworldly. But given, what we saw thus far throughout the match, I'm going to stick with what I went for, because I feel like Djokovic was just consistently delivering that kind of solidity in his serve from the baseline, etc.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, and you do it in by no way. I know you mentioned you called it a blip in terms of, for me, from about 3-all in that second set, Alcaraz had upped his level. I know that Djokovic, stopped the set being as simple with that backhand winner, and you called it a blip. And was there nothing that you saw in Carlos Alcaraz that that you thought, right, that he's got the beating of him here? Like he's dominating the rallies, he's pushing him back. I know that Novak had stepped up, like you mentioned as well. I thought that was going back. He was just gradually coming back a little bit. So not fair point. I thought you made a very good pitch for Novak Djokovic, considering I think you picked him pre-tournament, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I did pick him pre-tournament, Tom. Yeah. But there was as you say, there was a bunch of other picks that weren't so good as well, like Medvedev in the final, Tom. So we don't talk about that. We talk about the good predictions. I
actually, so you've struck a chord with me. So I did the first day's commentary 2 weeks ago today. I did Rublev, and I think I did Pegula, and I'd called him as by the set, and I'm like, I'm going to have some French Open here. But then I also said to everybody, Medvedev's winning this thing. I think he's he's in the form of his life. And then the next day he was out. So I feel your pain. Casper Ruud having a pretty solid service game to lead 4-1 there. Is Djokovic, what's your thoughts on the performance from Novak? George mentioned there the unforced errors.
I was just about to say that. I think that's a very telling stat. If Novak's making that many backhand unforced errors early doors, nah. I mean, I've seen times where he's had time on the ball and they're proper unforced errors. They're not, Ruud's put so much spin on the ball that Novak's a bit pushed back. He's had time and he's missing shots he doesn't normally miss. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. First serve percent, 86% from Djokovic though as well. I'll pay a little bit more attention to that, because if the serve isn't making much of a difference, there is a chance maybe the conditions are a lot drudgier than I thought they were at first.
Yeah. Well, I saw, is it Sasha Osmo? I saw him about an hour and a half ago. In fact, an hour and a half before the final, tweeting that it's as humid here as it's been over the last 2 weeks. So that's certainly going to have to play its part as well.
Yeah. Again, that should be advantage.
I thought that as well, though. I thought at the time, I goes, well, the heavier ball, going through the air, that's just right up his street.
Yeah, he'll want the rallies to last ages. He is going big on his shots, to be fair, but he's being meticulous about it. He's not the kind of guy that'll finish the point in 2 forehands. He's the kind of guy that'll finish it in 3 forehands. He'll take that extra shot just with loads of margin to build it up, and it's working so far.
Yeah. I was, I don't think I ever properly recognised or realised, how quick Casper Ruud is until the last few days. I just didn't put that as a strength of his game. The forehand's obviously the big weapon he's got, but that allows him to stay in a lot of these rallies, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. The movement, the steps he takes to get around his forehand in particular are very, very fascinating. You know, he crossover steps better than pretty much anybody else, bar Alcaraz, I would say. But he's willing to, you know, run all the way out into the trams to get his forehand into play. It's just so heavy. It's so hard to counter. So the movement coupled with that, Tom, make him really, really difficult to live with on a clay court. Just really, really heavy. In a similar way to Rafa, but obviously mirrored Rafa's, and also Rafa has a much better backhand.
Yeah. Did you watch? Did you catch up? It was the Rome semi-final. You know, Ruud, not the one a few days ago, but the semi-final. Did you catch that match?
Yeah, but not the Rome one. Sorry, yes, no, I didn't. Get to see all of that.
It was just the way that you know, Casper Ruud completely controlled, took the racket out of Holger Rune's hand. And then it just seemed like, you know, halfway through the second set, he like literally forgot how to play tennis and get the ball into the court. It was just, and I feel that maybe that's, you know, something that's part of his game against the bigger players. He sniffs a chance. He sniffs, you know, he plays it in his head. This might actually be happening. And then, but I'd never seen a player play so electric and then like, you know, just totally went capitulation.
It's interesting. I wonder if we could see that happen here. It certainly looks like he's hitting his forehand a little flatter than he normally would, which isn't like him. Either way, I mean, at the moment, we're kind of looking at this. We shouldn't be looking at this in isolation. Keep coming back, Tom, to Novak's record from sets down in Slam finals. He really shouldn't have much to worry about here, even if he goes 2 down. I really don't think he's in much trouble.
So even if he was 2 down, you again say that he's still maybe not favourite, but you know, he's still good.
I'm referencing the Tsitsipas match.
I know.
No, I would be a little scared for him at 2 sets down. Fair enough.
What I remember from the Tsitsipas match, though, and this obviously is telling of the man, the champion, Novak Djokovic, is after he won the 3rd set, it was almost just like there was like an air of inevitability of what was happening. It was like, you know, as if it was part of a pre-written script, and it's as if like Tsitsipas knew it as well. It was just a procession from then on in, and it was just a matter of time in each set when he was going to get the break. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I'm just trying to find out now. So after Novak has lost the first set in Grand Slam finals, he has won 8 and lost 8. So it's an even record, 8 all.
Wow, okay. Who? I mean, does your stats tell you who the 8 losses were against? Because I'm sure they'll be against big players.
Yeah, I'm sure you could guess 3 of them.
Well, obviously, Andy, Roger, and Rafa.
Andy, Roger, and Rafa, yep. And then the other one is quite obvious as well, I guess. But No. He actually won the first set in both of his Slam finals against Stan.
Right. Okay. So who's the other?
The last one is Medvedev. Of course, he lost straight sets at the US Open.
God, I spoke about it earlier on. So good shout. 15-all now on the Casper Ruud serve. He's put a strong serve from the just to the ad out wide. A looping moonball, as we've been calling it. And they're going forehand from the Ruud and backhand from Djokovic. Cross court, though, Djokovic tries a strong, and he's forced the error. Casper Ruud has went long off his backhand, which is the real weak point. And you'd think that's where, you know, Novak Djokovic will focus on.
Yeah, I want to talk about the backhand a little bit because when Ruud made the final of the US Open, right, and obviously made the French Open earlier in the year, and everybody was kind of looking at him like, oh, you know, these hard court improvements. He's got such a good backhand down the line now. It's not true. It's just simply not true. I'm sure there was like a 55-shot rally with Kachanov where he ended it with that backhand down the line on set point. I'm sure most will remember that.
Yeah.
But these are kind of in isolation. You actually look at the stats of Ruud overall. He's not much better in that shot than he used to be. He's just a little better at finding the forehand. His serve in particular has just always went up and up and up, particularly the wide one in the juice court. But his backhand's kind of similar. It's still a weakness Novak can exploit. It'll be a bit more solid, but there's no way he's winning points with it outright, where Novak can still kind of change the dynamic of a point in one swipe of the racket. I am watching this point at the moment. Tom, it's an interesting one. Another Djoko smash.
It's another long ball. You know, I was about to say, because Djokovic was completely in control of that point, I was about to say he's looked like he's settled now. And this is like, you know, prime Djokovic where he breaks. But actually, when that ball went in the air, I thought, oh, what's going on here? Crazy.
Yeah, this is bad, isn't it? This is just give him smashes, exactly. That's how I'd play him. I'd just moonball everything and hope for the best. Definitely. 30 all here, big point. I'm willing to talk through this one as it is quick, crucial juncture. Big backhand return inside out from Djoko. Going into the Casper forehand, willing to play into the strength. Casper tries to redline one of his forehands and it goes flying long. So that's 30-40. Interesting to see if rather than trying to avoid the Ruud forehand, he goes into it a little bit more often.
Well, you mentioned again that he liked to do that to Alcaraz on Friday, you know, much more than other players would, and it was obviously quite impactful, effective. So you again, Trish tried to do a bit of prep before this game. I thought, I wonder if he will do that the same to Casper Ruud, or he will focus on, you know, the much weaker backhand. What was it? You know, obviously Casper's got a two-handed backhand. You and Vance started off by talking about, you know, Novak's record, I think, was it against two-handed backhanders at slams?
Yeah, he's never lost a two-hander at RG.
Never lost a two-hander. That's an amazing stat to me.
It's pretty good. A right-handed two-hander, I should say.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Because obviously
you'll have all the Rafa fans on top of you.
This rally is extending, by the way, Tom, to put it lightly. There are a couple of slices about 20 shot into the rally. Oh, that's an amazing forehand from Ruud to take control of it. He goes straight back to Novak. Big lob. Oh, it's a Djoko smash from Ruud.
A Djoko smash. Novak punches the air.
Exactly.
And he has broken serve, much to the delight of his fans and the despair of Casper Ruud fans. Yeah, that was a fun rally. That was, you know, that was harking back to Friday afternoons days. Pretty good.
It's always good to see two Grand Slam finalists put a couple of smashes into the net at some point during a match. For us noobs, us mere mortals, always lovely to see. That's very surprising on break point, I've got to say, because that was a great point. But geez,
I wonder how many times Ruud will be playing that one back throughout today, and maybe even further on. But you could see, you know, just watching the replay there, even Ivanisevic, you know, up, knowing how important that is. Will I be putting the death nail on Casper Ruud very early by saying I've seen this episode before, and you know, Djokovic is likely level it up and then possibly break and see out the set from here? You know, I wouldn't be surprised at that.
Let's not jump the gun.
I know,
to be fair,
but I know.
One thing I want to point out, Tom, is that was an extended rally of the most extended quality, right? And Ruud was in the ascendancy the whole time. You know,
fair enough. He was in control of it, wasn't he?
Yeah, it took a very safe, yet, you know, sort of took Novak out of it took him by surprise, that forehand. It wasn't a risky forehand, but he could have done that all day. And honestly, until Djoko kind of gets another gear up, those rallies could keep going that way with an overhead into the bottom of the net. But my point is, Ruud could dictate a lot of those rallies.
No, and that's, I suppose you're right. He's shown that he can compete, but I mentioned earlier on about how ruthless I see Djokovic. He just doesn't let up, and you know, his anticipation is just. There was a couple of times against Alcaraz where, you know, Alcaraz is at his favoured point of the court, you know, on the ad side where he's wanting to put away that forehand, and Djokovic has just guessed perfectly just by his body movement, or if it's, I mean, it's too regular for me to be something that is just, you know, a goalkeeper guessing a penalty. You know, he's figuring it out. He's looking at the movement of the body and he's figuring that out. Saying that, sorry, just to mention, Ruud has claimed the first point with a pretty strong forehand, and then came in quickly to the net and then put a nice volley away. So, you know, I was fearful that smash might impact Casper Ruud and maybe play in his mind, but he's managed to, or he looks so far as if he's over it now and he's back to just competing.
I want to give you a pretty good picture here, Tom, just to illustrate my point. These are perfect stats for me. Ruud has won 26 points, and he has won 4 of those points in the 1 to 4 shot rally length. So on 22 of the points, he's made 2 shots first that he's won.
Right. Okay.
So as if, you know, I was harping on about the extended rallies. I mean, that's an insane stat. I don't really know how to put that into picture, but that's not what you normally see at all. That is like extended rallies all the way for Ruud. So Novak has only won 9 points in 5 or more shot rallies, and he's won 15 in 1 to 4. So it's going to be bam, bam, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, from Novak, or it's going to be really, really grindy, drudgy stuff from Ruud, basically.
Yeah. No, that is interesting, and I do like those kind of stats because it does kind of tell, it paints a picture for you in your mind exactly, like, you know, and then it shows you, okay, right, so this player's going to maybe try and extend the rally because he knows it will likely win it, and I love the contrast of the player then basically saying, okay, I'm going to try the opposite player try to end it early, and it makes for better rallies, I suppose. As they play it forehand to forehand cross court. Novak on the stretch here, put away by, wow, what a rasper, as we would say in this part of the world. 2 in a row by Casper Ruud, and he has he's 15-30. He's the aggression. I've been impressed, surprised. I like it. So, what's your thoughts on that rally there, then, Jack?
A rasper from Casper, yeah.
Yeah. Why did I not get that one?
Yeah, it was begging to be said there, Tom.
Oh God.
Yeah, Djokovic now 1 out of 5 on second serve. Not surprising given what I've just mentioned. You know, the longer the rally goes on, anything to neutralise the serve, Ruud is in the front seat.
Yep. Just looking at a tweet there, somebody saying that the Ruud forehand is glorious when it's on fire. Do you think he's consistent enough? I mean, he's obviously he came into this with pretty much no form. I know he'd got to the semi-final in Rome, but you know, has it been consistent enough in this 2023? I know that there's chat about the fact that he did that tour with Nadal last year, maybe impacted his season this year. But is the forehand is a weapon? There's no doubt of that. But is it consistent enough? Is my question.
Oh, definitely, 100%. It's not risky. It's one of it's probably the biggest forehand that is repeatable bar Rafa's. Like, Rafa is the only other guy who will hit it with as much margin and safety as Ruud. But Ruud is willing to go over and over and over again until he finds the forehand that, you know, just completely knocks his opponent off balance. It's very rarely an outright winner within one shot. You know, it's going to be like, as you say, you know, 2 raspers in a row and then the put away forehand. It's like 3 forehands like that. And he's willing to do that over and over again. It's safe. So Novak's got to start serving better for sure. Otherwise, I mean, he's raised his level, Tom. So I mean, I'm not too worried about him yet, but I do think it will continue to be this close.
Well, keep an eye on your screens because he's just absolutely nailed a drop shot as well. He's pulling out all the tricks, and he's, you know, I mentioned earlier on after the first break, or it was when maybe you were coming on, he's already done a better showing than he did 12 months ago. And that was after game 1, I was saying that, I think. So, lovely rally there by Casper Ruud. He was dictating the point, and he's changed it up. Where did that come from?
I don't know, actually. Is that the first one he's played, I think?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to mention, because the first game, and we were talking about how Novak had started. Novak tried it twice in the first 4 points, which Ruud had won to love, and he found the net in both of them. And I just wondered if that was maybe telling in some way, you know, that he had tried to go to the drop shot early.
That's an interesting serve here, by the way, Tom. Sorry, just to detract from that. 134 km/h first serve on break point. So Novak's starting the rally. He's not shying away from a long rally here. They are going toe-to-toe for a while here. I think he's expecting nerves maybe just to play a part. Will Ruud go for the bigger shot first? They're still locked in. Something's got to give. They're going cross-court. Ruud is slicing. He might keep slicing. He is. Novak gets the chance to put a Djoko smash away again. He goes straight down the middle of the court. And then, no mistake on the drop volley. But Jesus Christ, the smash wasn't particularly good, was it?
That's a missed opportunity for Casper. For me, he's just played that tame overhead straight back at Novak. And let's say that again. Yeah, he's played it straight onto the forehand. He's asking for him to go and volley that. And he's done it. And, you know, Novak knows that was a big point, and he was in trouble in that point.
and that's why he's pleading for the plaudits from the Roland Garros crowd.
I can't really stress there, Tom, just how big the fact that Novak went for a 134 kilometre an hour kicker on
the first serve
was. Yeah, on a break point. You would never ever, rarely see that from him. Right,
what's his thinking then, Jack? What do you think? What would you put that down to?
100% wants to start with a backhand, so he guaranteed himself that with that serve. Yeah. But also sounds like he wasn't shying away from a long rally on a big point. I think he was willing to let almost say to Ruud, I'm not trying to find a cheap way out of this point. I'm willing to start the point off and go for it. And sure enough, Ruud didn't go for the bigger shot first.
Yeah. And Casper then, would he be sitting there going like, right, I know what you're up to here?
I think so,
Yeah.
Honestly, I think so. I don't think that played into Casper's hands. He didn't get a forehand first for starters. But also, he knew he had to go for something bigger first, and he didn't. He has been going for safe, big forehands, yes, but they are safe. So if Novak can keep enough depth, honestly, Tom, I'm trying to make it sound like a smart decision, but I'm very surprised in hindsight that he did that, and it'll be an interesting point to look back on, Tom, depending on how the match goes.
Yeah, well, he served one down the tee, first serve down the tee. Casper Ruud can only just get it back, and he puts away the forehand winner, and he levels up the match 4-all for the first time.
Do you know
trailing all match? Sorry.
Do you know what it was, Tom? Do you know what it was? So the fact that he didn't give Casper a forehand, I mean, his second serve points, he'd won 1 of 6 before that point, right? So important just to start the point with a backhand for sure. I think that was the thinking. Sure,
right, I got you. Yeah. Well, I mean, Novak's one of the best or the greatest at all time of, looking at how his opponent's playing and then adapting in response. So I suppose maybe like you touched on, that's what he's doing. He's basically known that Casper Ruud has probably played the better tennis, arguably in the first 6-7 games of this match, and this is now Novak, now that he is level, that he's now changing it up and going, right, I'm going to take control of this set. Interesting that Novak is stretching a little bit. Hopefully, he had a bit of an awkward fall there. You're hoping that there's no damage there at all. Is that the only way that Casper Ruud can win this match? I don't know.
We did just see him try to go for a big serve +1. Interesting to see Ruud sort of distract. Why would he fall away from what's working? Extend the rally. He's gone way too big in the first shot there. I kind of get it. Maybe the shot was there to hit, but at the same time, it's been working when he's going longer in the rally. So I don't know why he's gone for that first shot so big. Second serve now at love 15. Novak gets it straight to Ruud's forehand though. These are the sort of points Ruud's been taking control of. He's still in control. Another big forehand. Oh, Tom, that hurts. That hurts. He should win that point every time.
But that's that's a classic Novak Djokovic point. He stays in the rally when he's like back is against the wall, quite literally. I had a feeling when he was running towards that ball at the net that it wasn't going to make it. Although a great where I am on my stream, no, he's not. I thought he'd put away an ace, but he hasn't.
I Ghost's comment there. That worked very well against Iga yesterday for Muchova. It doesn't work as well in the men's game. It's possible, to be fair. The problem is you leave yourself open to. Sometimes you've only got the lob as an option, depending on what they do with the ball, and then you're on the back foot. Yeah, I mean, most of the time they should get up to the ball fast enough to do enough of the approach, especially somebody with spinny shots as much as Ruud Ghost. So it's not particularly easy. We'll go back to the match, Tom. That was a pretty tame forehand there from Novak, and he goes for a backhand down the line and misses.
Yeah, I thought, he had, you were thinking this is going to be love 40 here once he puts this away, and he let Casper Ruud back in. He's not playing with the same intensity for me than than Friday. So yeah,
likewise. Just laughing at Goran's response there. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, well, that's why I kind of stopped a little bit when I was saying it was funny that I think Goran was saying the same as I was, like, why the heck have you let him back into that point? So yeah, I do like the interactions that they can often have, the pair of them. I don't think Goran is anyone to shuck, an angry or moody Novak Djokovic. I think he'll quite rightly give him it back. So
yeah, they seem like a good pairing in that respect. Yeah. 30 all, yeah, this is massive. I'll talk through this one and then give you the reins, Tom. First serve for Casper, goes for a big slider. Misses though, clips the net and goes long. So second serve now for him. As has been suggested, Novak is being a little passive at the moment. See how big he goes. Spins it back into play, gets a forehand inside out to Casper's backhand, who loops it back. Novak goes for a big forehand, in control of the rally now. Doesn't go big enough on the forehand down the line though, so they're back to neutral. Backhand's crossing the ad court now. Novak changes direction, probably stupidly. Ruud definitely has control, but messes up a slice into drop shot. Out of nowhere.
I don't know why he tried that particular shot at that point. Was he getting tired? I don't know. It just seemed to me the wrong shot at the wrong time.
As Ghibli points out, it's not biased, it's true. The backhand is still a liability sometimes, and certainly there that was a questionable shot choice, and he paid for it. 30-40. Second serve here from Ruud on potentially the biggest point of the match so far, 4-all, remember. Does he make the second serve? I'm sure he wouldn't double. You wouldn't double, Casper. Second, there we go, to Novak's backhand. He does get it into play. Another slice. Backhand's cross again. You fancy only one winner in this situation. Ruud goes inside out with the forehand. He's still looking for his forehand. The line's open. Novak goes back cross though. Slice from Ruud. Forehand inside out from Djokovic. He's hanging on here, Ruud. Another backhand. Tries to go down the line, Ruud. Very passive stuff from the two of them at the moment. I'm surprised Novak missed that last forehand.
It's I think you commentated it spot on. I think Ruud was hanging on there. Djokovic was doing everything he could to keep it on the backhand. He's worked that out. Like you say, Casper was looking for the forehand, and when he did, he started to get back into the rally. But surprising from Novak.
This is very difficult times for Casper Ruud, because we've seen this from Novak before. I'm sure he can be hurt in these situations, but you have to keep your focus here. Got to keep your focus. Do not think, bringing him forward or anything like that, trying to take the legs from under him is a good idea. We've seen him so many times bounce from situations like this. Either way, you got to take advantage when your opponent's like this. That's what the sport's about. So Ruud has got to stay
Novak
focused.
did it on Friday, didn't he? So,
Novak on the ground. What's happening?
I think it was just a slip, but it was a great. To be fair, we've been absolutely slamming Casper Ruud's backhand, but he actually hit a really, really strong one right at the corner. I think Djokovic just had a slip. It obviously has been quite a slippy court. There we go. Oof, it's a bad one, but he seems to be all right.
Is he shaking a wee? He's not shaking a wee bit. I remember him in the World Tour finals. Remember when he was a change of ends and you could see him like that?
No, sure I think, I mean, obviously this is before, just like, he's stretching a little bit. And yeah, you're right. Novak had done it on Friday. Carlos, he didn't let up at all. So you've got to think, Casper Ruud's well within his rights to continue just going for it.
Absolutely, and it's certainly something. As I say, I touched on it there. Novak can have ups and downs in matches, and people have been distracted by that in the past.
Yeah.
Ruud absolutely not letting him phase him as he creams a forehand there. However, doesn't quite go big enough with that one, but enough to put it away at the net there. Perfect.
That forehand though, I've watched Casper Ruud. I'm quite a fan of Casper Ruud. Just I have no idea why, but I just quite like his game style. But that, even today, for me, who's watched a bit of Casper Ruud in the past, that forehand it just is something else. It's just when he can get it and time it. Its accuracy, the damage it can do to opponents. It gets them on the run, even though they know it's coming. and he's finding it down the line, and he's creating himself like these opportunities to then. I mean, it was a terrible volley, let's be honest, but he's won the point because of that forehand 2 shots previous. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And as I've touched on, it's just so repeatable. He doesn't look that likely to miss them most of the time. I mean, so far, what have we had? We have had 4 forehand errors from Casper Ruud compared to Djokovic's 8. Gives you an idea. It's just such a solid shot, and it's so repeatable. Again, 11 winners from the forehand, and you can't see how many errors he's forced with it, but there you go, 11 winners to 4. That's not a bad stat ratio, is it, Tom?
No, I mean, yeah, it's interesting. 11 winners to 4. I'm looking at the same stats. The forced errors, interestingly, it's saying that Casper has made 12 forced errors compared to Djokovic's 5. So it just shows you that Novak is still, obviously very much in this game is the wrong thing to say, but he's still, he's causing problems, particularly in the last 4 or 5 games.
Yeah. Quite annoys me when they don't. There's a big difference, Tom, between forced errors and errors forced by a certain shot. So
right.
The stat in the French Open is how many errors were you able to force the opponent into making on either wing, as opposed to how many errors did you force with each of your shots. So I would prefer to know, is Casper forcing errors using his forehand, rather than which wing is Casper forcing an error wrong on Novak's side, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And do they define it then as like an error has to go wide or long or in the net, or like, because, to me an error is just not getting usually it's not getting your shot back, but, I wonder how they define that, because like, that forced error, again, as I mentioned in the last point to win the game previous, he's forced an error in terms of Djokovic putting the ball looping back into the net when he's about to put it away. Do you know what I mean? So it's obviously quite subjective.
Yeah, it's too subjective, Tom, for sure. It's a bit of a touchy point among statisticians of the tennis world.
And do you consider yourself a statistician of the tennis world?
Unofficially.
Unofficially.
Yeah, it's just a passing interest.
You're an official stato in my eyes. Don't worry.
Thanks, Tom. Back to the match, by the way. Love 15 here. Ruud did manage to win that first point. Novak really taking his time here. I think a bunch of ball bounces before he serves. Probably pretty important he gets the first serve in, given how the extended rallies have been going. He gets one out wide, has a chance, and then goes for a drop shot. Should win the point from here. Is it back in play? It is. It's a tweener. It's a tweener lob from Ruud.
It's a tweener lob.
Oh. Okay. Tweener lob, and he wins the point.
Wow. And I think producer John liked that one as well. He was what a rally! Like, that's we talked about the pace of Casper Ruud earlier on. He's shown it again. Tweener lob, brilliant. I don't know if Djokovic actually thought he had that in him. Or maybe he was expecting the tweener to be like, a drilled ground stroke or something, but he just seemed a bit shocked the fact that Casper had tried that. And fair play to Casper Ruud. That's really got the crowd on his side again.
Novak keeps falling over though. He's losing his balance a lot. It's pretty mad.
Well, they mentioned obviously the water, the court so much, and it's like it's like mud out there. But have you seen Casper on the deck yet?
No, I haven't. To be fair, Tom, he does love the clay. To be fair, so I don't know. Maybe he's just superhuman in that department.
Well, I mentioned earlier, previously, he's won since 2020. The Casper Ruud has won the most matches on clay than any other player, by some distance as well.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So since 2020, he's won 87 matches compared to Tsitsipas, who has won 68. Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz 64, Djokovic 54. So yeah, he does love the clay, like you mentioned.
I'm just wondering, I'll take away Casper's 250. Oh no, that's too many 250 titles since then. Never mind.
No, well, I said that. I said that, you know, he obviously loves going to places like Gstaad and stuff like that, when not many others do. So that'll be, because I mean he also leads in the most finals in clay, 12 to 10, Alcaraz in 10, and then the most titles in clay, he's on 9, Alcaraz 7. And you know, those 250s, like you mentioned, will be a big reason for that.
Yeah. Here's something quite interesting, Tom. So 2 points in a row, 30 all. Both of those points ending with Novak coming towards the net at some point to force a passing shot from Ruud. These are the kinds of things that Novak can now fall back on in the twilight of his career, where he wouldn't have been able to do this in the past. Because he didn't used to have such a good, complete, solid net game. He feels like he can pull that sort of plan B out if he's not playing as well as he would like from the baseline. And it's forced a couple of errors there, and we're now 30 all. He might have a chance here. Second serve, though.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the second serve. Is this going to be down the tee? No. And I'm just looking at the stats that you've been talking about. You know, in terms of the points one, I do like them stats. So Casper Ruud, you know, 5 to 8 shots is absolutely, you know, well in front of Novak Djokovic. What does that, you know, say to yourself then, Jack? Somebody, you know, the 5 to 8 stats is probably what the most common kind of stat rally length would be. So he's winning all, like, you know, the majority of rallies, if you get my point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about that. That counts as an extended rally, right? Because you have to hit at least 3 shots to get to the 5 to 8 shot rally length.
Yeah.
So you're talking about Casper winning the vast majority of points when he hits 3 shots in the rally. So if Novak can get those 2, stave off those first 2, he's got a pretty good chance of winning it. And that was 4 points won in the 1 to 4 shot rally length from Novak. 3 of them were an approach shot. So he is coming to the net more often now. And one of them was a very deceptive, sort of caught you off guard there, Tom, slider out wide on the second serve, which is the last thing that Ruud is going to expect, right? So
got
you.
Got you.
Very sneaky. That's one from the Medvedev playbook. He likes to go wide in the second serve in the juice court. I like it a lot.
Yeah. And you see more and more players doing that these days, you know, and try to get a free point from it. In terms of, you know, setting up the +1, try to figure out where you are on the stream, because I think we're maybe slightly. Well, I can tell by that reaction you've caught up with me, because Casper Ruud has just smacked a more than makeable ball into the net. He's under pressure.
Yeah, those are the sort of moments that when you've got love 30, when you've had love 30, and you don't convert at that point. And I think he really felt the grimace there when he missed that second serve return at 30 all at 5-4 as well. Those are the sort of moments that haunt you. And I feel like Ruud is now, he's probably going to go in a little downward spiral for a while, I think.
Well, Ghost makes a good point here in terms of maybe not the realisticness of him doing an underarm serve, but Djokovic is standing well back. I just noticed that after Ghost had mentioned that. And we spoke about before Djokovic stepping up against Alcaraz, but like he is sitting miles back. Is that because, you know, he respects the Ruud serve, or is it because he wants to try and do one of these moon balls? To what's your thoughts?
I actually don't know. I think he's given himself time just to get adjusted. I'm very surprised he's that far back on this. If he is that far back on the second serve, I didn't check, to be fair. I'll check in a second. The first serve.
I think so. I think the last point, I'm sure that it was a Ruud second serve, and that's when I noticed it. So yeah, it's just it's a good point by Ghost, and I know I've seen underarm serves. I just, whether or not Casper Ruud's the kind of guy who's going to take that on in a Grand Slam final that he's actually competing at is another question. So if he hits an underarm serve, you know, I doff my cap to you.
I'd be very surprised if he does. I think the drop shot's a good play to combat a deep return position, so serve and volley, but underarm serve, not many people practice it firstly, and secondly, it works as like a surprise tactic once, maybe twice. Otherwise, you've drawn the other person into the net when you don't really want them there. So it's pretty tough to pull off.
Yeah.
Ace from Ruud, right? Oh, no.
Yeah. No, he seems to be playing a pretty solid game here again. I just hope, he doesn't put all. It's one of these ones. Again, I seem to be painting his death, his obituary already. But I just he's. I hope he has. It's not going to be one of these contests where he puts everything into, either a tie-break win or just into the tie-break with Novak Djokovic, and then he's got nothing left in the tank for the remainder of the match. What's Novak complaining about?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is it a ball mark maybe, or
nothing that I saw? I mean, no. I mean, somebody who may be watching with commentary. I don't know, but he doesn't seem to be too happy. Interesting. I don't know if you saw in the chat earlier on, just where we have the changeover. Mohamed Liani, where has he been in this tournament? I've not seen him. Have you seen him? It's still bothering me, and nobody's been able to give me a clear answer as to what's going on with the guy. I've just not seen him in umpire any match at all.
No, I haven't seen him so far. I don't really know what's going on there, Tom.
I don't know why it's bothering me so much, but I will find an answer to my. I don't know if Casper's getting involved in the Novak chat with the umpire, because he's obviously sitting looking over. Certainly, is aware it's going on. Oh, is it the shot clock? Okay.
Oh, could be.
I mean, I know that in the early stages of Friday, I think. Well, in fact, no, it was in the second set. I think Miles McClarkin was talking about the umpire had been very generous to Novak in terms of the shot clock. Is that something it's obviously it's a rule that's enforced, and I think they mentioned that's good because the intensity, the brutalness of these rallies, the heat. I know you touched on the heat being on Friday being so much higher than any other point of the French Open, and maybe that kind of contributed to the downfall of Alcaraz. Is that maybe something that's happening here as well? I know we don't really know what the temperature is at the moment. I'll maybe try and find it out.
I think it is pretty hot. I read somewhere, so it definitely could be. I think Novak maybe is flagging a little bit. He should be used to this, of course. So he's been here and done that in much worse conditions than this. So
are you aware of the court times the guys have had? I can certainly. I think I was looking at that earlier on. If you're interested in the court times getting to this final.
Yeah, no, I don't know actually. I would like to know, Tom. I might be able to pull it up unless you have you got it there.
Yeah, I've got it. So in total, Djokovic has spent 17 hours and 44 minutes, compared to Casper Ruud spending 1 minute short of 16 hours, 15 hours, 59 minutes. So Djokovic has been on court for a good hour and a bit longer than Casper. I just wonder. Again, I don't know if we're looking for ways to get Casper into this match, but I just wonder if that will play a part. Probably, again, going back to the original one, probably not.
I'm surprised Novak's been on for as long as that. He's only dropped the 2 sets, of course, and he's not been particularly pushed in any of his matches. So
do you know something though? The Karen Khachanov match was 3 hours 38. Davidovich Fokina was 3 hours 36. The 3-set win over Davidovich Fokina was only 2 minutes shorter than the 4-setter with Khachanov. And Alcaraz, of course, it was 3 hours 23, but 2 hours 45 of that was probably the first 2 sets. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that was Ruud's first backhand winner of the match, by the way, just to get himself a little foothold in this service game. It is now 15-all. Yeah, let's talk about Novak's tiebreak record if and when it does come up, because obviously it's fascinating. As he rifles an ace down the tee, it does look like we could be going that way.
Yeah. Have you got any facts or figures there, Jack, or you want me to try and have a quick?
No. I can give you some for the tiebreak. I think I'll jinx it though. I'll wait until we get there. So,
that's fair point.
Still 35 at this point. Novak looking for a big serve here just to get himself to that stage of the first set. He is going for a kicker out wide again, gets himself in the rally, big forehand down the line. One of the biggest we've seen from Novak so far as he goes inside in.
Interesting. Ruud didn't really, make any attempt. I think he was possibly just knew that it was going to be too good for him.
Yeah, a little too far. Pretty deep shot. There was no chance. just too good there with the forehands. I'm surprised he's been able to hit it that big, actually. We've not seen much of that from him. He will step up if it does go to the tiebreak, as we know. His forehand's probably going to be a little bigger. But one thing in particular, Tom, I'm just waiting for Novak to take us to a tiebreak so I can start talking about it. There we go. A drop shot. He is there. One thing we do know he's going to do is lockdown modes, because that's what he's most famous for. He's not going to make a mistake. He is going to absolutely test the rally temperament of Casper Ruud. If he makes an unforced error, I'd be surprised. There has been 5, Tom, for Novak this tournament. Yep. There has been 47 points, which he has won, and 47 points that he has played, I should say, and he has not hit a single unforced error in that time.
Wow. Okay. So pretty ominous for Casper.
pretty ominous, yeah. And of course that Wimbledon match against Federer, that's the most famous one for tie breaks. One, right, because he ended up losing the most points in the match. He didn't make a single unforced error for those 3 tie breaks either. So I would not expect Novak to miss a single ball. Here we go. We'll see. First point in the tie break.
I know we're at a very opportune moment, but on the back of what you've just told me there, I have a very good question for you. Would you say, hold on. That's some winner by Novak Djokovic.
Come on. Novak. What is that? It's freaky, Tom. It's freaky. Just to see that shift. Just to see that shift in the space of a point. He knows. That's scary.
But I was going to ask you, obviously, Novak Djokovic, arguably the greatest player of all time. Would you put into the same bracket that he is the greatest tie-break player of all time? The best?
Yeah. I mean, statistically, he is. He's got the highest win percentage in tie-breaks of any other player.
Right.
Yeah. It's about 68%, I believe, so he wins about 2 out of every 3 he plays, which, given the match has been even up until 6-all, is huge. That's, it's massive. So, he's now serving volleyed on a kicker out wide. Oh, the lob goes back into play.
Ruud is basically his system there. It's a great rally. Oh, Casper Ruud. What has he done there? You'll see it in a second.
Oh, he's got no drop shot. Oh, wait, okay. Open court. No, don't go back. What are you doing?
He went back to him.
Oh my God, Casper!
But it was great, ingenuity in terms of Casper Ruud. He clocked that Novak was coming in. He's went, a good looping return win ball, as you call. And what is he doing? He's played that point from that point perfectly. And you're thinking the mini break back, and why he's went back. Why I honestly can't explain that. Unless he thinks that Novak is going to try and reach over for that and he's trying to double bluff him, I've got no idea.
Novak did give him a little bit of a fake, but I still don't think he would have got the ball. So that was a dumb move. That really was. That hurt a little bit. It's 2-love now. Will Novak ever make a mistake ever again for the entirety of this tiebreak? That one goes in, of course. He's approaching. Oh, no, he's not coming in off of that, Tom. It's another backhand cross-court rally. You would not expect Novak to miss from here. Ever. If he does miss, something is going on. Big forehand from Ruud inside in. Ruud is in ascendancy at the moment. And, of course, Tom, a forehand sprayed away from Ruud.
Casper Ruud will, be kicking himself in this tiebreak. Like he's had chances in these 3 points that shouldn't be getting gifted to him at this stage by Novak Djokovic. And also a lot of them is stuff that he's created himself. That forehand you mentioned a minute ago. I really like that moonball in the previous point, how he set it up. But he's not put away the correct point. He's not played the right shot. And I'm disappointed for him.
It's just, there's been so many people who have been in this situation before against Novak, and so many people who have showed us stuff like this happening over and over again. It's not just Casper. You'll be happy to know, as he puts that forehand away, it's anybody else who's played Novak in a tiebreak. This is just insane, as always.
Yep.
As we were saying earlier, obviously, Casper was in the driving seat on all of the extended rallies. You would expect him to be if this was a normal matchup. However, it's the way that the dynamic of the match changes on literally the score line, basically. Just because it's a tiebreak, Djokovic knows he shouldn't miss. he can't miss, and Ruud overheats. It's tennis is a little predictable sometimes. So I'm hoping that we see a spanner in the works here.
Yeah. It's just this. Look, you've just told me that Novak Djokovic is the best tiebreak player of all time. Tennis is obviously, you can be the best tennis player in the world, and the most talented. But if you don't have it up here in the mental side, in the big moments, you're not really going to get anywhere. And you've seen that by the amount of good college players, good juniors who come through and just can't hack it at a professional level. Novak is probably one of the ice cool players in history. And he just plays the big moments the best, and that's probably why he is the best.
It's brutal, honestly. 4-1, Djokovic now serving with the double mini break. And Djokovic also able to force the error there. Ghibli has touched on it in the comments from Casper at net, although that was a very tough shot for Casper. Second serve here. Does Novak just get the rally started? Continue in Novak lockdown mode from all of his tie breaks of old. Here we go, second serve. Casper starts the rally, backhands cross court, and Casper misses with the weakness that we aforementioned. It's not the greatest.
It's the writing's on the wall, and again, I hope Djokovic will probably see this out now, and I hope we're not going to have 2-6-2, 6-1, 6-2, 6-2 or something like that now, because he's put everything into this. But again, we spoke about the unforced errors and the forced errors. Just looking at the stats, Djokovic is about to win this set, and he's had more unforced errors than Casper Ruud. It's not looking good. I can't really make much of a case for Casper Ruud anymore. He's had his opportunities here.
It's actually, honestly, the fact that the whole match, the whole set, has been dictated by Casper in extended rallies, and just because it's a tiebreak, just because Novak is so historically brilliant here, the dynamic of that completely changes. And now the extended rallies are all going the way of Novak. He doesn't mind just rolling in serves. He doesn't mind waiting for Casper to make a mistake. Tennis is a weird sport.
Yeah. What did they? I think somebody said it's either, especially the way the points are made, it's either the most idiotic way to score a sport or the most genius way. I can't. Something like that. Djokovic obviously just ploughed in an ace to lead 6-1. He has 5 set points for the opening set. And tell us that stat one more time, Jack. The 98 first set wins. What happens?
Yeah, he has not lost a match at a Grand Slam after winning the first set in 98 consecutive matches dating back 7 years to the 2016 US Open final versus Stan Wawrinka. Will he convert this first set point of 5? He's going extended rally with Casper. It could go on for a while. That's some great forehand offense from Novak, the best we've seen in a while. And it's enough to win on the set. Novak set is up.
Yeah, it looks like he's maybe either taking a break here. But that, to be honest, I mean, the first few points, but he looks like he's got his eye in now. He looks like this is now, the nerves are gone. Any kind of doubts that he had, the thoughts of history, 23, coming into Nadal's backyard and basically, surpassing any sort of record. It's all the nerves are gone now, and like you say, predictable. Hopefully not. Hopefully we still have a few more twists and turns. So, yeah.
Novak's unforced error record continues, by the way, in tie breaks. That was, of course, 8 points to add to the 56 he's played in tie breaks this tournament. And he didn't make a single unforced error for any of those 56 points. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Yeah. So just like Novak, I'm going to just pop to the gents very quickly, Jack. Just cool. I'll maybe bump into him in the way there and see how he's feeling.
Console him, Tom.
Yeah. Hey, see you in a sec.
Some set, as I was saying to Tom, though, did feel a little bit predictable in the end. Novak's tiebreak record just taking precedence over all else. as I mentioned, though, just so surprising given that Novak was losing pretty much every single one of the rallies that went over 3 shots, and we must have seen about 6 of the 8 points there were extended rallies, and Novak won all of them. It's a crazy sport, and unfortunately, that's what happens. Novak knew what he needed to do. Looking forward to the rest of the match, most likely we'll see a little bit of a spike in Novak's serving performance. We'll probably see a little bit of a spike in his forehand offense, which we were seeing at the end of that set as Djokovic started to loosen up a bit. And Ruud will probably struggle to win those extended rallies in the same manner he did before, because Novak will probably be feeling a lot more confident teeing off on the wing that has been giving a bit of trouble for the whole of the match. He has, so far in his forehand, hit less winners and forced errors than he has unforced errors. So it gives you an idea. He is feeling a little bit uncomfortable there. Actually, I stand corrected. He did up his forehand forced errors and winners rate significantly after that tiebreak. So before the tiebreak, he was really struggling with his forehand. Now he is absolutely happy to dictate every rally he can with it. That's probably how we'll see the rest of the match go. It's going to be a very, very uphill battle for Ruud from here on out. Points won there as well, just so we can get an idea of how close it was. I'm pretty sure we just saw it. 47-41. Of course, that is the difference in the tie-break score. So before the tie-break, they were exactly equal in points. It's a very classic Novak match. For anybody who's not been watching Novak for the last 10 years, maybe this is a surprise, but for everybody else, most of us are thinking that's it, done and dusted now. That was an absolute, well, it wasn't a gimme for Ruud. He had chances, but Novak still played well. But yeah, this is now going to be incredibly difficult for Ruud to win after having many chances in that first set. Vance's stat, let's see Vance's stat. Was it on the screen a minute ago, perhaps? I'll check it out anyway. Probably something about Novak winning all the time or something like that. Novak Djokovic, the tiebreak king, is now 6-love in tiebreaks at the 2023 RG Championship. Yeah, okay. That's the one I just said, Ghost. Maybe he wasn't listening to me. Didn't say 17 winners, to be fair. How is Andy doing? Yeah, a little bit of a justified departure while we're waiting for the player to come back on court. Oh, Andy, I think it's been suspended for rain, but it is 6-3, 3-1 to the grass court king himself. He's mustering a comeback. Who knows? Oh, it's very exciting. It's incredibly exciting, not just because of the win, if he does get it, but the more Andy accumulates points, the more chance he has of being seeded at Wimbledon, the more chance I have of seeing him at Wimbledon this year. That's all we want, basically. Might be a while till they come back in court. I don't know what Ruud's going to be doing to psych himself up from here. He obviously feels like he had a stranglehold when Novak was knocked in confidence, but he'll know what happens after Novak wins first sets. So it's going to be tough for him. Gibley, yes, I am going to Wimbledon. No tickets. I'm just going to go to the queue. I'll get some grounds passes every day. I'm going to be there from the Monday to the Friday, the first Monday to the first Friday. There are a few other people that are also going to be for some of those days. John Silk being one of them. It's very exciting, of course. Here's an interesting stat that's just popped up on my screen. Novak has won the title. That doesn't make much sense to me. Claimed the title when he won first set, 14 out of 17. Oh, I see. Yeah, so in the 17 finals in which he's won the first set, he's won the title 14 times. And of course, we mentioned it earlier. The few times he has lost after winning the first set, Stan Wawrinka twice, and the other, Rafael Nadal in the 2014 French Open final. A saw that. Andy wants Djokovic to win the French Open. I get it. You know, if Novak keeps winning, then it feels like Andy can keep winning as well. It's probably all selfish. I'm sure there's only ulterior motives in that sentiment. Probably. Yes, please. I would like to hear Andy's comments.
Semi-finals of the French Open and quarter-finals of the French Open is something that, I did regularly, and I loved playing in those matches and playing in huge stadiums and full stadiums like that. Yeah, and obviously when I get the opportunity to, like at the Australian Open or at Wimbledon, like I've really enjoyed those occasions. But yeah, I would like to be playing in the latter stages of those events more. And yeah, obviously the win today for Novak is obviously a big one. Alcaraz obviously is going to win multiple slams, but I feel like from my experience, I know that when you're coming up against guys that have won 10, 20 Grand Slams in the finals or semi-finals, it is different to competing against other players that haven't had those experiences. And I didn't watch the match, but the fact that Alcaraz cramp probably would have suggested that he was feeling some of the nerves, which is completely normal and understandable in that situation. But I think that was Novak's 45th Grand Slam semi-final, which is incredible numbers. And yeah, it'd be amazing to see him do it on Sunday. I'll be supporting him. I hope he can do it, because it's incredible what he's done.
Great. Thank you, guys. I'm going to have to stop there. Sorry, he's got to go get some treatment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir Andy,
yeah.
Have you seen how he's doing? I know that obviously all eyes on the French, but he looks like he's on his way to winning in Surbiton.
Yeah, the match is suspended at the moment, Tom, but he is up in one set 6-1, and he's a break up in the second set.
Yeah. So is it weather suspension? Is it
weather suspension? Yeah, weather suspension. Interesting stat for coming back to the match, by the way, on Novak in tie breaks in Grand Slam finals. He has this is super interesting. So even if he lost that tiebreak, he has won. So he's played 10 matches, Tom, where he's lost a tiebreak in a Grand Slam final. He has won 8 of those matches.
Wow.
It's just like, how does that even happen? He lost his first one. Was that his first one against Federer in the US Open in 2007? And he lost to Sir Andy himself at the US Open in 2012 when he lost that tiebreak. Every other one he has gone on to win, which is just absurd. And of course, Tom, you would expect the record when he does win a tiebreak in a Grand Slam final, 11 out of 12. So the writing is on the wall for Casper Ruud.
Yeah, I mean, he started the second set. I mentioned I felt like he was playing his strongest towards the end of that first set, just in the tiebreak, and he started off with the first 2 points here, and his service game.
We'll see what happens here, Tom. But I'm feeling bleak for Ruud. As Ghost says, he can't come back. It's probably not going to happen. Just the way that already Novak is going after his forehand, it really doesn't bode well for Casper.
No, I suppose, this is very easy to say. It's, but, Casper just has to maybe concentrate right now on, making sure that his service game is won. I mean, this is obviously tennis 101, but, and then if there's any opportunities that arise from maybe errors, and then capitalising on them. But, as I say, that's the game plan for every single tennis player who steps out on court, I suppose. So, but yeah, I think he needs to stop the rot a little bit and just boost the confidence by winning this service game coming up.
I don't know the definitive odds, Ghibli, although I think I will look them up actually because I'm intrigued. But I believe it will be about 10-1 probably officially. Is how much it would be. It
was 4-1 at the start. I had a quick chat, and I was mentioning, when it's a 2-horse race, when there's only 2 outcomes that can possibly happen, 4-1's pretty big odds. So yeah,
I've said I sound like a broken record. I just hope that all the effort, everything went into that first set to get it, because Casper will know that 98 stat. He'll know that how important that first set was going to be, and I just hope that he hasn't left it all into the first set.
Yeah, absolutely. Casper is currently 10-1. I'm exactly right. He's 10-1 on the dot. So at this stage in the match, 10 times Casper loses and 1 time he wins. But that even seems quite fair. That seems quite optimistic, I should say.
Yeah.
Novak from a setup in a Grand Slam in his last 98 matches hasn't lost. Those are your odds. There you go. That's the odds you should be looking at, really, Tom. It's not looking great.
No, it's not. And certainly where I am on my stream, Novak is just, you can see it on the scoreboard on the channel. Novak completely dominating the rally, completely working out the Casper Ruud mindset as well as game at the moment, I think. Casper is hurting at the moment.
Yeah, we can see Novak taking forehands on the rise now, not waiting for them to go over his head, not taking on Djoko smashes or anything like that. He's just going big. Yeah, 10-1, I would agree, Ghibli. That almost seems generous, despite being epically big. I think it's pretty generous, for sure. Big first serve from Ruud, but he's missed it, so it's a second serve now at love 30. This is probably the moment where the momentum all goes Novak's way if Casper can't crawl through this service game.
Yeah, well, we're certainly game. I mean, if we're not already at game over, we're certainly at game over when it goes, or if it goes two sets to love. Absolutely no way back for Casper at that stage. But, if we can just stop this right now, stop the momentum. Tennis is all about dips and highs and lows and changes in momentum. And it just takes one. I'm sure you've played in so many kind of matches like this, Jack. One epic point where the crowd come back on side can change things again.
Yeah, but Novak's just a different. Honestly, he won't. I don't expect him to miss much at all compared to that first set now, and he will go after his forehand. He was a bit nervy on it. He was a bit reluctant to go after it in the first set. I just don't see that happening now, and it's what he needs to take control of the match. I'm trying
to give people who aren't fans of Novak Djokovic some crumbs of comfort. And you're poo-pooing every single one of those, Jack.
that shot there was quite an emphatic statement, to be fair, Tom. I don't know if you
Correct.
saw that one.
Yeah,
Forehand return winner to poo-poo those statements justifiably. That was emphatic.
Yeah, but fair enough. Casper's bit back a little bit there. He wrong-footed Djokovic with the +1 forehand. He needs to get that back firing. He needs to, just keep doing what he was doing in the first set, certainly. And the problem is, if Djokovic starts doing what he wasn't doing in the first set and doing, playing his normal game, then it's writing on wall kind of stuff.
Yeah. To go on to what these guys have said, that could be quite an interesting departure if this match starts to get a little sapped. Does anybody have 3 Grand Slam losses? I'll have a little think. If these Grand Slam losses without a win, I'll have a little think depending on how this break point goes. Novak now moonballing it, by the way. I'll finish this point. So I think Casper's went big on a forehand, and it is enough to force the error. So he is still alive here.
So he's still got it. I think John John and Co were talking about it towards the end of yesterday's women's final. I think Nick had mentioned that Casper would be. I think Andy won it on his 4th. They were mentioning. Yeah. So Andy's been there before, but
Andy won it on his 5th. I'm pretty sure.
Was it his 5th?
Yeah, because he'd had
Australian
US Open
2011,
final, 2 Australias and a Wimbledon before he won on his 5th.
Right, yeah. Fair enough. So Casper would, he's not going to have a 3. He's going to have an 0-3 record, and he'll be only one kind of with that at the moment. 100% losing record in a Grand Slam final.
Yeah, because Team won his on his 4th attempt. He'd lost his first 3 as well, and that's quite a good comparison. But yeah, struggling to think of anybody who doesn't have the win after having 3. Kevin Anderson won with 2 as well. Nishikori just made the 1. Cilic, of course, won the US Open. I forget that. I was going to say he made 3 as well. Yeah, I'll have a wee think. Novak rifling another forehand return, by the way. Has a Djoko smash. Surely no mistake this time.
No.
Just keeps it simple. It's like, it doesn't have to be that difficult. Just put it back behind him. Break point now.
Yeah, and the problem is, we spoke about, we probably haven't actually touched on, Casper Ruud's serve. It doesn't really get spoken about one way or the other. But these are the moments where you need a strong, even if it was a strong, highly accurate serve that you could try and win a free point on. These are the moments you would need that for, and that's what you touched on when Novak had against Alcaraz in points. So unfortunately, you can't see like Casper stepping up and firing down an ace just to save the point. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'd like to point out, by the way, Ghibli as well, by the way, Soderling has 2 final appearances. I'd like to point out Andy Murray was 25 when he won his first Grand Slam, and Casper Ruud is still only 24. He absolutely has time. If you want to make those comparisons, there's a high chance he still wins a Slam. If he's making 3 Grand Slam finals, why not? He's like anybody else, like any other player, that's gone on to do something great. He has ended up raising his level from something good to amazing. Andy was certainly not an exceptional player before he won that Slam. I don't think people regarded him as that. He was always second best. And then eventually he raised his level enough to win a Slam. I'm sure Ruud will be hungry enough to keep doing that. There is a chance he could win one, definitely. And by the way, he saved that break point, by the way.
Yeah, he did. And Djokovic complaining because he went long. But I'm just watching the next point. Pretty rapid stuff, but Novak's he's angry. Even though he's winning, he's angry, and I've always maintained there is nothing more damaging in tennis than an angry Novak Djokovic. He's wound up.
Ghost, I would 100% say in 2012 when Andy lost that final at Wimbledon, I don't think anybody thought he had time, given Federer, Novak and Rafa were still at their pomp basically, and they were winning slams left, right and centre. I don't think anybody gave him a chance. I think Casper still definitely has a chance when you think about history. Team as well, of course. Team managed to get his first Slam eventually, even, albeit under different circumstances at the US Open. Big break point here, by the way. Kind of neutral at the moment. Neither player forging an advantage. Casper now slicing. Novak slicing back to draw Ruud forward to the net. Novak looking to pick him off with the lob. Can't do enough of the smash. Ruud, and the error is forced with a deep shot. Novak points to the head.
23 times, I think. You saw him doing that before Australia this year. I think it was John will correct me, maybe in Auckland or Brisbane or somewhere or Adelaide actually. He won an event and he pointed to his head 22 times before the Australian Open. And that looks like he's done that again in terms of that's him doing it 23 times to mark 23 slams. I'm sure he now thinks that it's in touching, it's within his grasp.
It's tough, isn't it? It's rough watching this, but yeah, you can see Novak's forehand speed picking up. It's just difficult to even give Casper a whiff of a chance at the moment. We've seen this play out quite a few times, basically. So yeah, it's pretty rough.
Yeah. You can see the stat on screen at the moment. Djokovic has won 20 of the last 25 points. What does Ruud do? I don't know if he's got in his locker to do anything much. He's played well. It's an improvement for last week. But yeah, I'm not too sure what else he can do here.
It is hard. I'm still trying to find out, by the way, for us, who is the person with the most Grand Slam finals. I would like the definitive answer. There we go. Got it. It is officially 3. That is Tony Roach from quite a while back, of course. And Tony stands alone at 3. There's a bunch with 2. Casper would match him at 3. And if he doesn't go on to win one, he'll be the guy with the joint most Slam finals lost without winning a Slam.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just you've got to keep going. He's shot many in terms of getting to one, let alone three. So he's still got a long time in the game. I'm probably not as hopeful as maybe many. I think just to go into, I think it was Gibley's point in terms of the players that are in the game and the players that are emerging into the game. I think Holger Rune will get stronger across multiple surfaces probably. He needs to obviously up his fitness. I think you've got Alcaraz, Sinner. I think it'll get tougher for Ruud is my point. I know he's faced two of the greatest players of all time, and arguably Alcaraz and the other one. But I think I don't know how many more chances he'll get. Is my point. I don't know if I'm maybe saying something that not others are thinking, but I don't see him. I don't see loads of other chances for Ruud, and I know that's strange to say considering he's been at 3 of the last 5.
I get it. I think maybe when you compare him to his peers, it's pretty easy to write him off. But I suppose I'm so optimistic. Surprise, surprise, because of Andy and because he's done it in the past.
Would you compare the two in terms of ability and talent?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't, Tom. But keep in mind, this guy is incredible on a clay court. Let's not underrate him totally. He is against probably the greatest player of all time right now on the other side of the net. If it was somebody that was a mere mortal on the other side of the net, even Rune, even Tsitsipas, even Alcaraz at this stage in his career, I think he'd have a chance. And actually, Ruud came very close to beating Alcaraz in that slam final at the US Open.
Yeah.
He wasn't that far away. So I won't totally write him off. I think he's got a chance of raising his level from what it already is, for sure. So I don't want to say never for him. I think he's got a good chance. Definitely. Okay.
Now, just while we've got a break in play, of course, Novak 3-love up, pretty comfortable love hold there. I think it was a love hold. I don't think Casper managed to get it because he's just on a momentum train right now. Is that Olivier Giroud beside his box? I was going to ask you about the calendar slam now. So we're well on our way to 2 out of 2 for the year for Novak. Of course, he loves Wimbledon. He's been the dominant player there for a while now. And then you've got the big US Open. Thoughts on, is he now the favourite to go on and do the calendar slam? Will the ghost of 2021 haunt him? What's your thoughts now that we are where we are?
Almost certainly. I think it's no secret for most people that Novak is the clear favourite for Wimbledon. There's just not very many people that can contest him on that surface, and with the weaponry he's got, he's just so comfortable there. Obviously,
is Alcaraz included in that, do you think? Yeah. I mean, I know that he's not had a great record. He's only played 2 Wimbledons. I think he lost to last year. Sinner, of course.
He is, unfortunately. Yeah, he doesn't serve quite well enough to totally do well on that surface yet. He's not quite a spot server in that department. If he comes up against a really good returner, then it will be tough. Sinner, of course, was a good example. And the ball does stay a little lower. He prefers it a little higher, to be fair, compared to other players to attack with, I guess. But obviously, he could eventually be a Wimbledon champion. He's got all the makings of one in terms of his weaponry, in terms of what he's got in his arsenal. Just at this stage in his career, no, I don't think he is a threat, I'm afraid.
Right.
I think Novak's still the clear favourite for sure.
Anyone could threaten him then, no? I mean, obviously, Kyrgios has been off it's his favourite tournament. He's been off for ages. He's coming back.
Probably not. Definitely not Kyrgios. I think there's a British up and comer at the moment in the Surbiton Challenger. I think what's his name?
Are you actually going to say that Andy Murray?
No, I'm not saying that, and I'm not going on record saying that. Please don't soundbite. Please don't soundbite me. I don't believe that he's going to beat him for sure. Novak's the clear favourite at Wimbledon. I don't think nerves will take precedence there. I think at the US Open we could easily see a repeat of what happened. Tom.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay. Yeah, I think. I mean, obviously the US Open is a much more. It's more open than I'm sure it's particularly maybe not the French Open, but particularly Medvedev, his history there and the way he has been playing, the kind of change up after the Australian Open defeat. I said, 2 weeks ago, I thought it was really, really impressive how he's bounced back from a pretty poor kind of 5-6 months, and he's managed to win the tournaments that he has. I think he'll have a say. Alcaraz, obviously, defending champion. Runa, I don't know. I'm still don't know about this guy. I know that he's got the talent, but I just don't know how. I just don't know where it goes yet.
It was an absolute no-show against Casper Ruud. I mean, what 1 5-set match and you're on your knees? It's like it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And remember, he had a round off as well. I don't know where it goes. Is he maybe? He's so hyped up with like muscle that he doesn't have any stamina. I don't know. I just don't know where the talent goes.
Yeah, it's tough to say. It's tough to know how much stock we should put in him. I agree, Tom. I've got some other stats for you, by the way. I did a little research there just to find out who is the player, male or female, who has the most Grand Slam final appearances without a win.
Right.
So on the men's side, it is Tony Roach. He takes the record there for men's. For the women's, it is Helena Suková at 4 final appearances. So she was in the Australian Open final in 1984 and 1989, and in the US Open final in 1986 and 1993 without a win.
Okay, who's next? Who would be? Is there any female player on 3?
I believe Mary Jo Fernandez was on 3 as well. Just double check that. And then I think we also had Safina, pretty sure she was on 3. I'll just double check that too. But yeah, so there was a couple of other women on 3. But yeah, Suková taking the record at 4. Yeah, Safina was on 3. French Open 2008, 2009, Australian Open 2009, and Mary Jo Fernandez with the 1990 and 1992 Australian Open and 1993 French Open.
Wow. Okay. Good starting, Jack.
Thank you very
much. I like posing you a question or a discussion point in the chat, and you figure out or you find the answer. So Novak 30 love up on his serve, now Ruud, made a couple of imprints. He obviously broke once in the first set, but he doesn't seem to be making any inroads at all now on the Djokovic serve.
This is what happens. Novak goes into service lockdown mode as well. He just places his serve so well, and then he's just so efficient with the +1. So there you go. That was a decent second serve, but not that great. Still, Novak's absolutely going for the forehand now. It's good to see him really loosening up on that wing. This is what he does. It's amazing stuff.
Yep. In terms of his serve, I actually wrote about this when he won the 2022, maybe 2021, when he won the Aussie Open 2021, because he wasn't at 2022, was he? I wrote about this, about the serve and how the serve made him, the favourite at that point for me to go on to, to become the greatest Grand Slam champion of all time. Just talk us through, you mentioned again that the fact the last 5 years, how much that serve, Goran Ivanišević's influence has had on that serve and how much it's improved.
He became such a good spot server in time for the 2018 Wimbledon appearance, when he had that kind of depth. Ivanišević helped him a lot, particularly with just being consistent with his sort of the mechanics of the serve and how not consistent, smooth, I guess is the word. It used to be a little janky. There was kind of some broken up parts of the serve. It's a lot easier for him now, particularly the toss as well isn't as high. He doesn't have to sort of throw himself at it as much. It's a very reliable, repeatable serve now. He's particularly good at placing it in the juice court, where a lot of players aren't quite as good. He's really good at that sliding serve. And then on the ad court, I'd say all his advantages come with that second serve. Ivanišević helped him to up the rates on that second serve down the tee. It's not a first serve, it's not a second serve, it's a hybrid serve, is what Craig O'Shaughnessy called it. It's this like kind of 100 mile an hour plus second serve down the tee into the forehand. Very few other players have that weapon.
And curse of the commentator, he's just thrown up his first double fault of the match.
Classic.
So, obviously talking it up, and he throws it in. They're now 1-1 with in terms of the double faults. But he's got game point here to take a 4-1 lead in the second.
Yeah,
and he does go down the tee.
Right.
He goes down the tee. Picked his spot, went down the tee. Casper Ruud can only go long, and it's a 4-1 Djokovic.
Yeah, it's tough. What have we got here from Ghibli? Novak was celebrating more beating an injured, cramping Alcaraz than he is in this match. I think it does say something about the threat he sees from Casper. He knows how this final should go if he can stay at an average level. Alcaraz was always a little bit of an X factor. He'd only played once. He wasn't sure at just how high he could. Well, he knew how high he could redline his game. It was important to stay focused for the entirety of that match, more so than it is here. Obviously, it's a Grand Slam final, etc., etc. But I don't think he feels under the cosh as much as he did in that match.
Do you think, in terms of pre-Wimbledon tournaments, there's only a couple of weeks. There's not much time between the French and that. Do you think Alcaraz or where will they go? Do you think they will play any pre-match, pre-tournament grass court events? Is Alcaraz? I don't know. You might know if Alcaraz is booked in to play maybe Queens or anything. I don't know.
I don't know at this stage. I don't know anyway, but I'm pretty sure we don't know in general at this stage. Last year, I remember playing an exhibition match, right? It was kind of out of the blue.
Yeah.
Kind of strange one that didn't really have any bearing on how he would play at Wimbledon. He's not played a warm-up event pre-grass season before, right? I'll double check that. I might be wrong about that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I will. That's quite important because if he hasn't done it before, I'm not sure he'll do it as well.
Yeah. I mean, you wonder, how much emphasis. I know that I saw somebody, was it the Tennis Ranter last night on Twitter, talking about, in quotes, clay court mercenaries in terms of, some players dropping to clay court challengers just to kind of sidestep the kind of grass side of things without much focus on Wimbledon. Do you think Wimbledon kind of, basically gets, diluted a little bit because there's some players who just can't go grass at all, and they'll just, not put much effort into actually, achieving anything on grass?
Yeah, it kind of seems like that. I would have said that. There's definitely some players who know they're not going to have as much chance of that tournament as others, and they kind of just turn up, will win a few matches and leave. Definitely. There's some players that know that their game is perfectly suited to it, and they'll probably be making every effort to try and max out their potential on it. So Hubie Hurkacz has got to be one that comes to mind.
Yeah, he loves it.
He should have the serve and transition game to do real damage there for sure.
Yeah.
And obviously Berrettini, but I think Berrettini will still be out of the running this year probably. Hubie Hurkacz could do well actually if he gets over the nervier side of things. He doesn't need a huge forehand to excel in that surface. He's got a small chance there, definitely.
Yeah. As what we're looking at, unforced errors here, Casper Ruud 10-9. I don't know exactly what that stat was in terms of unforced errors. If that was just this set, but we're 15-all on the Casper Ruud serve. As Djokovic, strong backhand cross court, and this time a forehand follow-up. Ruud's block return just gets over the net, but he totally wrong foots the Serbian who was coming into the net. A looping, curling forehand drops in. Fair play, Casper Ruud.
Good.
He's trying to make a fight of this. His previous block return had barely trickled over the net, and Djokovic had smelt blood, but he'd seen him coming in, so fair play.
I'm just looking at the stats there, Tom, just because you'd mentioned them. I wanted to know. In this set alone, Novak is at 12 winners to Casper's 3 winners. In the first set, that was 15-all on the winner count. So it's a start. Sometimes winners don't tell the whole story, but here it tells you, and I can just look at the rally stats as well just to confirm, but here it should tell us that extended rallies are probably starting to go the way of Novak. Let's just see the difference. Yeah, so they're equal in terms of extended rallies now in this set. In the first set, it was all Ruud. It was him by 13 points. Yeah. And then the shorter rallies now, it is Novak by 13 points to 8. So there's a fair wee margin there. You know, Ruud is still keeping himself somewhat alive, but Novak's doing all the damage in every department now.
Yeah, so he's down 2-4, Casper Ruud. You really got to think if he's going to do anything at all, it's got to be in this service game. But I mean, can you tell me how many points he's actually won on the Djokovic serve this set? I don't think it's many. I think maybe 1 out of the 8. Or
it doesn't feel like loads, does it? Let's just have a little look. So far, it's been 6 actually. Oh no, not 6. Sorry, that was the first serve percentage. It was only 3. 3 so
he's
far.
won 3 points, right? Okay. And Djokovic has had 3 service games in a break. As a good strong serve by Djokovic down the tee. And yeah, just dictating everything. He's thinking 2 or 3 shots ahead here. He knows where Ruud's going to put the ball, it seems. This is. I mean, does it? There was chat before the French. I know you picked Djokovic. There was chat before the French. There was injuries. There's the traditional. Doesn't play great in some events. In the pre Roland Garros European swing clay court season. He didn't get to the semi-finals of Rome for the first time in I think 16 years or something like that. Is this and shock's not the right word, but there was people writing him off beforehand. Somebody had asked him after the Runa defeat, do you still think you can win French Open? And he was just like, aye, yeah. So, just what are you putting this down to in terms of the fact that he has managed to come through this, despite a poor pre-event, if you know what I mean?
I mean, I'm the man to ask Tom. This is pretty much the whole thing I said before the tournament started. This is why Novak was my pick. I was just like, it does not matter how Novak has done before the tournament. It doesn't matter that he's not had any clay court form. Historically, Novak has not played badly at a slam for ages, unless there's been some very extenuating circumstances. For example, the US Open final against Medvedev. But he finds a way to get to his top gear. And I figured if he was playing top gear against Alcaraz in the semis, he'd probably win. And obviously it transpired a little differently from how we expected. But I just figured it didn't matter what happened. Novak would play his best tennis. I didn't really think anybody, in simple terms, would be able to keep up. Which is what happened. It didn't really matter that he hadn't played any good tournaments beforehand. As I was expecting, he was fine. He's upped it when he's needed to, right, Tom?
Yeah, no, I mean, I mean, I said the same. I said in the early days that he peaks. His whole focus are these Grand Slams. So these pre-events, he's there purely to try and work towards the 15 days of the French or the 2 weeks of Wimbledon. So, I just thought, the fact that that's his main focus and he's a pretty driven guy and he'll get what he wants most of the time. I thought, especially with the Nadal news as well, that's going to boost him as well. Do you know what I mean? But I mean, Ruud is making a fight of it here. He's at 15-30, as you can see on the scoreboard. He was looking good in that rally, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He has got a little glimmer of hope here. It will be interesting to see if Novak can dispatch it immediately. He'll be looking for... Well, he doesn't have to go cheap anymore. I think the forehand's certainly rewarding him for going after it. So we'll see. Interesting to see what he does in this first serve. We'll just talk through it. Big first serve. Not that big, actually. Sorry. He's just started the rally, really. He's going a little passive in this rally, maybe. Goes bigger with the forehand cross. Ruud tries to change it down the line. Goes for a backhand deep. And he just gets it in, Ruud. But then sprays the next backhand. And
he needs to work in that backhand if he's going to do anything. That was... He got... The first one was probably out. I think Novak knew that as well. I think Ruud, if you look at him, stopped because he thought... the players know when that's gone out and when it's gone long. It wasn't called. And then when he's given, a second bite at it, he just absolutely flapped it. Poor. He needs to work on that backhand. If it just isn't making any damage or doing anything for him.
It's just so hard to fall. I don't know. It's hard to expect any more of him when you're against the greatest backhand of all time, basically, is how I would put it, Tom.
Yeah.
Novak makes your backhand look worse for sure, but Ruud does have a tendency just to keep it very spinny, very sort of passive on that side, when really he should be looking to flatten it out a little bit more often to try and give himself a good chance of getting a forehand into play. Just sometimes gets locked into there more often than he would like. Tries to slice to get back into the play there from deep, probably the wrong shot choice from how far back he was, and loses the point, so it's now 40-30.
Yeah, I spoke to you earlier about the Tsitsipas match, and when, despite being 2 sets down and then winning the third, there was an inevitability about it, and I'm getting that feeling now, Jack. It's almost as if this is something that has been pre-written, and we're now just is it a procession we call it to a Novak 23. I wonder if you'll have a 23 Lacoste jersey. Do you think so? A pre-made?
I think there was another kind of deeper meaning to that one, wasn't there? Just in the kind of way Australia had shirked him, I guess, the last few years, and
yeah,
I felt like that was a bit more of a statement than here. Certainly, I don't think he will, but I might be wrong. I suppose there's a bit of a record thing about it as well, isn't there? So maybe I'll be wrong. It was quite tacky, wasn't it? I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. And I was actually just thinking during that last game, like I think he firmly believes it. Like I said to you, and I saw other tennis commentators speaking about the pre-Brisbane win. I think it was when he won it, and he did the 22, and then that 23 point point to the head there once he broke Casper Ruud in this set. He firmly believes he's on his way, and I'm sure if Lacoste, basically, it's not going to be a bad thing for them. So he might maybe not want it, but the manufacturer might be like, this is a great kind of marketing something for them. So he might not have much choice in it, and so you may never know. I've got a feeling that there might be one there.
Possibly, Tom. I'm excited to see. If we do see, who knows? Maybe Ruud will get his jacket with a big number 1 on it.
Yeah,
who knows?
Yeah. And then he started a trend now. They're all going to be doing it.
Potentially. What's Craig O'Shaughnessy saying here? What have we got?
I think John was speaking to him regarding. What are we just looking? Are we checking out the winners? Right. Okay.
Yeah, offense is starting to take over. The brutality of the first set is behind us. Clean hitting, bigger hitting, taking over in set 2. Yeah, certainly seeing that in the forehand in particular. He's more than happy to build the point using that shot over and over again. Doesn't feel like Ruud's own forehand, his own safe, repeatable, heavy forehand, is doing anywhere near as much damage as it was in the first set, when Novak was maybe a little less determined to get in the front foot.
Yeah. I'm just going to quickly see if I can find any how much he's well played, Casper Ruud. Again, I think I'm a tad ahead of you here, Jack, but Novak, smelling blood, I think, tried to come into the net just to put the next Ruud shot, but he's wrong-footed him again. Second time in as many service games for Ruud. Nice by Casper.
Yeah, it was a good wee wrong-footer. Enjoyed that one. Not the easiest shot to pull off, that one.
Yeah, wrong footers always look good, don't they? Like, they've got a kind of slickness to them, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. But that we talked about that as well the other day, Tom. The kind of changing direction, or not changing direction, but trying to go back down the line off your forehand when somebody looks to attack it. It's quite hard, actually. Like Carlos Alcaraz finds that a very tough shot. Ruud's one of the better players at countering that. It's very impressive.
Interesting, actually. I meant to ask you. You kind of touched on Carlos Alcaraz there. Do you think you mentioned about the fact that Novak kept going to the forehand and basically not caring about what he was going to do with it because he could deal with it. Do you think that the Carlos team will be going away and working on that now? Because I can't believe I'm saying, does Carlos Alcaraz have to go away and work on his forehand, considering the power and that he can get off that forehand? But will they have to go away and work on that for future meetings with Novak Djokovic?
Yeah, it's tough to say. I don't think so. Tom, I think it's more about, can Carlos read when Novak's going down the line? Can he get himself in position for that shot? Because when he's got time on that ball, he's more than happy to take control of the points. And we saw that occasionally in the second set, actually, as well, which is why it was harder for me to fully back Novak. But I still think that, I think if Carlos can read that a little better, then he's got a better chance. But that's not a guarantee, Tom. I think maybe a lot of studying of footage of Novak might help, but his backhand's so difficult to read, it'll be tough. And there is a chance that's a part of the matchup on a slow court that could continue potentially.
Well, we have 2 set points. This is pretty much match points, isn't it? We have 2 set points for Djokovic. He goes right to the feet of Ruud, and he can only pretty much half volley it out of the court. And he has saved the first one, as you can see by the scoreboard. Strong serve. Djokovic can only find the long baseline ball, and he has one more chance to save this tennis match in any form.
This is brutal, isn't it? 30-40. Happy to talk through this one just in case there's a glimmer of hope for the Norwegian. Casper setting up for the serve now. Goes pretty big. Novak gets it into play, no problem. No big forehand from Casper. Way too big. A little
angle
passes
as well
from Novak there, but yeah, brilliant angle from Casper. Very, very nice.
And what about the biggest story, obviously, of the weekend? Tsitsipas and Badosa.
Oh my God.
You've seen them dominating social media tennis Twitter?
Yeah, I don't think anybody can't have seen it. The amount of footage that's come out of them in the 3 days they've been dating is is gross, quite frankly.
Oh God, it's definitely the honeymoon stage, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that kind of content on tennis Twitter, but hey ho.
I mean, it just looks awkward though. It just purely looks and feels awkward. I don't know. I don't know if it's. I don't know. Anyway, fair play. I hope they're happy.
It could. Well, who knows? It could all be a marketing ploy for their Spotify playlist or whatever it was. Maybe. I can't remember now.
Yeah.
Possibly, because it all looks a little manufactured.
Yeah, staged. I didn't want to say that, but now you've forced it out of me. Yeah, it does look a bit staged. That's what I meant by awkward. It just looks.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what it looks like anyway, Tom. I could be wrong, but
yeah. We're maybe too cynical in our old age, Jack.
Yeah, potentially, Tom. Potentially. Ghost making a very good point there, but Badosa just sowing some seeds before her real romance with John Selk. I think it's a good idea. Keep people's suspicions low by getting Tsitsipas in there first before John emerges. I think that won't look very.
Imagine the exclusives when that one happens.
Yes, exactly.
We'll get. Good luck to all endeavours.
That would be a good twist there, Ghibli, if Tsitsipas started a romance with John. Or maybe there's a triangle going on there. There's a bit of talking tennis, soap opera going on.
Yeah, that would be interesting. That'd be a podcast in itself, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Casper Ruud, as you can see, keeps it alive, but for how long? As he is now facing Novak Djokovic, serving for the second set to take a 2-set lead. They go forehand to forehand, sliced backhand by Ruud, picked up by Djokovic. It's returned their backhand to backhand cross court, and Ruud goes long. Djokovic now, he has in the early part of this set, like Jack mentioned, been very aggressive in terms of going for that forehand now, but just in that point there, I think again he just sat back and just waited for the error.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he is keeping it very deep, to be fair. Compared to the extended rallies in the first set, there's still a lot more venom in every shot, even when it's looking a little passive, a lot more weight to each shot. That's the thing. When you get nervous and you're not generating the spin on each shot, not only do you have to hit it slower to keep it in, you also aren't going to get as heavy a ball, so it's not as easy to attack for the opponent, or it's easier to attack for the opponent, I should say. And you can see that now. It's not as easy for Casper to assert his own forehand into the rallies, basically. Here's one, for example. Jesus.
Yeah, exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Obviously, I'm a little bit in front of you, so I'm thinking he's just about to see exactly what you're speaking about. So
that's wild. Jesus. 30 love for a 2-sets-to-love lead. You'll be surprised to hear that Novak's never lost from 2 sets to love up in a Grand Slam final. In fact, sorry,
Grand Slam match.
Let's talk about his Grand Slam match record exactly from 2 sets to live up, because there is one loss, of course. Do you know that one, Tom? It's pretty long ago. So it's a difficult one.
I remember it being spoken about recently. Is that a pretty unknown name?
Yeah, it's quite tough.
Yeah, go for it.
It's a Jürgen Melzer.
Yeah,
in the French Open.
Yeah,
I think, was it 2010? I want to.
Right, okay.
I want to say 10. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I'll find out for sure. But yeah, I want to say 2010. So a fair while ago.
Djokovic 3-set points. Well, Jack does that. I'll talk us through it. Big point here, obviously, in terms of history, in terms of this match, yeah, Djokovic serves in court out wide though, and he's just put away a backhand. It is 2 sets to love. Game, set, and match pretty much surely. There is no way back. Casper Ruud has to win 2 of the next 3 sets. Sorry, no, that's it. Crazy. He has to all 3 sets. Sorry, to have any hope. So he needs a straight sets victory over a momentum. Djokovic is not going to happen. Let's be honest.
No, surely not. Yeah,
tell us the odds now, Jack. Let's look at the odds after you've talked about Jürgen Melzer. But are we going? What are we going? 50?
I would say 25-1 on Bet365. I would say so. Bet365 is the odds makers I've been looking at. I'd guess 25-1, but yeah, 50-1 in reality, probably. Tom, maybe even more than that. Just looking at them now,
the bookies don't like to give away their money, do they?
No, it's 18-1, which seems
18. Jesus,
seems kind.
That's yeah. Just having a look here. What was the ATP saying? It's 14-3 in Grand Slam final when winning the first set and 80-4. You know, obviously the Grand Slam final. I think you touched on this one. I mean, we're now in 2-set land. So, but I was just looking at something the ATP had mentioned. He's 14-3 in Grand Slam tournament finals when winning the first set, and 80-4 lifetime in Roland Garros. When taking the opening set. So he has, I mean, it has happened, but I mean, that's by the by. He's 2 sets up now, so it doesn't make much of a difference. Well, yeah, just break down then. Gus obviously dominated that set from start to finish. He knows when to pounce, doesn't he? He knows when, you know, he's nicked the first set. Well, I say nicked, he dominated the tie break, but he just knows that early break is going to set back Casper Ruud. And you know, that's all he needed, just the one break. So yeah, just what was the difference in that one there for you?
Yeah, I touched on it a few times. Certainly the serve was a bit better, you know, he was placing it a little better. But the main massive difference was the fact his forehand was now firing. You know, he upped the spin rate on there. And it's not as easy as I think some layman will look at the match and kind of say, oh, you know, he's why didn't he just start aggressive from the start of the match? It's not that easy. You know, if you're a little nervy, if you're not feeling the weight of the ball from the opponent from the start of the match, if you're not just feeling loose in the shot, it's tough to do. And it took a while. It took a set under his belt for Novak to feel comfortable to do that. And now that that's started, his forehand can match Ruud's and his backhand is a lot better. So generally in the extended rallies, Novak is looking the favourite, and he's also getting all those 3 points from his serve as well. It's just classic Novak at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not a lot of hope being dished out for Casper Ruud on Twitter. I mean, that I think too many points. I think we mentioned it about the start of the tie break. Too many that volley, or I think it was a volley that he went back to Novak, who was standing there when the open court was beckoning. Too many points. He could have won in set 2. I've seen somebody say. Saying, Gil Gross, who you actually mentioned earlier on, has said that there is still time for twists, but shades of the Fucsovic match, shades of the Fokina match, tough to play great tennis for a long time, come out empty-handed and continue to believe in yourself. Ruud dealing with that reality throughout comparatively uninspired second set. So, you know, it's hard mentally to stay in the game, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not just, you know, even if mentally it was feeling optimistic for some reason, you can't face Novak really when he's in this mood. He's a bad matchup for Ruud as well. You know, when he's when he's playing as well as he can, there's not really anywhere in the court that Ruud can use safe, loopy forehands to hurt Novak, and he's not going to win as many free points off his serve. So even if they're both feeling fresh mentally, it's not, and he won't be feeling fresh mentally, by the way. Ruud, it's not a good matchup anyway. It's just, it's rough. It's unlikely that I think this could be a pretty one-sided set.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, I just feel like I'm being awful disrespectful to Casper Ruud when I keep making these doomsday predictions, but I'm always going to mention that this is going to be 1 or 2, isn't it? But I mean, if there is any glimmer of hope, I mean, Novak was doing a bit of stretching there, but that's just Novak's style, isn't he? He likes to be Mr. Flexible, and it was one of those memes, I'm sure, of Casper Ruud that may get turned into one of them. He was looking pretty distant there at the turnover, staring into space, the poor guy.
Poor guy, honestly, it is rough. Right, you'll have to give me a second, Tom. I'm just going to very quickly get some water for myself.
Go for it, mate. Go for it. I'll talk the guys through this one as we start the third set. Casper Ruud serving, 2 sets, obviously. Novak Djokovic, and it's a decent first serve out wide. Djokovic can only go long with a block return, and good start. He needs an early break. That's the game plan now for Casper Ruud. Get the early break. Hope that history is playing on Novak Djokovic's mind, and just see where he goes, or just let the arm go. Let the arm go. Somebody on Twitter is saying that Casper Ruud has already improved on last year's showing. Of course, last year he won 6 games so far already. He has won 9, and he's still got a set to go. But second point, strong Djokovic return forces Casper wide, 15-all. We can take off the Tsitsipas rematch with John. Let us know how you think things are going. Will anyone surpass this 23 in the men's side? Of course, he equals Serena from the WTA side of things, and Djokovic, trying to get this done as quickly as possible. Total comfortable, total dominant as he makes it 15-30 with a strong winner after a stretched return, but. Yeah, Ruud made it too short from the +1, and he goes for the winner. So let us know what your thoughts are in terms of will this 23, will anyone, Nadal, will he come back and get a slam next year, or will Djokovic win more? Will he be at 24, 25, 26? I mean, he's favourite for the next 2 at least, and you just never know what will happen in this sport. 12 months on, Nadal made it 22 to extend his lead, and that is about to be overtaken. We're at 30-all. Good serve by Casper Ruud. Djokovic goes long. I don't think Djokovic thinks it's long. Casper's got the mark, however, and confirmed long. Jamie, we were speaking, Jack and I were speaking about that a little earlier. Unfortunately, the kind of general consensus agreement was there isn't really too many people out there who can possibly stop Novak in terms of the grass. Carlitos isn't really accustomed to the grass as yet. His serve doesn't really make the impact, the pop that it should. Sinner's got as good a chance as any. I thought Kyrgios he had a real good chance last year. Nick Kyrgios, just with the serve and the strokes, the ground strokes on the grass. That's his favourite tournament as well. I don't see anyone stopping Novak, I'm afraid, unless, as we mentioned, our patron saint, Sir Andy Murray, who was on the verge of winning another grass court title, this time at challenger level at Surbiton. I don't know how it finished. I know it was suspended due to the weather in Sydney to London. Let me see. 2 seconds if that's still going. But unfortunately, I think I'm trying to think who could possibly see. Holger Rune is an unknown quantity, but I don't think that suits his game either. in terms of the grass. It's a quicker surface, but Alcaraz, he needs to get Taylor Fritz maybe. Taylor Fritz obviously ran Nadal so close. He's had an up and down season, but he's a strong player, Taylor Fritz. He'll be happy to get off the clay. Yeah, you never know. I might even back Taylor Fritz just to get to the final, depending on the draw. We'll always wait for the draw when you're having a wee wager on the tennis. As Djokovic 15 love up on his service game, of course, love one down, and he's Casper Ruud tries to go for the winner down the line. Djokovic, great volley, and he manages to make it 30 love. Jack, welcome back. Ooh. Just talking very quickly, Jamie was asking about, it touched on what we'd spoken about in terms of anyone able to stop Novak at Wimbledon. We obviously spoke about it about half an hour ago, saying probably not. I was thinking Taylor Fritz has a decent game for grass, I would think. And he's got a strong serve. So I just thought I'd gauge your thoughts on Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. He's not got the best all court game, I guess, or anything, which does help on a grass court. I'd say both Berrettini and Hurkacz have ways of getting to the net and finishing off at the net better than Taylor, for example, and it makes a big difference. You see Novak doing it all the time, but no, he's got the power for sure. Like he can definitely hit. He can use those conditions to his advantage for sure, and take control of matches pretty easily. Yeah. I mean that Rafa match was just that was experience, right? You'd expect him to go into a match like that nowadays.
Learn from that. Yeah,
learn from that exactly. And he easily could have been in a Wimbledon final last year. So he's got a chance.
Do you want to explain? We touched on it. Ghibli might have missed this, but Ghibli asking about Carlos. You're the man to tell us about that, Jack.
Yeah, I feel like his serve's maybe not quite there. It's certainly not very well placed. And on faster courts, yes, he can use body serves to kind of rush opponents and give himself a really easy +1. But against really good returners, he'll struggle. So good matchups against him would be players like Novak, Sinner, Medvedev even. Although Medvedev's a different kind of returner, he'll give himself the time from the back of the court. And really, the matchup against Carlos isn't that good. So Sinner and Novak, they would be above Alcaraz for me. And Sinner, actually, we'll look out for Sinner because he's got a good chance. Although we're seeing him in positions where he's letting us down quite often now. Tom, it's quite difficult to stay on the Sinner bandwagon, right? But
yeah, I'm a Sinner fan, and it just doesn't seem to be clicking at the big moments. He seems to be coming up against. I know he's been beating Alcaraz, but I'm the first thing that's coming to my mind is Holger Rune was at Monte Carlo this year, and again, I just always thought that Rune was the favourite, despite it going. It was quite an epic 3-setter, but I always thought that Rune had the edge. Obviously, Daniel Altmaier, I don't know how he won that game, and then obviously went into the Dimitrov match and just he just didn't show any sort of kind of ability or talent compared to what he'd shown against Sinner. So yeah, it was a strange one for him here because I genuinely thought he liked the clay.
It's tough to say. There's been a few moments that he's just not come good on when we know he is a clutch player in other moments. So it's tough to know.
He's got the game, he's got the game. I mean,
I was going to say there's two ways to look at it, Tom. I mean, he's now lost his last 4 Grand Slams in a 5-setter. So he's getting, very close against opponents. The Altmaier loss obviously is an upset, but then you've also got Tsitsipas in 5, Alcaraz in 5, Djoko in 5. That's your last 3 slams before the French. That looks good. That's like, that says to me that's one step away from greatness sort of thing. And it is just one step. He needs one step more. So
Ghost is throwing out Dimitrov. No, not for you.
Not for me. Don't think so.
I mean, Sinner ran Novak close last year. He had his chances. That was a pretty spectacular match, if I remember correctly. Novak had to up his level to pretty high to get past that one.
That's what I was talking about when I was saying Novak put his serve into lockdown mode. He didn't get broken for the next 3 sets. He was just, he was fine. But yeah, against Carlos, I could expect a repeat result for Sinner pretty easily. Actually, I'd say he's the favourite on grass, not just because of last year's result, but also because we've seen him beat him since then on a fast court. It's just on a fast court in general. Sinner would be the favourite. He's able to rush Alcaraz where other opponents aren't. Felix is out of the running at the moment. He's very up and down. He's not as reliable as he has been. We need to wait for him to have a pretty good run of form before we can count him back in, I would say. Who am I missing? Medvedev? No, probably not. It's not the best surface for defending all day. He's got a good enough serve sometimes, but probably not overall. Hubie Hurkacz, I'm going to throw his name out there again because somebody just mentioned him. Ghibli said Hurkacz with a peak serving day. The serve of Hurkacz is sickening. And I know he lost to Davidovich Fokina in the first round last year. But that's a pretty bad matchup, a pretty bad draw. If his draw opens up a little bit, Hubie Hurkacz could make it deep for sure.
Yeah, you. I think somebody asked you in between set 1 and 2 when I was away. You heading down there, Jack?
Big mouthful of crisp. Sorry. No, I am. Yeah, I'll be there from the first Monday to the final. From the first Monday to the first Friday, I should say. So for 4 days.
Oh, good. No, should be good. You going as a fan? Or are you doing any kind of media kind of stuff, or
a bit of both? But mainly it's a holiday, Tom. Mainly it's a holiday.
London's great, isn't it? Like I've been a few times, so London's a great wee city. Great big city to get yourself around and just plenty to do.
Yeah, I loved it last year. It was so good.
Casper's fought off a break point in this one, and he has a game point to Djokovic is disappointed. He had the shot there, he hit the net, but he did have the shot there at the break point, which he was looking for a winner off to pretty much finish this as a contest if it isn't already. So we go on to Casper, second serve. Gets it into play. Has that one in play? Yes, it is. I think Djokovic. No, it's all right. Oh, good. So Casper goes cross court with a backhand. It catches the line. Djokovic can only net, and Casper is 2-1 in front as we go 2 hours and 13 minutes of this match. I mentioned a minute ago, Jack, I think you were away. Casper the last year won 6 games. He's already won 11 games now. So he's definitely making a better fist of it than last year.
Yeah, that's a small consolation. I don't think players mind too much how many games they win at the end of the day. They just want a win or they want a loss. They don't want a loss, sorry. And obviously last year, very different circumstances. First final for Ruud in a Grand Slam, and he was terrified. He was terrified of Nadal.
Yeah.
Whatever the word is you want to use, he just respected him way too much. He never thought he was going to win. But how do you think you're going to win in a terrible matchup against a guy who's won 13 previous finals there? It's like...
Do you know, I was laughing earlier on when I kind of kicked things off today. The video that always actually has me chuckling is... the pre-tunnel, they're in the tunnel pre-match, Nadal, Ruud, and Nadal is like pretty much doing like shuttle runs in Casper Ruud's face, and Casper's just like sitting there like, what the hell is going on? Like, I know he knows him well, and obviously the academy, etc. But I don't know if he maybe thought like, why is he doing this to me? I'm a pal or something like that. Like he was just like,
I'm a pal.
His face is just like, what is going on? What am I meant to do here? And I just always find that pretty funny.
I'm a pal. I'm sure he wasn't thinking that. He knows he knows Rafa goes into the
game
zone.
mode.
Yeah, exactly. Game mode. I'm sure he respects that.
So we are at 1-2 in the third set. Novak Djokovic serving. Goes down the tee with a first serve that's just gone slightly long. Going to ask, and I know that obviously I just wanted to think if Zverev, Ruud rolled over Zverev fairly comfortable. There's chat about Zverev being slightly injured. There was a thigh strain, I think it was. Do you think Zverev would have a fully fit Zverev, considering we're 12 months on from the injury? would have given Novak more of a game today?
Yes, only because it's a better matchup.
Yeah,
I would say, but he doesn't. Yeah. He doesn't deserve to be in the final. You know, like I think Ruud's a good matchup for Zverev, conversely, because Ruud can repeatedly be offensive without doing anything risky against a player who likes to sit back and kind of let the other player make mistakes. You know, I think that was it's a pretty bad matchup for Zverev. So you know, matchups are quite a big thing in tennis. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day because
it's not happened.
Because it's not happened exactly.
Yeah,
doesn't deserve to be in the final for sure. And I don't think Tommy's going to win a slam. And I said it a while ago. I don't. I'm going to stick to it. I don't think he's going to win a slam.
Wow. Okay. Bold. I mean, again, I think it's, you know, Zverev's not going to make any impact, you think, at Wimbledon at all? No.
It's tough. How far has he been before the quarterfinals? I think he lost to Felix, I think, or was that in the round of 16 maybe?
Tell you in 1 second. Well, I mean, just to quickly kind of reference it while I try and look that up. I thought that I did think he would do well at this tournament. I thought he was starting to show glimpses of previous form. However, I then watched the Francis Tiafoe match, and I just thought that he was pretty passive. And 12 months ago, the tennis he'd been playing in 2022 at this point was like night and day. So that's why I didn't think he was going to win this event, obviously with like either Novak and Alcaraz at the other side of the draw. Got to be honest, I was shocked by I didn't manage to catch the end of the semi-final, but when I looked at it about 10 o'clock on Friday night, to see that scoreline and the kind of dominance from Ruud was shocking. But will he ever get to the heights? Would you have been saying that 12 months ago that he wouldn't win a Grand Slam?
Yeah, I was trying to find the tweet, Tom. I couldn't find it. I did tweet this out, and Andy Roddick actually responded to it, and he was like, "I would take that bet. I bet Zverev will win a slam." And I said it, I think 2 years ago, 2021 French Open was the time, and I was pretty.
Had he won Madrid that year? Yeah, he'd won Madrid that year. Had he won anything else?
No, I don't think so.
Just Madrid.
The reason I was pretty sure he wasn't gonna was we all saw what happened at the US Open when he had that chance. Nerves are still in the way. The difference between Zverev's best aggressive game and his most passive is so stark. It's unbelievable. And if he played as aggressively as we know he can play, he probably would win a slam. But he regresses so much. I think we've seen it. You know, he's kind of showed us his cards basically.
So you've seen his peak. Okay, yeah. I mean, I like that, Jack. I like, you know, you're quite willing to kind of put your prediction on to be shot down in one way or the other. So no, I like that. Would you know, I see that as somebody who's not reached their full potential then, or would you say no, that was just like you say, that's as far as he could go, and he maybe showed, you know, quite just glimpses at a young age that maybe nobody else had at the time?
No, I mean the way I'll sort of be clear, I guess, Tom. I don't think he is past his peak. I more mean when he is playing his best tennis, he's very hard to live with, but he very rarely pushes himself to play as aggressively as that. He normally goes a lot more passive than he should, especially against players like Novak. I remember when he played Novak in the Olympics in 2021, and he started really going for his shots. He was pretty much unplayable because his forehand is unreal and his backhand is also unreal. But with his forehand unreal too, he's unplayable. But you see what happens when he gets nervy. He doesn't do that. He can't do that for a best of 5 match as well. It's too risky, I think. So he goes passive, and it's not the kind of play that will win him matches against players like Novak and stuff.
Yeah. But why, if you can see that, why has he not got anyone in his box telling him that?
I'm sure he does, probably, but then that's when it becomes maybe where it becomes a mental thing, because you know, we've seen him lose matches like the US Open final where mentality becomes an issue. So I think a lot of it is to do with mental, and that's why I was pretty assured that he isn't going to win one in his career.
Okay. Well, I mean that's a pretty. I mean, what age is he now? Is he 27? 26. 26. Just turned 26 really just in April. So
he does still have time, obviously, and you know, he could sort of erase those mental demons, but as it is, he's not ready to win a slam for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. As Casper Ruud, a point away. Sorry, should I say, from making it 3-2. He was at 15-all. Djokovic putting a little bit of pressure on him. He was almost willing the ball to go long from two Djokovic block forehand, shall we say. As he serves this one, goes down the line with a backhand. Djokovic picks it off to get to deuce. You've got a feeling he's going to break here. I've got a wee sneaking suspicion here. 40-15 Ruud was up, but that backhand up the line just wasn't good enough, especially at this elite level. And Djokovic read it, picked him off. See you later.
I was reading some interesting stuff on Twitter earlier, actually, talking about that backhand up the line. Apparently, he has changed his grip at some point, just to give him a bit more of a flat shot going down the line with those shots, right? But as I say, it's still a weakness. I'm sure maybe he can hit it a little harder. I still think it's making marginal differences to his game. It's not his bread and butter. I think when he is playing his bread and butter, he's playing his best tennis. That's what got him to the final here, I would say. Again, Tom, he didn't use his backhand up the line in crucial moments to get himself into a second French Open final. So it's still a weakness overall for me. I don't think it matters that he's changed his grip and such, basically.
No, I mean, he put away a forehand, his clear weapon, and he's game point away again. He's staving off even the potential of Djokovic breaking here by avoiding any break points, and he has just served. I think he had a late. I was about to say a second serve ace, which is obviously surprising, but I think it was a late, the first one. So pretty strong serve there. How many aces? Is that his second ace of the match? Well played, good fight.
Maybe still in it. Who knows?
Maybe still in it.
We've got a few sort of questions there, I guess. It's very reminded me of Svitolina, both comebacks. Both looked more aggressive for a match or two, but went back to type. And yeah, I agree, exactly, because they're both capable of playing really aggressive tennis, but they're obviously more they feel safer going for their defensive, kind of passive play. And when it comes to big matches, it's then hard to ramp it up a notch when they need it most, basically. So yeah, it becomes very difficult for them to assert their game when they want to at the most crucial times. We've also got Ghibli saying, Yibing Wu, what's happened to him? I wouldn't say anything's happened to him yet. I'm just looking at his record. He's not done particularly badly since that tournament in Dallas. He's had some pretty bad losses, or some pretty justifiable losses against very good players. And most of them have been on clay, of course, which is probably a surface that he's not played on at ATP level, or definitely not played on at ATP level in his career so far. So that's, I think it's understandable. He'll be a threat for sure on hard courts for years to come if he can keep up the level he showed in Dallas. And I don't think I think it's way too early to just write him off this immediately, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just picking players here, and many of them haven't really came close to a Grand Slam. So, but players like Francis Tiafoe, can they? Did they like the grass? Did they not beat? He beat Tsitsipas last year or 2 years ago.
But
Tsitsipas, I know
that doesn't mean much. Yeah, Tsitsipas definitely probably the worst of all the players in the top 10, I would say, on grass. I think that's a fair comment. He's just, obviously, his return is probably his worst shot, and on a grass court, if you're not going to break serve at any point during the match, you're going to have a pretty rough time. There is still a chance, we get like Klavedev, we get a Tsitsigras, right?
Tsitsigras, yeah.
Yeah, maybe, because he's got such a good serving forehand. There is always a chance for a player of that capability, but it's just so tough for him when the ball sits that low, when his one-handed backhand is just getting exploited. Basically, it's pretty tough.
Rublev, as Ghibli's mentioning, can he be a threat?
He got to the fourth round, right, and lost to Fusovic. I think was that only last year.
Yeah, I think so.
And it was a fifth set. He's good enough to get to the quarters, but to go all the way. No, he's got a pretty similar sort of in the same way as Tsitsipas. He's got the same sort of profile, big serve, big forehand. At least he's got the two-hander to keep himself alive on return, but nothing special. Nothing
Yeah.
like Novak in terms of rally temperament, transition game. There's just not enough there. And even spot serving. His first serve is good. I'll take that back. His first serve is pretty damn good, and people can overlook that. But other than that, yeah, quarterfinal run, and I don't really see him going any further than that, really.
No. So yeah, we are at 30 love. Djokovic just pounced a second serve ace. This one was a second serve. Down the tee. So we're at 30 love on the Djokovic serve. I think there might be getting a bit of noise from the Paris courts. The people inside. Philippe Chatrier. Djokovic definitely seems to be bothered by something, or he keeps stopping. Just as he's about to toss his serving ball. Thoughts on the French Open crowd these last 15 days?
Same old, right, Tom? I'm all here for it. I've always wanted to be a part of the French Open crowd at some point in my life.
Yeah.
I think that's on my bucket list. I want to be there for a French vet, like winning one of the matches of their career. I'd have loved to have been there for the Monfils match at the start of the week.
Oh yeah,
fortnight, stuff like that. Yeah, I love it. I love it, Tom. It's a little rowdy, but we need that in tennis. It's a bit silly compared to.
Absolutely. I mean, I loved the Taylor Fritz stuff. Like, absolutely loved it. Like, in terms of him kind of biting back at them a bit, shushing them. I just thought it was great for tennis. I was like trying to will my friends who don't like tennis, like, watch his next match because they'll all be booing him when he walks on court. I agree. I mean, I think there is occasion like you're thinking, why are they booing them? Just checking a ball mark and whatnot, or they don't seem to like that. But no, I think you kind of just keep saying you shouldn't be doing this in tennis because we need as much engaging content as possible to try and grow the sport. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. We're getting an interesting tweet from Kyrgios, by the way. I don't know if you've seen that yet.
I haven't. No. I will go and check out Nick. But do you want to either pull it through or give us a read?
It's just a couple of emojis. No, I can give you a look. Here we go. Pretty classic. Chaos and its bluntness, I guess. There we go. I think that's it, right?
Is this the emojis? Yeah, right. Just saw it there. Yeah. Funny the turnaround in relationship between those two.
I know.
Best pals these days. As we look at 3-all on the Chatrier third set, 3-all third set.
Tom, I can't get us back to the normal. I can't get us back to where we were before. Hold on. I'll figure it out.
You're figuring it out. I'll talk us through the court while you do that.
Got it.
We've been slagging off the Casper Ruud backhand all match, but he's just pulled one out the bag down the line on the rise. I'd go as far to say that's one of Casper Ruud's shots off the match so far.
Absolutely. It's lovely when you make it, but you got to make it more than 2 out of every 20 times, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you could play like that in all 150 rallies or whatever he has in a match, you'd be thinking this sport's easy. It's just like, just pity. That's the hardest thing in tennis, isn't it? Just replicating your best shots and your winners.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you can pull that off every so often, fair enough. But yeah,
I like the fight. The fight. Me and you both kind of predict them to be a pretty meek final set. And he's gladly, shot me down and put up a bit of a fight here. So I like that.
Big forehand from Novak there, though. By the way, just to do a little bit of a statement again, huge down the line, 30-15. This is the sort of offense I've been talking about. This is the difference between the first and the third sets, I guess, the second and third sets. Insane stuff.
Is it true? No, it can't be true. Is it true that Djokovic hasn't... No, hold on. Djokovic has yet to drop a point on serve in this set. Has Djokovic dropped a point in this set on his serve? Somebody on Twitter said...
I'll tell us now. That does seem a little far-fetched, but it's very possible. He has dropped 1 point on serve.
Okay, so still all to play for. He's just put away a winner, has he? Yes, he has. Good return. Short ball, really. It wasn't really anything. I think it was an attempted drop shot, but it was just a short ball. And Djokovic puts it away. He is 40-30 down, but these are the kind of games that he's put away throughout his career. But Casper Ruud, well played. Djokovic staying in the rally with a looping. Well done, Casper Ruud. Puts away the smash, punches the air. The fans inside the Chatrier loving it. Why am I getting a nice work, producer Tom? I don't remember doing anything. I'll take it.
I guess, yeah.
I know, I'll take it. Fair play, Casper. Like I'm saying, we both kind of said that he would do a bit of surrender. Just no fault of his own. But fair play that he's stuck in there.
Here's the stat you want, Tom, I think. So
yep.
Novak has dropped 6 points in the second and third sets. He dropped 9 points in the first game of the match. So he has dropped less points in the second and third sets than he did in the very first game he played in the match.
Jesus. That just shows you that I mean, Casper Ruud broke then, didn't he? And that was his only break off the match. I wonder, when was the last time Casper Ruud had a break point? It must have been.
Probably was the first set then.
First set, first set it's got to be.
If at all. I mean, I'm just double checking now. 4, he had 4. He might have had 4 in that first game as well. So there's a high chance that.
Well, I think he maybe took it in the third and then maybe had one more. No,
I'll tell you right now. He had 1, 2, 3. Oh no, sorry. Maybe I'm wrong actually, Tom. Yeah, it could be. I don't know. I've kind of lost it. I'm not sure. I'm trying to look at the weird score format on the Roland Garros website. I'm sure there's an easier way of doing it.
Oh yeah. Right, hold on. Let me see if I can figure it out. If you want, keep an eye on the events as Novak Djokovic serving 3-4 down in the third.
Yeah, at the moment, got the stat there: 100 points to 82. Doesn't sound that bad, but that's fairly significant.
Yeah,
it's going to be very difficult for Ruud to make any inroads in the Djokovic serve at this point. I am able to give you the point by point, so I can see how many break points Ruud has had in different games. Right, there was 1, 2 games where he's had a break point. 2 games. And
that came very early, I'd imagine.
They were both in the first set, yeah. So one of them was that first game, obviously, and the second was the 4-all game. Or, sorry, no, the 5-4 game. 5-4 game. So there was a set point then. And then
he had a set point, that's right. He had a set point. Jesus, that's almost been forgotten about, you know. I think Djokovic served big, didn't he?
No, it was the complete opposite, I think. Right, Tom? Was that not the one where... Remember I was saying, it was the kicker out wide where Novak just said, I'm going to start at the point and ask you to finish it off.
That's right. Jesus, see, I mean, we've... you forget these things with Djokovic being so dominant over the last hour. But, you know, Casper Ruud was so close to, you know, just taking that first set.
As close as some players have come before him, and it's just classic.
Many will come after.
Yes, exactly, I'm sure. Well, that was a lovely little bit of play by Casper Ruud there, by the way.
Yeah, loving it. He's made he's claimed the first point, and it's a great effort. It really is a good effort by Casper Ruud, and fair play. He's shown up today, and he can basically, you know, banish all the demons from last year, I suppose. Whether he wins it or not, which is obviously looking very unlikely.
1 point at a time, though. Second serve, if you can make some more inroads, that would be perfect. Novak starting a backhand cross-court exchange has looked healthy in that department. However, next one down the line. So there's love 30 here. A glimmer of hope in an otherwise barren wasteland devoid
I
of
don't want to
such.
jinx it for him, but of course he will be serving for the set if he can win these next 2 points.
Ruud in 4, that is what we were thinking. You'd still fancy Novak to bounce back, but it would at least make stuff interesting, Tom. It's been a little bit of a one. Yeah, well, it's been pretty much the same story for the last hour or so, right? So,
well, these are the points though that Novak, absolutely loves, and I'm a wee bit ahead of you, so you're just about to see what happens.
just finding out. Net cord, no way, come on, Novak.
Hands go up, an apology. That's not going to appease Casper Ruud in any way. It looked like he was a wee bit behind in the rally, but it looked like he was getting himself a firm footing in it. So net cord Novak.
That's poor. That's poor Novak. But you create your own luck on net cords, as Jensen Brooksby famously said once.
yeah. What was that about? What I was trying to say was Novak loves these points in terms of the pressure points. I quite like when the fact that Roland Garros have been setting up that pressure point start now and again. He just serves an ace to make it 30-all.
That's classic. That is classic Novak. Perfectly placed, perfect speed. Unplayable, 30-all.
Come on, let's make a game of this, Casper. Rising return. Djokovic pulverizes a forehand down the line. A drive volley to follow that up, and Ruud goes wild with that. It's 40-30. That was probably his chance. And he'll probably have any hope. Any hope in the road is run. The road of hope is running out, I suppose.
If it hasn't already. There was a love 30 pretty quickly dispelled after that net cord ace, and then just too much on the last approach there. 40-30, Novak will want to get this finished efficiently.
So I believe there's been loud booing for Djokovic. Obviously, we are not watching it I'm certainly not watching it with commentary. I've just seen a few tweets on Twitter. Somebody saying, I understand the hate directed at Djokovic, but booing seems a bit much. He's earned his spot. Basically somebody saying that the crowd is cheering for Casper Ruud. So I think he's getting a bit like he's just where I am on the stream. He's just pulled out of a serve. I think he's getting it pretty tight from the French crowd. I thought he was. A former champion. I've watched a few Djokovic matches. I know he's got a love-hate relationship with most crowds, but I thought he was well liked in Paris. Maybe that was my mistake. And
they grew to love Rafa over time, but I'm not sure they ever did the same for Novak. That might be a response in fairness to his. Oh, there we go. He's asking for applause now, and he is getting some. I think that could be in response to his net cord, maybe at least. Maybe it's not just
okay. Yeah, fair enough.
When the crowd have an excuse to boo, right, they'll go after you in France.
Yeah, well, I remember it was Djokovic, I'm sure, who he lost a game and he hits. I think he was broken. His serve was broken, and he launches the ball just with his racket right up to the air. And all of a sudden he's getting booed. And then, of course, against Alcaraz, where at 1-all, Djokovic goes for I don't know if you remember, but he's going for the medical timeout and he's getting booed, and he's looking about and he's going, are you just booing me for or not a medical timeout, sorry, he's going for a changeout, he's going to the toilet. And he's looking about going, no, are you guys booing me for going to the toilet?
Thanks very much, Ghost, by the way.
Thank
you.
Cheers, Ghost.
Appreciate it.
As Ruud has lost the first point, as you can see by the scoreboard. Djokovic probably could be making his move here. He's had enough. Doesn't want to listen to the French boos anymore. So he's saying, I'm just going to finish this now.
Yeah, love 15. Huge forehand there. This is do you know what? Compared to yesterday's match, this hasn't quite hit the heights of Iga and Carolina Muchova yesterday. But there is always just a moment of goosebumps approaching history for me. I am quite excited just to get to that point where Novak could take the records. You forget that in the kind of drudge of the match when, you know, it's kind of a pasting against the other player. That actually, when Novak does win this match, if he does win this match, he's on 23. He's on number 23. It's crazy. Here we go. Extended rally. Novak surely doesn't miss now. Ruud goes after it though. He goes for a forehand down the line. Oh, it's back into play somehow. Crazy defense from Novak. Anti-esque there with the lob. Drop shot from Novak. We haven't seen it much this match. Probably would have won the point if he'd made it, but just missed it. 50-0.
Just missed it, yeah. So yeah, 50-0. That was pretty wild. That, I mean, it was some backhand by Ruud, and for Djokovic to get it back in court. I mean, I think it was quite apt that you said it was Andy-like. Of course, going back to the Kokkinakis, as soon as I think Andy might, I think Kokkinakis in Australia, about 17 smashes he got back at that point. So yeah, but fair play. Casper Ruud still hanging in there because I love 30 game with Djokovic minutes away from creating history. I wouldn't have seen it any other way other than Novak taking the game. But yeah, well played, Casper Ruud.
These are the moments, I think, where you've got to at least, you know, create an air about yourself when you're down in the score, even if you're pretty much certain you're going to lose the match, you know, in a sort of Novak-esque, Novak-esque as well, but Rafa is who I meant to say. In a Rafa-esque way, you know, when you're down in the score, he had that famous quote after beating Sebi Korda, just about like you might lose the match 95% of the time from this scoreline, but you absolutely have to go for it for that 5% and you know, make people doubt themselves. So even if Ruud does go on to lose the match, you know, at least make Novak earn it for sure. Yeah.
No, definitely. As he goes long, Casper, to 30 all. It's going to be tough from here, I think, but we'll see. Remember, everyone who has been listening and joining us for the first time, make sure you subscribe, hit the like button, and you know, plenty more tennis to come for the rest of the year, including 2 Grand Slams. So just give us a listen. We can talk nonsense at sometimes. We can talk sense at others. As Djokovic goes long, game point, Casper Ruud 40-30.
It's been a pretty extended period of important tennis tournaments, I've got to say, Tom. So a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back for, well, I'm sure it'll go on the whole week, but I'm certainly going to be away for a week and then get back for Queen's Wimbledon and stuff the week after.
Yeah, no, definitely. Oh, I mean, so we have, you'll catch up in a second, Jack. Players having a bit of a convo there. I actually thought that that looked in for me, but that was on the first play, and I'm sure Hawkeye will probably be pulled out by the broadcaster. But yeah, so Casper Ruud takes the game 5-4. Players just double checking that Djokovic's, I think it was a backhand across the court, was in, but nevertheless, Casper Ruud has won the game.
I thought it looked out, actually. I don't know, from my not particularly good eyesight, but I thought it looked out. I don't know. Anyway, didn't even get checked by the umpire there, unless it's getting checked now, Tom. I get chucked into the adverts during the change of ends, unfortunately.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I'm on the I do the old pay the Discovery Plus stuff for 2 weeks and then cancel it. So I'm doing all right here. So yeah, a lot of kind of tweets on Twitter just talking about the French crowd backing Ruud quite clearly, praising Casper Ruud for putting up this kind of a fight in the third set. You know, it'd be great for the final, you know, if he can just nick this and get himself. I still don't think there's much hope, even if he does get this set. But it would be great for the final and to prolong the tennis.
Yeah, that's a bit though, Tom, right? Just to see it for a little bit longer. Casper's days are numbered.
Mm-hmm. noticeable. The Andy Murray match still hasn't resumed. I'm just having a quick look as far as I'm aware. So must be pretty bad weather down the south of England. Or have I not just refreshed? No, it's still delayed. Andy Murray, of course, a set and a break up at Surbiton in the Challenger, Grass Court Challenger.
This is oh, wait, what were you saying about the Surbiton Challenger there? Sorry.
Just saying that it's still not resumed. He's still so it must be pretty wet down there. And so I wonder if they'll manage to get back on court at some point today. I'm sure.
I couldn't help laughing at this, Tom. Check this out. If I can get this screen up. Here we go.
Let's have a look. Yeah. So what's the comment saying? I see them more than my pick. Yes, Corrington, Mutte, I love that. I like it when I thought that was just at first when I'm reading it. I didn't read who the tweet by. So when it's actually a fellow pro, that makes it all the better. So I like that.
Yeah, it's funny. He is funny for all of his traits. Corrington Mutte
I like watching him. Just a kind of guy who just does not give a.
Yeah, proverbial. He is a scrapper. That's definitely how I would describe him.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think he only first came to my kind of awareness when he was having a set to with Dan Evans. I think it was actually maybe an early round of the French one year.
Yeah. I remember that. They were just like having a fist fight, basically.
Yeah.
Honestly, you'll get this, Tom. He's a wee bam, honestly.
Yeah.
He's a wee bam.
Total bam.
Honestly. It's funny.
French bam. As Djokovic just unleashed a pretty unstoppable, it was unstoppable cross-court forehand. And he has, I think that's at 15 love, is it?
Yeah, it's 50. No, that's for the.
Oh no, that was to win the game. Jesus, it must have flown by. He must have won that to love because that was about 30 seconds long.
Interesting to see. I was gonna say interesting to see there. Ruud doing the kind of spinny motion to his camp, sort of saying, "Well, spinning the forehand into play isn't helping. Like, what did I do? Like, obviously, he's just teeing off in them now." So it's a fair point. He's not giving up in this match. Is there actually a way back for him? And obviously just going passive isn't doing the job. So I think he's questioning his tactics a wee bit.
I think, one thing I thought about after the Alcaraz match as well, and you guys alluded to it, as the tactician that is Djokovic. His team would have sat down with him before Alcaraz and, before any match and worked out ways. And I just wonder, I'm sure most players do that. But I just, for some reason, it seems to be more apparent when it comes to Novak Djokovic and his opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just Novak effect, though. In a way, it's basically the problem is there's not a very clear way to play him unless you've got a particular skill set, and most players don't have that skill set, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, he's love 30. He's 2 points away from a break, and he would be serving for the 23rd Grand Slam. He'd be serving for history, and it does seem like we are not far away from that. Of course, after the match, we will be joined by Damien, who will be just, giving us his thoughts on what he's just watched. So make sure you stick with us whenever this one does finish. And it looks like it's going to be relatively soon because Djokovic, certainly in my stream there, has just absolutely nailed a cross-court forehand. He fist bumps the crowd. The crowd seem to be, applauding the good tennis, shall we say, rather than booing Novak now. And well played, mate.
And cheers there from the crowd rather than boos. that was a 23-time Grand Slam champion shot there, Tom, with the finish line in sight.
Motoring his way to 23. Yeah. As the players cross-court forehand by Ruud, backhand by Djokovic, another backhand return. Cross-court backhand battle at the moment. Forehand by Novak. He's just setting up the points right now. It's just a matter of time. Surely he's going to put this one away, and he does. Backhand cross court. He breaks to love. He is a game away from history. He is serving for 23 Grand Slams and his third French Open title. Jack, talk us through that one.
Yeah, it's huge. It's cool just to actually see it, even if the match was a little underwhelming, right? It's massive. I mean, the French Open, to be good, this good on clay and that good on hard courts, a la the Australian Open, it's new for this generation. It's just not what would have happened in the past. It's huge to now have seen somebody, if it does happen, win 3 of every single Grand Slam.
Yeah,
that is massive. That is definitively an all-court player. You know, he can play every single surface. I think people make out that he's, I don't know, even imply that it's his worst surface. Yes, it might be, but he's not even close to be bad on it. He's very, very good at it, arguably, and probably very easily, arguably now, the second best player of a generation on this surface. He's insane.
Yeah. And do you think, Rafa's problems, Djokovic, like we mentioned, favourite for the rest of the slams, he'll never be beaten, will
he? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think Rafa's ever going to overtake him. Well, probably not at this rate, obviously.
Think Rafa will win another slam?
There is a chance. I really, he's freaky at the French Open. There's no denying that. He absolutely.
Was that's a conversation for another day? That this would be about Djokovic and hitting that 23. But where does it end for him? Where does it end? Is my point. Probably, will this ever be beaten? We're about to probably see, for the first time ever, the most Grand Slams in history being achieved. He's 7 for it now, 6-5.
Big breath from Novak, probably no pressure here. Just do the same old. Interesting to see if we get any sparring in the works, but it's unlikely. Novak starts his game with a missed first serve. Here we go, big breaths. Second serve. After however many ball bounces, obviously. Second serve here. Ruud starts the point. Novak already going pretty big in the forehand and immediately enough to win the point. 15-love. On the verge here, 3 points away. I think it's interesting maybe to go back to that. Well, we'll do that post-match. At the moment, this is proper. This is just history, exactly, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, we've got to live the moment. I suppose, like you say, we'll probably remember this one as because of the history that it's going to bring with it. Just having a glimpse of Djokovic's box there. The family in tow. Ivanisevic there, 2 points away from it.
Man, Novak's daughter actually doesn't look like a kid anymore, or not a baby anyway.
Yeah.
Jesus, I thought that it'd been a couple of years since he'd had his first child. Never mind. 30-love.
Yep, where I am, he's just He just served and then put away the +1 with a forehand. He's 3 points. We are 3 championship points, and he is 323 Grand Slam points. He, how will he do it? An ace?
Extended rally, I think. Big forehand to finish.
You'll probably see this point repeated over and over again, so make sure you watch it live here. And just remember, just drink it in. Novak Djokovic on the verge of 23 Grand Slam titles.
Here he goes.
Oh.
I'm a wee bit behind, of course. It was an unreturned. Oh no, hold on. A Djoko smash. And then a big forehand miss. Okay, cool.
Okay, so what I'll do is, because I'm a little bit ahead, I'll let you talk us through it. How are you doing, Damien? You all right? Sorry, I actually wasn't supposed to come on. It was accidental.
Okay,
He's away again.
Hi, David. He'll be back in a bit.
I think he must have thought that Novak's serve had won him the match, maybe, and yeah, we'll see him. I'm sure we'll see him in seconds.
I think it was my unreturnable comment. I was like,
yeah,
pretty sure that wasn't coming back. Here we go, though. Second championship point, obviously. Really taking his time here.
Taking a breather.
Oh, I see. Maybe the crowd are still making noise.
Still not served, and certainly where I am. So you can talk us through this, Jack.
Here we go. There we go. No, went for the first serve on my screen, so he did miss it. He's got a second serve now. Again, just taking his time. There is silence in Philippe Chatrier. Here we go. Second serve in. Casper finds the forehand. Djokovic goes down the line. Backhands cross court. Still going backhands cross. Goes a slice for Ruud. Big forehand inside out. A little tight from Novak. That one's not tight though. That's lovely. And it's enough to force the error. There it is. Number 23 from
Game, set, and match.
Djokovic.
He falls to the floor. He has won his 23rd Grand Slam title. The players shaking hands now. A nice embrace. A well done from Casper Ruud. And we are joined by Damien. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm already back. Actually, the story behind my accidental appearance was not that. It was just the fact that I accidentally unplugged my camera, and when I plugged it back in, it just thrown me into the stream for whatever reason. But yeah, I indeed was supposed to be here, and glad to talk to you. Will you guys stay here as well?
Okay,
good. Glad to talk with you for a while. Obviously, you were totally focused on the match and doing the commentary for it. I was watching 2 challenger finals along with it, but right now with the rain delay in Surbiton, of course, the remaining part of the match, I was also able to focus just on this one, on history.
Yeah, and we've been talking throughout. Obviously, the first set, it was obviously where the game was played, where the match was played. Really, the only chance really Casper Ruud had was doing something early. But can you just share us then, Damien, your thoughts on what you've just watched?
I mean, before the match, I kind of expected that maybe Djokovic was not going to play as well as he did on Friday, simply because that was a huge match for him, and I thought that he used so much mental energy to get into that one with increased intensity. I guess I maybe kind of undervalued how much pressure was on him here today. Because for me, Djokovic has been, the statistical GOAT for the past, I don't know, a year or something, or something. So I actually kind of didn't even think of the aspect that he will want that 23rd Grand Slam, and it sounds pretty stupid. I mean that's so obvious, right? But I just kind of figured that after beating Alcaraz, that was the big match for him. Maybe not, because the first 5-6 games was kind of reminiscent of what happened in the 2021 US Open final, right? When he just played the biggest match of his career and faltered completely. Now, is the fact that he managed to get back into this match, is it because Ruud just wasn't able to put as much pressure on him as Medvedev? Maybe. I mean, for me, I still think that Djokovic actually woke up fairly quickly. And then when he won the first set in style, and of course I'm sure you guys were talking about all the no unforced error stats, definitely when he won this set in style, I guess you could kind of already tell that the match is over, right? And Ruud didn't really you could see that the belief is gone, at least for the second set. Maybe the third was actually kind of close. And then of course in the second set as well, Djokovic was just so easily taking over the points. And in general, I guess everyone kind of knew that this was a matchup where if Djokovic leads the point, where if he can pin Ruud to that backhand corner, and this is something that I guess Djokovic does really well, play against, well, he does everything well, but I think he's really good at this, playing these guys who want to hit a forehand from every single every single spot on the court and like either playing through their stronger wing actually, or just keeping them in that backhand jail. And once he was actually in control of the point, there's just nothing Ruud can do. So just the good tactics which Ruud used in the first set, like putting so much height on it, keeping the ball even above shoulder height for Djokovic, they were also gone very quickly, and like all the forehand offense just became too overwhelming. So maybe not the greatest final, but last year was so much worse. At least we have like the historical aspect, which I guess was also in that Roland Garros final of Nadal, right? The historical aspect was there too. So
we've not had a great French Open final for a wee while now, right? I feel like the team Nadal one is the last one I can think of that had some proper quality tennis.
The one in four sets, or
in 4 sets. The one in 4 sets.
The first 2 sets were amazing, right? And then team just had nothing left for the latter 2. But the first 2, indeed, they were excellent. I mean, if Świątek beat Muchova just like she's beating 95% of the tour, it would really be extremely disappointing, because last year we had a couple of awful French Open finals, and these years would be maybe slightly better, but at least we had yesterday.
Oh my god! Well, on the women's side, the Świątek final was incredible. I really enjoyed it. But obviously the history of this, I think, in terms of I don't know, achievement, in just terms of the storyline, I'm not saying I enjoyed the actual tennis more, but this feels very momentous, and it does feel quite cool to have just watched it live, despite the fact that tennis was maybe a little underwhelming.
Yeah, and there's also that aspect of like, won't he in terms of going for the calendar slam now, because this is like the third time in his career that it's a possibility. Of course, one was ended very quickly by some query at Wimbledon, which at the time was such a huge shock. But also there's 2021 where, as we already mentioned, like he really just faltered mentally in that final against Medvedev. Right now, looking at Wimbledon, no one can really play on the grass besides Novak. He won the last 4 Wimbledons. You kind of have to like his chances to get to New York, which I guess, as usual, New York would be much more complicated, just because there are other contenders as well. He wouldn't be like the overwhelming favorite, but again, maybe the ability to just, even at this stage of his career, just bring his best to this one particular event he really cares for, because it just didn't really matter like how he looked in Rome. Didn't really matter even that in many there were many occasions throughout this event when he looked really tired. It doesn't really matter. He just brings out the best out of himself in every single important moment. So I kind of think that you have to like his chances to do it at the next slams as well, because why not? He just really, like, at this stage of their careers, and that goes, of course, I mean, Federer is out already, but that also goes for Nadal. Like, the focus is just only on slams, and that's pretty clear.
Yeah. But I mean, Wimbledon, I mean, we were speaking about this during the match, Damien, and, there doesn't seem to be much out there in terms of a challenge to him this year at Wimbledon, whereas obviously the US Open will be a much kind of wider open event in terms of, challengers. Do you see anyone at all who can stop him in the grass at Wimbledon?
Yeah, I guess tough call, because like the last few years, definitely there weren't any other contenders than Djokovic than we were really thinking about. So I remember that there was that one year where like the contenders that we thought were going to be between like spots 2 and 4 were Berrettini, Cilic, and Hurkacz, I think. So Berrettini is out; he's coming back for the grass. Cilic is also injured. Hurkacz, I mean, do we really like his chances to like even get to play Djokovic and win and potentially, beat him? I don't know. It would be one of the more interesting matches, but like Nadal isn't around. Last year, of course, he wasn't really that challenged by like almost anyone, I would say. Berrettini played him really close in 2021, but yeah, he's just coming back. It's really hard to see anyone. I am probably just looking at Alcaraz and Medvedev as guys who maybe have not shown it yet, but like potentially in the future they should be good grass courters. I mean, Medvedev, of course, is so much older as well, and I guess this is something that hasn't really happened for him, for a number of reasons. Obviously, last year he wasn't allowed to play Wimbledon, but he's done well in some other, smaller ATP Tour events on grass. I always thought that, like, with the big serve that he has as well, and also how players even of his height, of his physicality, have been able to move so well on the grass at least in recent years, in the new generation. And also just the defense should still be working on grass. Also the flat hitting, which just would make him maybe even more dangerous on the offense, get better penetration. So I guess maybe not the guys who actually did that well in previous editions of Wimbledon, but maybe these two, just playing a warm-up event or two. I think Medvedev is supposed to play like at least 2 warm-up events on grass, Alcaraz only queens, and maybe just improving on the service to an extent where they could actually trouble him. But Djokovic is the overwhelming favorite, and it's nowhere near close to like what's going to happen at the US, where he would of course still be the first favorite, but like it wouldn't be him against the field. And here at Wimbledon, it definitely looks like him against the field right now.
And Jack, we've ended the mystery, in terms of the 23 Lacoste tracksuit top. There is one out there. He's wearing it at the moment. Me and Jack, Damien, we weren't sure if there was going to be one that was going to be coming out. So it is there. Can you just guys, both of you, sum up, exactly, just what an achievement. John has been putting some of the well wishes, Nadal included, up on Twitter. But what a kind of an achievement. I know you, Damien, you mentioned that statistically he's been the greatest for a long time now already. But did you ever think you were going to see 23 Grand Slams for one male tennis player?
Of course not. Definitely when like Federer had 20, maybe when Federer had 17, everyone was like thinking about the possibility of Nadal and Djokovic catching up to him. But then when he won the next 3 and like almost won the 21st Slam, you probably thought at first that it was going to be too much. But clearly, they have moved the goalposts so much in terms of how long a tennis player's prime can actually last. Because can you really say that Novak Djokovic is like post his prime right now? I'm not sure I can. He actually is in many ways a more complete, a better player. Maybe physically he isn't quite up there, but do you really see it that much in his lateral movement? Do you really see that much in his speed? Maybe sometimes in the moments when he just looks somewhat out of breath, but he's still winning these matches. He's still outlasting guys who are so much younger. So the big 3 moved the goalposts in many, many ways, and one of them is definitely how long a successful tennis career can last. And 23 never really seemed like a possibility, but right now we are probably thinking, whether he can get to 25, 26. 30, I think, is probably not possible, but we've said it many times, so maybe I'm actually gonna be wrong even on that.
You just don't know where the ceiling is right now, because like you say, he looks like he could be, playing this sport at that level for 3, 4, 5 years still to come, maybe. Jack, what about you in terms of the achievement and what he's done here?
It's got to a point where it's not surprising to see Novak mopping up the slams, but to be in this position, I think Matthew Willis put it in a really good way. He kind of talked about how a history of kind of molding each other, the fight, the crazy battles the big 3 have had with one another has just turned them into these superhumans that only they can kind of live with. So it's almost like the experience that they've had fighting each other is grossly unfair for every other player on tour, because it's just like now they've had that, they've been in these moments that nobody else gets to experience, and Djokovic he is a cut above the rest. So just continuing to win slams, like Damien saying 30 could happen. It could happen. There's just nothing stopping him, and it's unfair. There's nobody that can match him, basically.
Yeah. Well done, Novak Djokovic. They are coming out on to do their speeches and whatnot. So guys, just kind of wrap us up then in terms of the actual event. What's been your highlights? What's been your low moments? What's been the match of the tournament, etc.? Damien, I'll start with yourself.
Wasn't prepared for this, but I guess I can come up with something. Definitely we've had some pretty crazy upsets in the first week, but they didn't really influence anything that was going to happen later. I am a bit definitely disappointed with the way that Djokovic Alcaraz turned out. Even for the first 2 sets, I didn't think that the quality was, as insane as maybe you would hope for in a match like this. Definitely not as high as in their Madrid semifinal. But yeah, just to have it end in this way, that was probably like the low light of this event. And also in general, how Alcaraz, Musetti was supposed to be a great match, and then Alcaraz Tsitsipas was supposed to be a great match, and then it never really happened. I don't know. I mean, other than that, maybe when it comes to the lowlights first, I mean, Holger Rune, the fact that he's still struggling so much physically in best of 5, and that he just wasn't able to replicate Rome or Monte Carlo, that the fact that something like this is still happening for him was kind of disappointing, because that was supposed to be one of the biggest contenders as well. There were a lot of 5-setters early on in the week, so that would probably be some of the best matches. Of course, one of the ones that I have in mind is definitely Seyboth playing Medvedev, and in the opening round, which just something that it seemed impossible that he would beat basically 3 or 4 players in the draw. Seemed to be like they could be impossible for him to beat, and yet he came out and actually beat one of them. There were so many 5-setters Sinner Altmaier, of course, the big upset there as well. Over 5 hours, and a crazy match, probably the best one that Altmaier has played. Definitely more impressive in my eyes than the upset he had against Berrettini here 3 years ago. And I just think a lot of these 5-setters, especially early on, they were the best part of the event. And also probably this was one of the Grand Slam events where I felt the most certain about the superiority of the best of 5 format in terms of just how it creates all these beautiful scenarios, and how much drama is involved in them. Because compared to the matches on the men's side, especially all of these 5-setters, I think so many days early on in the event on the women's side kind of fell flat. They didn't really bring out the memorable matches. Whereas on the men's side, it can just be 2 random players, 2 players who have no chance of getting deep in this event, 2 players who, I don't know, aren't even playing well, and yet the sort of grandiose and just the atmosphere of a 5-set match is basically unrivaled.
Yeah, I think Ben Rothenberg will be liking you, Damien. Obviously, always go for the 3-setters. Jack, what about you in terms of the event itself, the ATPWA? What's been your highlights and etc.?
Yeah, I mean, I'll stick to the men's side, but I would just like to give a shout out to the women's final. Obviously, that was probably the match I enjoyed most throughout the fortnight. I absolutely loved it, and to actually feel like Swiatek was going to lose that chance, it was all just really dramatic and exciting, and Muchova played out of her skin. However, on the men's side, biggest disappointment has to be Sinner Altmaier. I felt awful after that match. I really thought this was a big chance for Sinner, and he disappointed again. That definitely stung a little bit for sure. Biggest match on this side, maybe go for the Monfils match. I think that was unrivaled in terms of the quality of tennis was obviously just weird at times. But with Monfils not being able to move his legs, but the emotion after that match was amazing. It was so good to see Monfils put together a win like that after the couple of years he's had not actually winning matches full stop. So yeah, that was fantastic. And then the Alcaraz match, there was moments, but that could have been better with the way it ended. And I think everybody's pretty hungry for another Alcaraz Djokovic matchup as soon as possible, even if that's Wimbledon. And I would regard Djokovic as a fairly sizable favourite in that matchup, honestly, on grass. But yeah, obviously Alcaraz can do crazy things. It would be great to see him peak for that match.
Okay, and just guys, just quickly, we've spoken about Novak Djokovic and his achievement. In terms of Casper Ruud, where he goes from here and his career, I know, Jack, we touched on it a little bit during the actual event. Damien, in terms of Casper Ruud, your thoughts on where he goes from here and his career in general so far?
I mean, getting to 3 finals in 5 slams is ridiculous, obviously. Has he done enough to get rid of this reputation that he has of being a player who will get to these finals and then will never win them? Not really. I still think people don't like forget or / don't realize how close he was to winning the US Open, because when he had these 2 set points in the third set against Alcaraz, he definitely was looking like so much fresher. There was some serve and volleying from Alcaraz to just make the points shorter that he barely survived that third set. And I think if Ruud was 2-1 up there, he probably wins it just based on how they were looking physically. But yeah, the matches against Nadal, Djokovic, they haven't been great. With Nadal, people have often said that it's because he idolizes him too much. Djokovic, he's played 5 times, hasn't taken a set. I just think it's a pretty dreadful matchup for him. Maybe Roland Garros can was a little better still for him than playing him indoors, of course, mostly because he could get the ball so high with the kick serve, with the forehand, of course, also even with the backhand. And I just still don't think that he's like made that much progress in terms of potentially winning these. However, you take Djokovic, Nadal out of the equation, and it kind of looks like some other favorites, could slip up. So maybe he will get a better chance one day, but definitely just a little maybe disappointing that he lost all of his belief after the opening set today, because that was like the main thing he did wrong, I suppose. He came out with confidence, he came out with great tactics, and that kind of went away. So yeah.
And you could see it happening. So Jack, just finally come to you again. Just same question in terms of Casper Ruud. Where does he go from here? What kind of impact can he make over the next few years?
Yeah, I think what I was saying earlier about the fact that he's made 3 slam finals, David touched on it. It's a huge achievement, and that can't be underrated. Obviously, now joined most slam finals without a win. He has a chance if there's a slip up, but that's the problem. If there's a slip up, he's on a different league to Novak. He's a rung down. Same for Rafa. Obviously, he's out the picture now. But players like that are always going to have a one-up against him. He does have weaknesses. The backhand is still a weakness. But players like that have won slams in the past, just not this generation, right? And this generation's pretty different. You need to be a complete player nowadays. Ruud probably isn't, arguably. I think maybe that's the difference. But my point is, if he does become a complete player, which other players have been able to do in the past, kind of Andy, you know what I mean? People have been able to raise their level. He will work hard. It could happen. I'm not writing him off yet. I'm not quite on the Ruud dragging train quite yet.
You're choking to compare Casper Ruud to Andy Murray, but so we'll wrap it up there, guys. Jack, Damien, thanks very much for joining us and giving your thoughts. It's been 23 Grand Slams for Novak Djokovic. Next stop is Wimbledon, and we will all see you there and join us there. Thanks very much for today, and thanks for the last couple of weeks, guys, on the Last Ball Drop show as well. And look forward to seeing you guys in the future. All right.
See you soon.
See you.
Thanks, Pips. See you later.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.